dry. Stars were dancing in the stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurting again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where is the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. And now I'm beside myself, don't want your fucking help. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain. Steady, strong, won't yield to pain.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Season 6 Soraxus Networks Inc. Pinnacle Cup Championship is here. I'm Sqaud. Joining me here, WhiskeyGlitter, WhiskeyRun. We've got 2 nights of action, $300 on the line. And for ATS Season 6 finale, it could not have gotten any bigger, any better than this. But for all of you who've been asking, who've been clamoring, there's been one big question on your minds, and that is, what about next season? Where's Season 7? We haven't announced Season 7 yet. Well, here we go. Tonight's the night you get to hear the news. Field. Jared's already up. Double tap. Oh my goodness. Jared goes sky high.
Would be an upset. It would be a tremendous upset, I think, coming into this one, and it is!
Spawning awkwardly, but it's
dividends. He's right next to the boost. Off kickoff, towards the backboard, off the ceiling. He gets the waterfall! Weapon mode, are you kidding me?
Generally, you don't see the true nice shot there. Okay, there's nothing chess-like about that.
On the line, still keeping them in the driver's seat. But oh my lord!
Hey, oh, yeah, no kidding.
And I think that Striker have really started exhausting the Outbrave. They go out for a shot. It's very high. It's off the backboard, and Wix hits it like nothing.
And maybe even more. Classy takes a shot. Mint is going to be there. Gets a reset. Gets another one. Goes low. Mint!
40 seconds to save your season.
That's right, Season 7 is here, and Ascent Tournament Series is happy to announce we are merging with the Royalty Series for next season. Sign-ups are already open as well. They close at the end of this month and at the very beginning of March. 1s, 2s, 3s, North America, Europe, you're all included. Join the Royalty Series Discord server to get started now, but let's talk about now right here. WhiskeyGlitter, WhiskeyRun, we haven't heard you guys yet, but tonight's the night. It's top 8, it's Pinnacle Cup, Soraxus Networks Inc. Pinnacle Cup to be exact. And again, the stakes can't be any higher than this. These are the 8 best teams in I almost said the Royalty Series, in the Ascent Tournament Series. This is it for everybody. Single elimination, 1 loss, you're out, 3 wins, you're champion of Season 6.
Man, that is a huge implication, right? Regular season is over, and now it's pressure with receipts. Best of 7s, no hiding. Every mistake gets replayed on your head and in the drive home. I'm excited for this one, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. This bracket is clean, my friend. 4 quarterfinals, 2 semis, 1 champion. No excuses. No, we'll fix this next week. You have to fix it mid-series or you are going home.
All right, so games today, right? This is going to be kind of where we're starting out. It is the first 4 of the day. PAWS Up versus Dino Sqaud, KCG Chaos versus SP Starbreakers, Golden versus Portable Document, and then Creation Station versus 100 Times Night. Sporty, we got some banger matchups on this one right out the gate.
Yeah, we do. We have some great matchups as well, and you mentioned it, a couple very important teams here, teams that have returned from last season. PAWS Up, KCG Chaos, Portable Document Format, the Creation Station, 100X Night, all of these teams returning from last season, but a couple new people in there. You talk about Soulless Path, who've never won the Ascent Tournament Series, and Dino Sqaud, maybe the big dark horse, the unknown team that's made it all the way to the top 8, one of the lowest seeds in this bracket. But the real question I have to ask is, who do you all think is going to win? Do you have one of the returning teams taking it home? Do you have Knight winning their 3rd straight championship? Or do you got an underdog who's going to take the distance? And that's what we all have been asking as well, asking of each other. Before the stream started, I asked our 2 analysts here, we'll see if they really are analysts or not, or if I have to remove that title from them, about what their predictions are for this top 8 over 2 days. So let's talk about it. Early predictions. We're going to start with me, the host, because I'm so nice. Here's what my predictions look like this season. Well, last season, I think everybody had 100X Night winning. This season, I think it's going to end up a little bit different. I've got PAWS Up taking this thing, and for one big reason, we'll talk about it later when we get to their series against Dino Sqaud, but I think there's a reason here that PAWS Up will be able to beat 100X Night, will finally be the team to best them in one of these regular seasons. But I got PAWS Up, I've got Knight. I think that's a pretty predictable grand finals. The real question I have for you is, WhiskeyGlitter, WhiskeyRun, you guys have been able to get, involved with some of these teams recently, especially in playoffs. You've been able to pay attention. Based on playoff results, WhiskeyGlitter, who do you have taking this series? And taking tournament?
Show it, because mine here, guys, mine's a bit of a hopium pick for sure, right? Okay, let's start with the first bracket, KCG Chaos. I'm taking them in the 7. I'm taking KCG Chaos in this with a golden in the finals. I mean, I'm talking straight up hopium momentum run here.
Yeah, this, I agree, is a little bit of a we don't care who you are bracket. Every series goes long. Every series has got pressure. KCG's Chaos keeps surviving and beating PAWS Up 4-3 in the semis. Man, that's a huge statement here. They're structured, they're efficient, but Chaos is volatile. If they can get a couple early demo-heavy games, suddenly PAWS Up are going to be playing reactive Rocket League, my friend.
And I have it in the finals against SP Golden, another 4-3. And I'm saying, like, this series, I think is going to be less about mechanics and more about the gut check, right? It's going to be more about stamina, because obviously, who wants to play a game 7 at midnight, right? It's chaos here, Run, in my bracket. So, and now, I mean, he's a stats guy, right? WhiskeyRun is a stats guy. We take a look at what Run's bringing to the game, because his is a little bit more cold and calculated.
All right, my bracket. The second one here, PAWS up, handling chaos in 6, beating Creation Station in the finals. This is my control bracket. And you got to notice the difference in the score lines. No game 7s, no miracle runs, just consistent pressure, clean rotations, and few mistakes.
Man, and then you have the finals against Creation Station. It's a discipline check, right? Creation Station thrives when things get weird. PAWS up thrive when things stay predictable. So, yes, yours is a little bit more based on the stats, kind of a little bit more on what we've seen. But I've been on this KCG Chaos run, right? We have watched him in several leagues. We've watched him in several games. And there has been some absolute standouts. I mean, what do you think, Sporty? Are you going to take away our analyst role after these ones?
Well, we'll see about that. It depends how these teams play tonight. The real thing I'm interested in is that Creation Station 4-0, but I think we'll talk about that when we get to their series later tonight. And speaking of series later tonight, we got to talk about the series that are coming up tonight. We're going to go through this quickly here, but for both of you, is there any one series tonight that you're looking at to be the series tonight, the headliner?
For me, specifically, I think it's going to be game number 1, right? You talked about it being this dark horse that PAWS up is looking to kind of get that dominance over. And, I mean, you got to have some ball knowledge here, right? They made it to the quarterfinals. They've got the gumption. They've taken on some big teams. I think, for me, highlight's going to be this first one.
All right. I'm with you there, my friend, but the backup. Number 4, Creation Station versus 100X Knight. This is the matchup, the rematch from Season 7 Grand Final, or the previous season Grand Finals, and this is a discipline test. If 100X Knight stays composed, they will win on structure, but I tell you, I had Creation Station going all the way. They get you rotating weird, you'll see double commits and just panic, and that is where the pressure can creep in, my friend. That is going to be a great game.
I think if I were to add one more thing afterwards as well, I think the team I want to look at tonight here is KCG Chaos specifically. That team last season had a terrible pull. They had to play against Shawnee State, which is now the PAWS up roster. I think is going to win this whole thing. Had to play them in the quarterfinals. It went to game 7. That was the only match last season in the top 8 that went the full distance. KCG Chaos have never done better than top 4. If there's any team I want to see really perform in this bracket, it's KCG Chaos, because I think that team so far has had 2 brackets where they've lost to champions or teams that could have been champions. Tonight, and this bracket, while PAWS up is still in the same side of the bracket as them, for them at least, they get a little bit more time to prepare and set up, and who knows, maybe tonight and tomorrow is KCG Chaos's evening, but other than that, we're getting right into our first series here. We've already talked about all the matches. Let's now talk about one match, our first one of the evening. PAWS up, Dino Sqaud. And yes, Dino Sqaud is spelled correctly. No, don't spell check me. It is correct. This team's having some fun here, and to be fair, they've had a lot of fun. The regular season going 3-3, a pretty ugly record, but what's not ugly is that top 12 performance that they've had in the Swiss qualifiers, and then the final bracket, 4-0 over Beantop to get to this point. And that was a Beantop team that actually made things tough for PAWS up. They took them to game 6 on this channel. They made things tough, and for PAWS up, while they are undefeated throughout not the only regular season going 6-0, but also through playoffs going 2-0, you can't deny that this Dino Sqaud team is a dark horse, and yet a dark horse that's been playing really well in playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big part of it as well, right? Because when we're in playoffs, this is where that magic happens. This is getting to that do or die time, right? And these players, they're demonstrating here that they've been able to get it done. Honestly, I know that we talked about some of these other games as being games of the day here, but I think this one can potentially have the most impact, right? If Dino goes on a run, if they're able to do it and take PAWS up out, then I think my bracket starts to look a little bit more feasible.
Yeah, you definitely mentioned that.
I was going to say the same thing. Dino Sqaud, they're streaky but dangerous, my friend. Up against PAWS, though, when you talk about 6-0 and only dropping 1 map across the entire Swiss stage, that is a team that is very dangerous to beat.
And I think for Pause Up, one of the things that is going to be interesting about this team is from last season. They lost in the semifinals last season. They lost against the 100X Knights, the team that, again, has won the last 2 seasons. I think for Pause Up, the one thing they're looking at here is to get that rematch against Knight. In one way or another, play them in the finals. I think Pause Up wants that challenge. They want that attempt. And to be fair, this is a team that last season had some slight roster issues. They originally were Slayer, Taco Stash, and a little no name of Royals, if you guys know who Royals is in South America. That was on their roster last season. He left, had to make way for Adverse, who is still on the team this season. They've got Spooky, and they've added in another little known player known as Pigeon. Now, I quite know Pigeon quite well because he's on Team Silence, the org that I've streamed for in the RLCS, but Pigeon is X-ranked. This is a guy who's made top 8 in the RLCS. He's a player that is extremely qualified. I really think that for Pause Up this season, they're playing all the stops. They're adding in Pigeon, who I think I would consider the best player, the most well-known player in this tournament. They're really making sure that this season is the season that they win or they go bust. And realistically, with Pigeon on your roster, if they're choosing to play Pigeon tonight, or if they're just going to play the Shawnee State University side of Taco Stash, Slayer, and Spooky, you can't go wrong with this team.
Yeah, a couple of known quantities, and I think that's part of what makes the difference. Here's the thing that will stand out, though. When we've been watching KCG Chaos throughout this series, and yeah, you said they've had some tough games, and they've come through on top. We're looking at disruption factor, something that Zek and I talked about on a bunch of these games, especially early on, especially when we get into these best of sevens, is how do you have that disruption factor? So looking at those demos, looking at those kills and some of the stats on that, there's some standouts, there's some highlights there, and I think if that's what shines through, then we could see some dark horse upsets for sure.
Man, I am excited for this. I think I'm jittery in a lot of ways, but I'm really looking forward to what tonight brings. Now, if I'm not wrong, I think all of us have Pause Up winning this series, but all of us have been talking about the Dino Sqaud team. You can't deny that this team has deserved their spot. Again, sweeping Bean Top is not exactly easy to do. But all of us, I think, have Dino Sqaud taking a game or two tonight as well. And Ron, you have them taking 2 games in this quarterfinals. Talk me through that. What do you think is going to be the keys to success for Dino Sqaud? I don't think we need to talk about what Pause Up needs to do because this is a team that is favored to win. What does Dino Sqaud need to do to take down the Juggernauts?
Yeah, great question. Mint, he's the guy. If Dino wins, it's probably off the back of Mint buying time, absorbing pressure. Mint's got 19 saves in the series so far, really looking very good. And then, you know what, Ashura, 8 goals, 5 assists. I mean, he's the guy that can maybe create something, be that engine that drives that team forward. So Dino Sqaud, though, this is a patient series. They have got to limit to those counterattacks goals, force Pause Up into long possessions. And it's a simple path, but it is brutal. They have to survive those first 2 games, keep it close, and maybe make this Pause Up team feel a little bit of pressure for the first time.
Yeah, and I think one thing to mention as well from the last series they played, because I was able to stream that last series they played, Nueve on that roster is going to be a huge important factor as well. I think he had 100% goal participation from games 2 through 4. So if not, it was about as close to 100% as it could have been. This is a guy who just is involved in just about everything as well. So he's going to be really important for this team because simply put, this team would not be here without that kind of performance from a player like Nueve, who coming in this thing is a complete unknown. This whole team is a complete unknown. In fact, of the 21 teams signed up, they're seed, I believe, number 20. So should I tell you just how weird of a factor it is that this team's made it, being seed 20, the second lowest seed, and yet making it this far. This is a team that's really been a playoff contender. Not so much a regular season contender. 3-3 is not a great record to have. This is a playoff contender team. They've really have held all their punches until that final bracket, until the playoff situation. This team is going to be fun to watch, Dino Sqaud, because they've got really good chemistry. Against Pause Up, we'll see if that's the case. I've already heard that Pause Up is not playing with the Shawnee State team. They are playing with Pigeon after all, so it's going to be Pigeon, Slayer, and Taco Stash, I would guess, that's playing tonight. And with that known, chemistry is going to be a bit of a question. Pigeon's not normally on this roster. He was only added in for this playoff bracket, so that they would have a well-known name. I think the question I have to ask, coming into this thing is, do you think chemistry is going to be, the way to win for Dino Sqaud here?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, right? That's kind of what we get into almost every single cast that we're talking about is a team that is well coordinated, that has got good cams, and that has a direct focus on fundamentals is going to go huge. When there's a disruption to that, whether it's on the roster, whether it's on potentially some of your fundamentals getting up, your passing lanes getting screwed over, your demolitions coming through, absolutely, chemistry is going to play a huge part in this. And then after that chemistry, then it's going to break down into some of those fundamental battles. Who's winning the boost battle early? Who's getting the ball into the clear space? Who's able to convert that pressure? We talk a lot about that Gatling gun of pressure, just as many goals on shots towards the goal as you can. And that's going to all break down to some goalie consistency, which again is going to come back to some of those comps, which can be swerved by the chemistry. I think it's going to play a huge factor here tonight.
Well,
All right.
pause up on the other side. WhiskeyRun, we haven't been able to talk with you a lot, but you've at least been able to pay attention to the WhiskeyRun team. Is there someone on this team that needs to perform well? Because again, there's no easy matches anymore. It's top 8. We're talking as if Pause Up have won this thing. They haven't. They still got to play this best of 7. Who is it on Pause Up, Slayer, Taco Stash, or Pigeon that you think needs to show up the most tonight?
To me, definitely Taco Stash. He is that guy that they need to be watching out for because honestly, on fire, he's one of those that has been just insane to watch. And the thing we got to watch here is if a team is holding on to possession more than 55% in consecutive games, that's a tell. They are dictating a pace, and every goal here feels like a little bit of a momentum investment. This bracket is too tight right now to give any points back. And so I said Taco, he's the guy, 12 goals, 15 saves. He scores and he cleans up the mistakes that the rest of this team is making. He's the guy that needs to stay locked in.
Well, it seems like we're closing in on the match. Let's get some final predictions in before we send things over to the casters and to our first series of the night. I know all of us have Pause Up winning this, and I think all of us have 4-1 except for a 4-2. I think it was from, I want to say Glitter who had the 4-2 as well. But let's just reiterate what our predictions are one last time so that everybody in the audience who just joined now knows. Let's start with WhiskeyRun. We'll go down the line from right to left. Ron, who do you have winning this thing by how much?
Yeah, Pause Up is taking this one. That was my early pick here for this team. Really felt like they were going to be the ones that could pull this off. I have them taking it 4-2, so Dino Sqaud has got a little bit to be able to hold on to.
We'll go to Glitter now. Do you have anything that you want to... It seems like Glitter left us. I don't know if Glitter, if you're still here or not, but do you have any predictions? Do you have any predictions for us on this upcoming series?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, big dogs here. It is kind of a David versus Goliath situation, and I'm pretty sure, unless they get disruption early, I'm pretty sure Pause Up is taking this one 4-1.
And all right, and I also have a 4-1 as well for Pause Up. As we are talking, it seems like we are going to get things started in maybe a few minutes later than expected. It seems like Dino Sqaud right now is still trying to get everybody in the lobby. But while we do that, we're going to go send it over to our casters. Araufbeastrl and CherryJ, they'll be taking over for the first series of 4 tonight. We'll see you all on the pitch.
Sorry. Afraid you guys can hear me, but we do have a very, very exciting matchup for you guys today. Dino Sqaud versus Pause Up. Definitely gonna be an absolute banger to kick off Friday here tonight. How do you feel about this series, Cherry?
Yeah, I'm coming into this matchup, and as the desk did say, it's certainly going to be a bit of a David versus Goliath. You got Pigeon from Team Silence making their way onto the pitch. Hopefully, we'll see a relatively close one. I like the optimism on that 4-2 prediction. Whether or not that's going to come true, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled, as it's certainly going to be a good game for the ages.
Yeah, Pause Up still a very, very good team. I don't think they're yet to drop a game, so very well might be them able to take the series pretty fairly, maybe a 4-1 arguably, but honestly, I do think it's going to be a little bit of a fight from Dino Sqaud if they can manage to get a hold of the rotations of Pause Up. Pause Up still, I understand they may be like the number 1 team here, but sometimes the Titans can fall. We've seen it happen before in other leagues and other, I could say, realms of Rocket League. It could happen here tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt. Certainly hoping that we will be seeing a bit of an upset when you come this close. It's really disappointing when you do end up falling down in the end. So ideally, we'll be seeing a close matchup that will go the distance, but I will have to go with what our desk kind of predicted that 4-1, 4-0 will more likely than not be that end-all result. But as we do get on over, what do you think? You got any predictions of your own?
I'm just gonna still stick with the desk here. It's gonna probably be a 4-1. It could arguably be a 4-2 for PAWS up if Dino Sqaud can manage to get a little bit of early momentum, manage to surprise PAWS up here. But again, PAWS up, they're 6-0 for a reason. It's gonna be hard to pick against them.
There will be some kind of contestation going on, and just to kind of get your thoughts before we head on into game, right? How do you kind of expect the rest of this bracket to play out? Because we got a hefty amount of quarterfinals on the docket for tonight. I know me and you are going to be going on for some more later, but just for the kind of an overall arching estimate, who do you got winning this bracket?
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one. I've actually got a couple of ties in some of the teams here. I know KCG Chaos have been able to have the opportunity to cast for them last year for the LCQ. They are such a wonderful squad. Actually, able to get a game off of a couple of good players there in day 2 in their run. So they have the opportunity to be able to play well and be the ones to take it all. But at the same time, it's hard to pick against PAWS up. They've got Pigeon, for crying out loud, that's going to be on that roster. And even still, that Shawnee State roster alone is just absolutely just is astounding the way they can play. I don't know how you pick against them to win as well.
I mean, personally, when you kind of consider who's playing within this tournament, who's going to be joining the rosters on each and every team, there's nobody that looks more impressive on paper than this PAWS Up squad, in my opinion. So we're going to see what they do have up for us. There's a couple other individuals that I do kind of look towards as maybe some contenders. 100x35 Knight with Perscope. Perscope certainly a player who I've seen create some real dominance in the past, as well as Chip, both of which have been playing in that solo cup, making strides, looking good. And so SP Starbreakers, same situation. Maybe we'll be seeing some kind of competition from them, but overall, this is a PAWS Up bracket to win in the way that I'm seeing it, at least. And even when you kind of look towards how their game did go, right? Group A was their playground, and they went perfectly through it.
Yeah, the biggest thing, though, you've got to consider, too, is just the way that the series is going to go. Whenever you get towards the middle of the series, it's not about how you perform at the beginning. You've got to be able to perform the entire way through. If PAWS Up are going to give the timeout opportunity for Dino Sqaud. Dino Sqaud could air them a new one there to force possibly game 6 or even game 7. Timeouts are really, really, really crucial. We've seen it a lot in the bigger leagues. I've watched a lot of RLCS myself. Usually they have the timeout buff, and the timeout buff is no joke.
Yeah, being able to kind of get to your hands together, that always is nice. Ideally, PAWS Up, they won't need that, as they have that roster full of talent that's been in these kind of rough situations. So in case something does go awry, hopefully they will have that mental recovery before anything is needed. And if you're on that Dino B squad, after 4-0 against being top, they might be on a little bit of a decline in terms of knowing when to take that pause. And so if that's kind of the case, if they do just kind of keep going head first into these situations, that could definitely lead to a bit of a downfall. And ideally, we would like to see this game stay close. However, if they can't make it happen, it could be rough, as their game against Bean certainly was dominant, to say the least. We saw 5-2 come out on Forbidden Temple, really just showcasing the fact that, yeah, they are a team to be reckoned with, right? When they start hot, they will continue to leverage that lead and continue to score goals no matter the case. So ideally, I'm looking towards them as a team that if they can get ahead, then yeah, I'll really be rooting for them. But the question becomes, will they be able to get ahead? They had a strong showing, right? They took a forfeit win and then a 4-2 win against the SP Starbreakers, who are currently still within this bracket after a win against the Miku Minions. So they're playing against high-level teams, but can they continue to showcase that dominance against these higher-level teams and be able to kind of translate that into a victory.
That's kind of what also makes this bracket the bracket of death. You have so many contenders on this side. You have KCG Chaos who can go all the way and do it. You have PAWS Up, who's proven with the way they've been able to run this series. The only real threat I at least see on the other half is going to be that 100x35 night. So KCG Chaos and PAWS Up, they're pretty much the winner of the semifinals, could be the winner of the entire tournament. 100x35 night, gonna have to look the other way, look on the other side of the bracket to try and see how it rolls out. Looks like we are gonna be having a game 1 forfeit from Dino Sqaud, though, so a little bit more on the unfortunate end of things as we try to keep things up, get ready to get things started.
Yeah, it's really tragic, right? Having a forfeit because I guess players didn't get here in time. More likely than not was the case. Couldn't tell you if that's a confirmation or not, but yeah, PAWS Up. They have a strong showing, right? They came in from Group A, went 8-3 in their game record, a +5 game differential, really just displaying some confidence that has to be known throughout the lands. And ideally, I'm kind of looking for them to be able to follow through with that. Having a bye within game 1 does kind of beg the question of, will they be kind of warmed up for this matchup? As obviously Dino Sqaud having to play through round 1. It does kind of beg some questions. That could be some major copium on my end. I'm a bit of a VCT enjoyer. Not sure if you're familiar too much, but obviously whenever I watch something like Masters Toronto, it certainly does seem to favor those kind of teams that have to play a little bit farther through the bracket. And so I'm going to cope and say that maybe that'll give Dino Sqaud a bit more potential coming into this matchup.
Yes, but we're going to go ahead to break here. A little unfortunate for things to start out this way, but we will be back soon. Don't go anywhere, folks.
In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
shots, then you flinch at the touch. I went quiet, you thought that you'd won. Funny thing, game's already done. They don't shut me up, silence still cuts deep enough. You can turn me down, but I still get louder. They don't shut me up, every scar is proof I stuck. You can take your bow, I'm the hidden winner. In it for the background. In it for the background. You need crowds just to feel that high. I need breath just to choose my side. I lost you, but I found my skin. Say I'm gone, watch me still get in. They don't shut me up, silence still cuts deep enough. You can turn me down, but I still get louder. They don't shut me up, every scar is proof I stuck. You can take your bow, I'm the hidden winner. In it, in the background. Winner in the background. Say what you want, I heard it all. You raise your voice, I raise the bar. You dim my light, I learned to glow. I learned to glow in the dark. Winner in the background.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Ascend Tournament Series. We are finally going to kick things off here. We have still on the screen, it's going to be Dino Sqaud versus PAWS Up. Definitely going to be a very interesting series, as we said before, but it looks like we're finally going to get things started. Cherry, how excited are you for this series now that we get to see it?
Oh, I'm super, super excited. We're coming on hot as we got two teams joining us. There's going to be that one game differential, unfortunately, for the Dino Sqaud, as they got to miss that window to join in. And because they were, I think it was like 10 minutes late or something, they are going to have to start down 1-0. So hopefully that will be something they can bounce back from and make this game competitive. But we'll have to wait and see as PAWS Up starts off. Kickoffs here. Araufbeastrl, we're heading straight on in.
And it's already PAWS Up coming up with the heat here. Pigeon absolutely launching that one forward, trying to find that third. But PAWS Up definitely very excited to take this series on, and it is not really going to be as much of a surprise with the amount of pressure they're already putting on here onto Dino Sqaud.
It's already the pressure up as they're playing that defense nicely. Hopefully they'll continue as it is over to Slayer, sending it high. Can they make something happen as they look to go around the world, cross it down? Jade steals it away. Open net possibly. Is everyone playing low? Not just yet though. Demo does come online. Pass over. Sends it into... Oh, it's Taco's Tash. Taking it all down. Araufbeastrl, it's certainly a tone to open this game off with. And PAWS Up is really delivering it nicely.
Yeah, a little bit of a tighter angle there from Taco Stash. Not exactly what anybody was expecting on the side of Dino Sqaud, but give them a little bit of credit. Tried to make things close. It's a great bump attempt from Pigeon, but is it going to work? Taco Stash couldn't find the angle, and now PAWS Up. Got to be a little bit more careful. Oh, Sqaud does get it downfield. It's already Dino Sqaud looking to go back on the counterattack. Pigeon does keep things under control. It's still in the midfield. So PAWS Up still looking to take control of game 2 here. Pigeon not exactly where he wanted it, so be all the way back to the blue half. And now PAWS Up having to find the reset. Jade, he's gonna find the shot, but saved away by Pigeon.
Nice attempt to say the least, as they want to continue. The ball chase unable to go their way, as Dino Sqaud still heavily inputted up towards enemy territory, goes back towards the midfield, as Jade sends it over to the right. Can they make it in? Answer no, as Pigeon will have a nice block to collapse any real chances as it heads over back towards Slayer. Let's see what they can find, as they have Taco Stash waiting. Unfortunately, will just get misdirected as it sends over. Pigeon might not have something nice here, but It is just a little bit unfortunate. Taco, there's an open net in Pigeon. Phenomenal pass goes over right into their hands.
And this falls a little bit into the miscue on the rotation from the side of Dino Squad. Pigeon just all over the midfield for that infield pass. And nobody home. And it's going to be another goal here for PAWS up to get this one started. Only 2 minutes in. And now Jade looking to try and at least find something. Didn't have the boost to get to it, so Pigeon does have control. Still has it around another, but it's as far as he gets it. It's Sqaud who does pick it up, looking to try and get this goal. Has it reached the inside? Dunked everybody, dunked the crossbar, and it's the first goal for Dino Squad.
They're putting themselves on the board. They're looking nice despite the David versus Goliath that the analysts had kind of brought in as the real tone to be set for this game. They're going to be making it work in their favor as Taco Stash is absolutely fine in victory, but it's still Dino Squad that's making that comeback, right? Facilitating these engagements. We've seen Taco Stash kind of defining all these passes, and it's been working really, really well. But as of now, 2 minutes and 40, halfway through this game, and Dino Squad only 1 goal away. It's ridiculously close, and as this game does kind of stay in that equilibrium, we'll see who's going to be the first ones to either find it or go and really steal away this lead.
And it is PAWS up still looking very much like that Goliath here. They still have the lead. They still have control. Possession almost everywhere you turn, but it's still Dino Squad looking to try and play spoiler, looking to play surprise. So Sqaud off the ceiling, couldn't find around Slayer though, so it's gonna keep on finding its way forward. Dino Squad still trying to find the equalizer here. Taco Stash, not enough boost, but it is Slayer that does pick it up, looking to get the central. Great clear from Jade. Pigeon having to get this over to the wall just to keep it close for PAWS up, but PAWS up still not giving up. They're continuing to go on the offensive here. Slayer downfield. Jade is up for the clear, but that's gonna go as far as the corner. Pigeon still trying to find it away. Sqaud does have it, but as again back to Pigeon. Air dribble, try to fake his way through, but Soul read it well.
This demo comes out, limits the offense that PAWS up is able to utilize. Pigeon dropping this ball downwards, but it is going to be a little bit of a weak touch. Continued back on through though. PAWS up still staying alive, staying healthy. Oh, goes back over. A nice bump will leave Dino Squad's offense in shambles. And PAWS up just continuing to deliver this offense as we see the ball looming overhead. Could possibly be able to make something happen in the corner, but not just yet, as it is going to be Jade who starts off with it. Goes back over to Pigeon, who's going to be able to hit the backboard, and really utilizing that physicality. Pigeon will send it very, very far back into enemy territory. Hits the backboard of Dino Squad. Unfortunately, that follow-up just won't happen.
And Dino Squad still trying to find a way through. They've had a little bit of pressure here and there, but it's been PAWS up. It's been in control this entire game. One here, Slayer. He couldn't find the touch, so Sqaud will take advantage. Has the air dribble. Trying to get around Pigeon. Pigeon is up, but it's back to Soul. He looks for the double. He can't get it. It's a perfect pass to Jade. A little misdirection going to work in their favor. And now we're tied at 2.
Yeah, who would have expected that one? Dino Squad comes back. 27 seconds remaining. Almost saw a block to come through, but it's just a little bit too low. The tempo not high enough for anyone involved in the action. As PAWS up now, no goal lead. Dino Squad has completely found their way back into this matchup, as they haven't been able to discover a lead in this game, but they've certainly been able to keep up, to say the least. PAWS up, final attack of the game, perhaps before regulation ends, as everyone now placed on the offense. Pigeon, last attempt. Can they make it happen? Goes down, passes over, sends it back. All right, Sqaud tries to make something out of nothing, but it is going to require a real miracle if they want to be able to keep this ball up. Answers no as we go into overtime in game 1 of the quarterfinals.
It's going to be interesting to see how both these teams do adjust. Now that we're in overtime, now it actually seems a little bit more equal than we probably would have thought to begin with here. Pigeon back downfield. Slayer, he's up, but Jade got the read. Sqaud now looking for a way around. How to get around Taco Stash. How to get around Pigeon's a great demo from Slayer to keep the attack from being even more potent than it could have been. And now Slayer looking for a downfield. Jade is there though, so this one's still going to be somewhat in favor of Dino Squad. But Taco Stash, he's there. He's got a Central Slayer. He's there. It's a goal for Slayer. And game 2, gonna follow PAWS up.
Game 2, PAWS up after finding their first one based off of a forfeit. It got close, to say the least, 35 seconds plus in overtime. But it will just be the PAWS up roster to send it home. Now 2 games away from finding their victory, 2 games away from moving on to the semifinals. And we'll see if they're going to be able to find it. But right now, it certainly looks, Araufbeastrl, like they're going to have a bit of a tough game on their hands, as Dino Sqaud really put up numbers, able to find overtime, securing a really strong game. You look towards these stat lines, lots of opportunities created for the team, as they have 7 shots between the team, and PAWS up actually having less despite scoring more goals.
And that just goes more into the consistency of PAWS up as well. You want to be able to have that consistency against a team like Dino Sqaud. The way they've played so far has been immaculate. Not as immaculate as we could have predicted. It was a 3-2 having to go to overtime after all. But Dino Sqaud, the way they performed there in game 2 definitely could prove that this series definitely is long from over. PAWS up, not going to get a free D.
They entered this with a substitute, and it seems like they will be paying off because of it. Dino Sqaud really putting up some decent numbers. We'll see whether or not they will continue. It is going over to game 3. If they go down to series point this early, that really would be a tragedy, to say the least, as I would like to see this get a little bit further. But if they do go down 3-0, I would expect that this series would be ending relatively swiftly after.
Yeah, but no more waiting here. Game 3 finally here. Dino Sqaud looking for a little bit more revenge on this one here. That game 2 getting away from them just a little bit. Their Slayer almost finding his way through, but Taco Stash, oh, so close. But again, the way that this Dino Sqaud team has been playing here in this series, it's not going to be an easy effort here for PAWS up. They've got to bring their all if they want to be able to take this series. And Jade, he almost found a way through. Pigeon, luckily, there in time. And now PAWS up looking to continue going here. It's easy. Couldn't get around Taco Stash, though, and the first goal going to go to PAWS up.
Taco Stash able to deliver the first one off of a pass to themselves. It's some just stellar work coming on in from that verticality, working their magic as Dino Sqaud. They've been in this situation before where they have to play catch-up. They've consistently been able to make it work until the very end when we saw them go down 35 seconds into overtime. But as PAWS up continues to kind of showcase some decent work, we'll see what they can find, as a nice shot does get instantly bumped up. Soul tries to make something out of nothing, but it will just be collapsed upon. PAWS up, staying to try and build the offense, goes in for it, but Pigeon a little bit too late. His Soul is able to send it right back to the corner. Pigeon once more trying to fight in height, but it is still Taco Stash who's able to get the reset on the boost and now sends it back on over. Dino Sqaud keeping possession. Can they make something?
It's a great demo on to Taco Stash as well. Soul just trying to find a way to clear the lanes, but it's not working yet. Pigeon back on this one. Jade just trying to rip it away, but PAWS up, not relenting. They have this lead. They don't want to give it up. They don't want to give Dino Sqaud any chances they knew they were given in game 2 here. Slayer trying to find his way through almost everybody on the side of Dino Sqaud on the low boost. Pigeon now trying to force the 50 from the corner. Jade back on this. This is a great read from Pigeon. Slayer trying to put this forward. He has no boost. It's still mid though. Taco Stash for the shot. That's going to be a target, but saved away by Jade. Jade continuing the pressure up. Slayer having to cut in just to keep this from going to the blue half. Soul trying to look away around Pigeon. Got it around Pigeon. It's open. Pigeon didn't expect the touch. Soul, he's going to find the equalizer.
The dribble just is absolutely immaculate. Soul sends it to the left, and that read goes absolutely up in smoke as Dino Sqaud is able to find that back and forth consistency has been the name of the game for this roster, and they're going to continue it up as Slayer tries to make something happen. Jade keeping it alive, keeping it aggressive. Reset on the boost looks nice for them as well, as they're still going to be working so much magic.
Yeah, this PAWS up just trying to look for a little bit of a cheeky play there, but it goes the other way. Jade now looking to find a way to take the lead. Pigeon does have it, looking around. Sqaud didn't need the bump, but it's going to go as far as the corner. Soul, I'm going to get around, but Taco Stash is there immediately for the follow-up. got the bump on one. Slayer trying to find his way through, but that's going to be denied. Sqaud going to take his time, though. Got the fake around one, but you've still got to be careful. Pigeon still there, still looking for the pass. It's going to be cleared away. And now, Pulse Up going to have to go on the defense here if they want a chance to stay in this one.
Right at this point, whoever takes this next goal will really be in the forefront for this matchup. As the offense alive, the double commit seen and gets snuffed out as now Dino Sqaud back on the defense. Taco Stash attempting to make something happen. 81 boost for Pigeon. Gonna go back on over as the challenge mid-air. Slayer unable to do anything. Pigeon sends it back, goes over. Taco Stash having everything, but it will just hit the top of the backboard. Oh, that's unfortunate to say the least. As now it goes right back on in. Can they keep this midfield contested? Answer yes, as Dino Squad's gonna win out, at least for the time being. Reset for Pigeon on the boost. Soul tries to make something, but Taco Stash continuously getting stolen away from, as it will remain. Pigeon looking to try and make something. It's still Slayer for the second touch. Goes down, goes in.
It's absolutely beautiful there from Pulse Up. Look at the way this played out. It's just absolute brutal force coming from Pulse Up. Demo, bump, Demo. Just forced in the ball where they want it, when they want it. And that's what got the goal for them here, got them the lead. And now they're going to have to keep going into this with that one nearly being the one to secure it all here in game 3. But luckily, Sqaud did get there in time to deny it. Jay now looking to find the equalizer. That one's cleared away by Pigeon. And now Paul's up with almost a minute remaining, looking to try and put the final dagger in game 3.
Taco Stash hits it against the back once more. Slayer attempting to make something. It is going to be sitting in wake. Nice shot, hits it center. No follow-up is available, though, as it is Sqaud once more. Hits a reset on the boost, a little bit of a steal. No real necessary need for that boost to go their way. Slayer, great touch, keeping it out of pocket. Alrighty, Pigeon, Taco Stash, both working highly up, scaling the field, but it is just going to go back over. Dino Sqaud still in that 1 goal deficit. This was around the time where they were able to secure a goal in the last game, but can they do it again? Can they bring this back over to overtime?
Yeah, it might not. Oh, almost gonna curse myself there, but again, it may not be as likely. The pressure is still up from Dino Sqaud, but the defense just taking their time here from Paul's Up. The clock starting to tick away. Less than 5 seconds remaining. Pigeon gonna keep this one up. Taco Stash looking to secure the series. Time is officially out. It's a great reset, but it's gonna drop, and Paul's Up gonna take this game as well.
Doing it all goes up. Series point is theirs, as Paws Up one more game away from securing their ticket to the semifinals, as it really was such a dominant game number 3, game number 2, both. I completely take that back. It was not dominant, and really either of them. Both went down to the wire. We saw 2-1 and a 3-2. Both of which looked very, very close. And ironically enough, Dino Sqaud right there, whole game has been playing that defense. You look towards these stat lines, Araufbeastrl, it's 6 saves between the lot of them, with only 1 goal, and that goal being on their lowest score player. So that's a little bit ironic in its own right. Just goes to show this team really played to play that defense instead of being proactive.
Yeah, just to prove how confident Dino Sqaud is for a chance to be able to come back, looks like they aren't going to call the timeout yet. And again, we talk about this series. It is 3-0 right now, but it's not been close. It's actually been close. It's not been an absolute threat win from Paws Up. Paws Up still looking ever so dominant. Each one being only a 1-goal game last game. More so game 2, that one going to overtime, and the recent one that we just saw play out, that one still was close. It was a Paws Up goal that had to put them up late to be able to take that one. But here we go, game 4, ready to go down here. Let's get into it, Cherry.
Yeah, Paws Up is looking good. Ideally speaking, we will just kind of have to wait to see what they do end up bringing for us. Pigeon sends it down. Stays over. Aggressive name of the game. Taco Stash. That second touch might have just been lethal to their play, as they almost had that follow-up available from somebody with a better angle to make the touch, but unfortunately getting slammed into the ball. Taco Stash just had the opportunity stolen away from them to get that goal done and dusted. As we do see this ball going the opposite way, Dino Sqaud just going to look to try and make something happen, as they have a bit of opportunity to play the defense well. We've seen him consistently doing that, as that repetition's been working for them, at least to an extent. They haven't had any insurmountable leads go against them just yet. And this might be the first goal to finally go in their favor. Soul sent it in from that half field mark. Araufbeastrl, we might finally be seeing signs of life.
Speaking of which, this is also, if I'm not mistaken, the first lead Dino Sqaud has had in this entire series. So definitely very, very interesting outlook here for PAWS up there. Now, for the first time, going to have to be playing from behind here if they want a chance to be able to make the semifinals. Jade punching this one away. Sqaud is there in time. Got it off the ceiling. Jade looking to try and secure this game even further, but Taco Stash was there in time. And now, Pigeon from the corner, looking for the pass to himself, looking to try and keep the pressure up. PAWS up, needing something here if they want a chance to make the comeback here, but Soul does deny him, gets it clear downfield. Slayer still trying to find it around, but it's been so awkward here for PAWS up. Pigeon back downfield looking for Slayer, but Sqaud immediately able to make the jump. Taco Stash finally gets it to the midfield, and so has to cut in just to get this one close. Pigeon try to get the pre-jump, couldn't land it though, and Jade does carry it away.
It's still looking like Dino Sqaud has some fight in them. They've made every game they've played tonight close. Can they do it one more time? Sentai almost able to score that second one if some possibility for the follow-up came into action, but as Pigeon sends it right past Sqaud, they need to play the defense, and it will be done as they force it against the crossbar, sends it back to the corner. Pigeon trying to make something happen. Slayer's going to be the one to make the touch and send it back over. Pigeon, next one on the touch, brings it center. Can Taco Stash get the follow-up? Answer seems to be no as they send it up. Look to try and get something done, but a good work from the physicality will keep that ball back over to the side, not giving any chances for PAWS up to make that equalizer just yet.
Pigeon already looking to try and find his way through. Had to get it around, so this could be open. It could be an opportunity, but Taco Stash there in time. It looked a little bit dangerous, a little bit bleak there for PAWS up. Taco Stash to Pigeon. That shot's on target, but saved away. Slayer, he can't find his way through. And the defense on another level here from Dino Sqaud, able to somehow keep PAWS up, practically the front runner to win the entire tournament itself. But finally, they find their way through. Taco Stash gonna get a goal for himself here.
Certainly showing some dominance as Pigeon gonna give it right on over, and they make this work. PAWS up, finally finding that equalizer after being down the majority of this game. 2 minutes remain, and Dino Sqaud still gonna have to butt their heads against the wall, try and find some kind of answer, as so far it's been relatively difficult for them to be able to keep that lead alive. And as now that is no longer the case, let's see what they do make to really try and turn this series around. On series point, this is exactly when you need to do it. And I was kind of assuming Araufbeastrl that this wouldn't even be the case. I didn't think that they would have this fight in them after being down 3-0, but I have been mistaken for the best. But this might just be it, as Taco Stash drives it home. There's the second goal to put them back in the lead.
That's kind of the thing that you kind of have to be a bit careful with. You can't be as careless on the defense there. You can't be a little bit too pushed up. Unfortunately, Dino Sqaud couldn't really come away with it. It was a little bit more open than they would have wanted, but still another opportunity here to try and get the lead back. Sqaud looking for the musty here to get this one centered a little bit too high over the crossbar there. Sqaud though still trying to find his way through, so did get the read forward. Slayer having to jump up to get the clear. It is all the way back downfield. JD couldn't get a Taco Stash. Couldn't put a central. And now PAWS up, looking to have to find a way to keep this one close. It could be anybody's game here. Dino Sqaud only down a goal. That one's getting close, but Taco Stash does get the clear away.
Keeping this in their favor. Looking to book their tickets up to the semifinals. One game away from guaranteeing a $100 prize. 30 seconds remain. Can they do it? Oh, it's a close one. And Paws Up almost finds their third. Will be a little bit too far, just away mere inches from the goal line. Let's see what they can find on the side of Dino Sqaud. They start the offense, but everyone runs back, swarms the defense, swarms the penalty box like flies as Paws Up. That final chance, it's still alive as they keep it here and now. But as Pigeon will be the one to send it over, Taco Stash continues. They send the nail in the coffin to find their way on up. A 3-1 finale gives them game 4.
And this is the scary part here. Paws Up looking very likely to take the series. Dino Sqaud gonna have to send the house twice. Hope they get the kickoff goal here with time on the clock, and then they'll have to do it again. It looks like they won't have time here. Slayer gonna kill time. Taco Stash gonna let it drop, and Paws Up gonna take the game here.
That'll do it. I mean, we expected Paws Up to be a favorite in this game. A decent bit of us were expecting this game to go the distance to 4-1, 4-2. Some of us were expecting that 4-0, and it does seem in the end, Paws Up will keep that stainless record within the ATS stainless as that 2-0 in the group stage comes on through to the playoffs as they find their first victory here in the quarterfinals.
And that's the interesting thing. Again, we saw that game 4 there. It was very, very close up until the end, able to extend the lead when it mattered most to kill any chance that Dino Sqaud had to be able to try to make the comeback. But unfortunately, a great 4-0 win here for Paws Up. Gonna end things here for Dino Sqaud. Paws Up gonna make it to the semifinals. But coming up, gonna be a very, very interesting series here. We've got KCG Chaos against, if I am not mistaken, it is going to be SP Starbreakers. Going to be a very, very exciting series for you guys, folks. We'll be back after the break.
Still the final winner. Winner, back. I do need you. Ooh, I love you. I do need you. 생각해 또 나도 몰라 what did I do so wrong 다 비슷하게 살아가는데 꿈은 이뤄지는 게 아니라 꾸는 거라 생각하며 살아왔지 아무것도 아닌 나에겐 누가 말해줬지 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어 진짜 잘해 이젠 나도 할래 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘 Sometimes I don't know what to do am I doing it right 마냥 나이만 먹어가는 걸까 다 잘하는 사람이 되고 싶어 똑같이 하는 건 재미가 없잖아 아무것도 아닌 나에겐 누가 말해줬지 진짜 원하면 언젠간 되지 말만 잘하는 사람이 되기 싫어 진짜 잘해 이젠 나도 할래 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 Gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘 믿어볼래 이젠 해낼 수 있어 믿어볼래 이젠 해낼 수 있어 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 우리가 해냈다고 다 고개를 끄덕일 수 있게 I'm gonna be a legend We're gonna be a legend 그때까지 나랑 같이 갈래 손을 잡아줘
And we are back tonight. This is going to be great for all of you. KCG Chaos takes on SP Solus Path Starbreakers next. But before we got to talk about that, we're going to talk about our last series. It was a bit of a surprise for all of us if we took a look at our bracket, but maybe not in the way that we were expecting or any of you were expecting. PAWS Up did win, but a 4-0 sweep. Every match was close here. WhiskeyGlitter, I can't pronounce names, and WhiskeyRun. It was close. Every single game was seemingly like a 1 or 2 goal difference here. It was close. We all expected Dino Sqaud to do well. They just couldn't get a game off them here. And Glitter, we saw them. We expected them to do well. I think nobody, at least none of us, were expecting a sweep. And yet, Dino Sqaud sort of proved us right and proved us wrong. I think we underestimated just how good this PAWS Up roster is with Pigeon.
Yeah, I mean, you did have it as part of that prediction that they were just going to be incredible. But yeah, I thought maybe Dino takes a game, right? It's a Cinderella story coming up through, and they were close. Game 2, it's starting with that overtime, Slayer just coming in. But I think the big highlight, and Run, you could back me up on this, Taco, right? Love tacos at the restaurant, and man, love them in Rocket League too.
I mean, the final game was it, right? Taco puts down a hat trick to close that thing out. But honestly, when you take a look at the entire series, this is what you expect from an undefeated team. No distractions, no shortcuts, just straight execution. It's going to go down as a sweep. I mean, even if that first game had been played out, I think there's a good chance that PAWS Up might have won it anyway. So yeah, my bracket won, but you said it. You said it, Sporty. Not the way we expected. I was thinking 4-2 that Dino would put up just a little bit more of a fight, but Paws Up crushed him.
Yeah, me too. I was impressed to say the very least. I think we all underestimated just how well Pigeon fit onto this roster. You saw Pigeon and Taco Stash take that lead on offense. And well, I'm going to say this, I'm not at all surprised. Slayer likes to play that passive role, likes to play a little further back. I really was impressed just how well they worked together, considering that these guys are not normally teammates. This is, I think, that Pigeon was added for the playoffs, and he hasn't played yet until tonight. Clearly, this team has at least had some practice beforehand, or Taco Stash and Pigeon have had some history together because they looked pretty reasonable together. They linked up well, they fit into together with each other, and I liked what I saw from them here. I think overall, as a duo, they're going to be really scary going into the future of this bracket against the winner of our next series here, KCG Chaos, SP Starbreakers, Crested Crew Gaming, Soulless Path. Soulless Path have two teams in this bracket. They're going to have one for this series, and SP Golden, who's going to show up even later tonight. A lot of people have Golden making quite a good run in this bracket, but SP Starbreakers may be a little different here. KCG Chaos, though, no one's surprised that this team's made it this far. A team that's had a ton of really good performances. Ant, Taco, Velachirio, Snap, Malicious. They made a change recently, getting rid of their longtime teammate in Brock, brought in Snap as a replacement. I know Velachirio is likely to play tonight as well as a substitute. This team's been here, and yet they've never done better than top 4. When they first showed up 2 seasons ago, they made top 4. Last season, they fell out in the quarterfinals. Feels like for KCG Chaos, this is a team that does so well in the pre-4 playoffs, but when playoffs come, against the teams better than them, they seem to hit that brick wall. They seem to hit that ceiling. What about KCG Chaos? And both of you have seen a lot of KCG Chaos. What about KCG Chaos is limiting them from breaking past the ceiling and being that team that can win championships?
Well, one of the things that we have noticed now from KCG Chaos is, yeah, a couple of seasons, it's been a little bit of a rough start, but they make this roster change, and this kind of has proved to be instrumental, right? Snap has been that person that fitted out this 3-team. Takua, just absolutely the GOAT. His name was brought up every single series, every single goal. He was a part of it, and much like that Pigeon to Taco kind of combo chemistry move, and Takua are going to have that same sort of play. So really it's going to be coming down to that third man discipline. How is Snap fitting into that? Honestly, I'm feeling really good. Now, this was my heart pick, right? I'm thinking these guys are taking it all the way, in my opinion. So I'm hoping for a big explosive start.
I mean, you're not wrong. I would like to see a big explosive start for KCG Chaos. Now, one thing I do know about this Chaos team coming into this tonight, they've already mentioned to me, they are not going to have a usual starting roster. So usually it's Ant. At this point in the season, it'll be Ant, Takua, and Brock. Tonight, I think it's... Sorry, did I say Takua and Brock? Ant... I'm so used to Brock being on this roster. Ant, Takua, and Snap. Tonight, I believe it is Snap, Takua, and Velachirio. So Ant's not here tonight. That is, many people consider that their strongest player. That's a huge loss for this team, and yet they've got Velachirio. If there's any team who I think wouldn't be too concerned about playing with the sub, it's this one. Velachirio's been around with this team about as long as everybody else has on this roster that has been here for the last couple of seasons. He's always been the sub, and he's extremely consistent. I still worry for them because Ant's a huge loss. What kind of a change is it going to have Velachirio jump in instead of Ant?
Ant, I mean, you said it. He has been an absolute monster. 25 goals, top 3 in the league. 16 assists, top 3 in the league. He is everywhere. Losing him, I think, is definitely going to hold this team back just a bit. Now, you said it. They have a good sub in play, but it is really tough to lose that top man because he has for sure been in it. Now, for this SP Starbreakers team, if they can just, make Chaos play that third man Rocket League, right? Force the sub into being a important part of the plays. That's a way that they can find a way to win. Force bad touches, punish overcommits. Honestly, this one could go either way with the knowledge that Ant is not playing.
It does, and I think one thing also to add as well is that in terms of 1v1 talent, it doesn't get much better than Chip on SP Starbreakers. He won the 1v1 Apex Cup earlier this season, so he was already won a championship. He's now looking for a 3v3 championship. I want to kind of let you both talk about this. Do you think Chip's going to have more pressure on them than they had before because of that win, because of that championship victory? Or do you think it's actually going to be the opposite? Do you think because they've won a 1v1 championship, because they've been able to win the solo series this season in the Apex Cup, do you think this is actually going to be a little bit easier for them? There's going to be a lot less pressure. I want to have kind of both of you talk about and tell me, what's it like playing in a playoffs earlier this season, winning a playoff bracket earlier this season, and coming into I wouldn't even say arguably a bigger playoff bracket, and knowing that you've had that win behind you, knowing that a lot of people are looking at you to kind of hold your own and be that leader?
Yeah, well, it comes into that really pressure versus prestige, right? And how do you thrive under that? You could make the argument that he's been there, he's done that. This is just another day at the office, just another trophy to show on the or to put on the shelf. And I think that just adds into your confidence across the esports regions. It doesn't matter what you're getting into. One of the number one things that the pros tell you do is play with confidence. Now, if it's a been there, done that, then yeah, this could get really competitive right out the gate. Run, what are you thinking here?
I mean, winning the 1v1 spot is fantastic, and now he's looking for that 3v3. And yeah, already in this league, 15 goals, 27 saves, top tier shooting efficiency. He's top 4 in the league for that too. And we talk about stats. Chip is one of those guys that stands out for sure. So you add on a 1v1 win and looking for a 3v3 on top makes him a very dangerous asset for this team. And honestly, I feel like they could pick up a win here.
You mentioned top 4 in shooting percentage and yet also 24 goals. That is not common. Usually the people that rank top in shooting percentage you don't really focus on because they didn't have that many shots to begin with, so it's kind of inflated. That's not inflated at all. That is some pretty impressive shooting accuracy. And we mentioned Chip, now we mentioned Chaos, and we've mentioned both of them. I'm going to ask you both here. Second to last question, because we're going to have our predictions after this, but second to last question. I asked the same question last time, and I think both of you were pretty spot on about it. Who needs to show up on either team? Who needs to show up to win this? Because this is a toss-up. Last series, I think everybody had PAWS up. This series is a lot more of a toss-up. I think all of us have Chaos, but even though it's a lot more of a toss-up, we think it's all a lot closer. Tell me, on either team, who is it that needs to show up the most?
Oh man, okay. For me, and in hoping for my KCG Chaos win here, I'm thinking this one's going to be put on to Takua, right? He has been that namesake. He has been the Mr. Highlight. He has been the win con. So you're playing with a couple of not your standard roster. So really, it's going to be that stopping power and that leadership to come through from him. He's going to have to be that disruption factor while still going for the razzle dazzle. I think for KCG Chaos, it's going to come to Takua.
Okay, we talked about Chip already. Starbreakers, they are built to grind. They can win ugly in playoff matches that matter. And if we're not going to talk about Chip for a second, Hams is the other guy, 31 saves. And if they can steal some games, it's because Hams is that wall and could prevent KCG Chaos from scoring. That right there could be that change-up. So he's the other guy I'm looking for.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Defense wins championships. They always say that here. Well, let's see. Does defense win the quarterfinals here for KCG Chaos or SB Starbreakers? WhiskeyRun, you get to start first again because I feel like it, and because you were the last one to talk. Who you got winning this thing, and what is the series scoreline going to be like? We've been a little bit away from our first desk when we had our initial predictions. Let's remind people, what series scoreline do you think is this series going to be? Do you have any changes that you want from the pre-show? Who do you think is going to win this one and advance to the semifinals? Take on PAWS up.
All right. Yeah, great question. So for me, KCG Chaos, I still have them winning. We talked about 2 great players from the Starbreakers. The problem is I still think that KCG is going to be the better team. I had them at a 4-1 scoreline here with mostly dominant play across the board. SB Starbreakers can pick up 1, but still feeling like KCG Chaos is going to be one of those teams to beat to send them into the semifinals.
Glitter, what do you have for us?
Okay, for me, I'm calling the KCG, but I think it's probably going to be just a bit closer than that, right? I think we're probably going to see a 4-3 here, as long as Chaos makes it uncomfortable and Starbreakers leans into that precise nature. I'm thinking this one gets pretty dang close.
Yeah, you do have a bunch of Game 7s on your bracket. You really want to make sure that you get your money's worth tonight. That's for certain.
I want the best of the best, right? We're at the end stage here. This is all teams firing. There shouldn't be any blowouts. This is where the magic happens for sure.
Last season, we only had 1 Game 7. I'd love to see, what is this? Do you have 5 of them on your bracket and 2 of them tonight? I'd love to see that. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to go that way. If we pull up my bracket, I have being 4-0. I want to see Chaos win, and I'm going to will it. I think this is more of an emotional pick from me than maybe a mental pick. But I want to see Chaos finally break through the quarterfinals, get their shot at the semifinals, play against PAWS up again for a second season in a row, get to play against them. I want to see that. So I've got this one going for Chaos, and I think it is a sweep. Of course, this prediction was made when I thought Ant was going to be on the roster tonight, so maybe a little different now, but I still have faith in Vela. Having seen Velachirio before, he's such a good player. But for all of us here, that's it for the desk. Let's move into our match. KCG Chaos taking on Soulless Path Starbreakers. Can Soulless Path get a team in the semifinals? Well, this is the first of 2 chances.
You heard it right there, folks. On the desk, it was Sporty, Glitter, and Run locking it on down. And now it's time to see if the players can do the same. You got myself, ZekVexol. You got Sporty. We're going to break down some phenomenal quarterfinals action right here to find out. I mean, if either of these 2 teams can find their position in the semifinals, it's going to be a first either way. I mean, you got the KCG Chaos roster. Yes, down a man, but still high in the spirit. Sporty, you had faith. Ant's in my DMs yelling me to make sure that I have faith because he's sitting there saying, look, I know I'm not there, but definitely we're going to pull it together. Ant's got faith. I know Krusty's got the knife to my back telling me that I'm supposed to, have faith too. I'm telling them, I'm letting them know. Okay, we're good. I made sure to pacify Krusty today. The SP roster, though, I'm interested to see what we have going on here, okay? First time really seeing them get on into the action, find their way into the quarterfinals, lock it on in here. 5 games, 7 games, whatever it may be. Best of 7 up there on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 kicking off. Here we go. Wow. It's
already
yeah.
1 in for Takuma. 6 seconds was all they needed. And over, look who's getting involved. VeliTrionio jumping to the back wall, making things a little bit tougher for Hams, aka Hamzalini, aka SP Starbreakers. KCG Chaos already in the lead. And if you had any reservations about VeliTrionio, about a lot of teams, I know for most teams, playing with a sub isn't generally a good thing. For KCG Chaos, I mean, it's not a good thing to lose someone like Ant. They mentioned as well, he's MVP candidate. We were going to talk earlier tonight about who would be like playoff MVP candidate. Ant's definitely got to be up there. Not having him is really going to hurt, but yet you got one of the better subs in this tournament. You got one of the subs that fits in best with their team. I really do think, I have faith that VeliTrionio is going to do what Ant's, left off. The big gap he had to fill in. I remember, watching their chat earlier, Ant telling me that they had to play with Vel as now Snap gets a second goal. And he mentioned he wants Vel to be his unofficial captain. That should tell you just how much faith Ant has in VeliTrionio, that their sub, he thinks, is a really strong fit to be the captain when he's gone.
I've had the liberty of casting this KCG Chaos multiple times a week, multiple weeks in a row now. It's been kind of exciting to see their growth, see the little bit of changes. I've seen Ant as kind of this well-rounded jack of all trades and quite literally being a good, solid expert in a few of those columns. Okay, I'm not going to say all of them. Room for improvement. I got to make sure to keep the scorecard a little bit low there, okay? But Takua on the shots. Speaking of the devil, surprised me very swiftly, okay? Out of nowhere, I would say like maybe the 3rd or 4th time we casted them, Takua just started showing up, okay? I'm watching this guy pull off crazy aerials. I'm watching this guy pick up passes from Ant. The setups were beautiful. They locked it on down, and they were really starting to dominate and look very good. Then, flash forward to just last week where we casted this team, we get to see Snap for the first time get onto this roster, all right? Looked super clean. I was excited. I'm looking forward to seeing now what kind of changes this additional player is going to be making. Right off the rip, it was looking good. And right off the rip here in game number 1, 3-0 KCG Chaos.
Yeah, already KCG Chaos really off to a bang, and they're going to add another one. Well, it's an own goal for Percival, but it's a 4th for Krusty Crew Gaming. Takua with a hat trick already. I mean, how many seconds has this been? It's been... Has that been 76 seconds and 3 goals? We were impressed, last series about Taku Stash getting free in the last game. What about 3 goals in less than a minute and a half here? Takua already standing tall, and I think that's one of the scary parts about KCG Chaos. There isn't one player on this team that's scary. I think for most teams you can pin it down to 1 or 2 players who are really going to be the threat tonight. For KCG Chaos, it could be just about anyone, even Vel. It could be anybody on this team who's going to be the biggest threat of the evening, and realistically, you aren't going to know who it is until they start playing.
They've been a very solid momentum-based team. From what I've been witnessing, this KCG roster loves to, once they do start to get a little bit of the ball rolling, they are able to maintain it. Look at that aerial dribble clean across, trying to make something happen. Gets denied, and a little bit of defense coming on through for SP Starbreakers. And offense as well. Shot from the center field, gonna ding off the top bar. Hams dropping into center. Chip a little bit wide, though, on that one. It is gonna go back down into the KCG side of the pitch. And I mean, look at this. Ham's just trying to get the angle on it, and he does. Look at that. SP, they're on the board here. 4-1 though in game 1.
Yeah, I know. We've only been 2 minutes into this game. We've got 5 goals. I think this is one of those game ones where you're really trying to get used to each other, and you're seeing that on full effect. The defense is having issues, but right now, one thing I think we should point out is the shooting averages. 9 shots to 5 here. KCG Chaos with 9, SP Starbreakers with 5. For Starbreakers, they talked a lot about, what was it, Hamzalini coming in this thing, you know, being a top leader in saves. Well, they're going to need that, and they're going to need more. Chip with a goal here. The 1v1 Apex Cup champion here for the solo series on the board for the first time tonight.
Ball just set up in the right spot. Look at that. Chip flying his way on through, putting it on into the net. 2-4, closing the gap. Very nice. That 2-goal lead still sitting in KCG Chaos's hands. 6 goals, though. 7 goals, though, Sporty. And we haven't even hit the halfway point. Now, something I gotta touch on, okay? I talk about it every time. I feel like I gotta get it out of the way on my cast. Watch those kickoffs, okay? Come on, at the highest of levels, at the lowest of levels, it feels like teams just can't get in the right position. That ball just goes right into the net. How many times, Sporty? How often does that happen?
A lot, and you know what's the irony about it? I think higher ranked players are more susceptible to this than low ranked players, because so often it's Chip!
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that is disgusting! No way does he hit that. A flip reset into an air dribble. Taco's got a hat trick, now Chip's got a hat trick, and SP Starbreakers could not have come at any better moment. Right off the kickoff, right off the play. My goodness, what a showing here for Chip. Starbreakers make it 4. It's a 4, and we were talking about kickoffs, how important they are. Again, I mentioned at this level, I think players are more susceptible to kickoff goals than others, but oh, it's 5-4 now. Chip's going to get another one. And my goodness, this is a beatdown right now. 9 goals in the first half of the game.
9 goals in the first 2.5 minutes. Not even 2.5. We haven't even crossed the halftime point right now. And KCG Chaos we're 4-0. Now 5-4, trailing by 1. So the gap has been closed entirely, demolished, surpassed right now. SP have been pulling this one on back very nicely as well. And Chip, an absolute dominant factor here in game number 1 to be the leading point in that, the spearhead, I would say, for SP.
Yeah, as we are getting a call here for a technical issue, so this is going to be a bit of a tech pause while we wait. Those goals will count, but we'll wait a little bit longer and get, get it all sorted out here. My goodness, what an explosive start, 9 goals. I don't know if we're going to see this repeat itself for the rest of the series, but if this is saying anything, hey, don't curse it. I'd love to see more than 9 goals in the first half of a game, but if this is a precursor for anything, unlike the last series, which was focusing more defensively, this one is focusing on shooting, and right now, some of these players don't miss. Taco is 3 for 4. Chip is 4 for 6. Hams is 1 for 1. I'm really looking forward to what this series has tonight and what some of the rest of these matches have for us tonight as well. If we take a look at our bracket here, I mean the next 2 matches as well. I mean we mentioned as well SP Souls Path. They've never won before, and yet they have 2 teams in the top 8. They're the only org to have multiple teams in the top 8 tonight. Starbreakers and then Golden. I know you all have said a lot about, Golden here tonight. ZekVexol, you weren't on the pre-show, but a lot of people have confidence in SP Golden. Are you part of that crowd that sort of is expecting SP Golden to pop off and perform?
Man, a lot on the line here. Do I want SP Golden? Do I want the off-screen portable document format? This is very difficult a choice for me. I like the color gold. I can base it off that. Can I? Am I allowed to? Do I play favorites? Do I flip another coin?
If it helps you out, SP Golden has won before. They won back in season 3.
Look at that. Oh, the Phoenix Cup. Okay, so they're moving up, getting on.
Sorry, season 4, not 3, 4. Let me correct myself.
Okay, time is whatever relevant. Time's irrelevant. We don't care about that. Season 3, season 4. Either way, they made a nice statement there in the Phoenix Cup, brought themselves up here to the Pinnacle Cup, and it shows that this team is growing, and they are growing swiftly in order to find themselves right here in the quarterfinals of season number 6. Now, in the last season of ATS, are they going to be able to pull this on out? I'm just saying, you know what? That might be one of the longer matches. Oh, but then there's there's the last matchup, 100x Night versus Creation Station. See, now you're getting me here. Well, I'm like, man, which is...
While you think about that, we're going to get right back in. The match has been set up again. We're back off to the kickoffs here. So, again, reminder, it is 5-4 halfway through the game. And with the technical issues subsided, we continue in game number 1 here as will be Velacherio looking to make a redemption for himself. Snaps left to the back wall by Chip. Will be Taco to follow. And offense still continuing for Krusty Crew Gaming. Snap. The most recent change, the one player who hasn't been here for multiple seasons for KCG Chaos. You know, they've always been able to make the postseason. Every single season they've been here, they've been able to make the postseason, able to make the final bracket. They've never been able to do super well, though. Again, the best was 2 seasons ago, back when we didn't even have 8 teams in the final bracket for this division, and they made top 4. For a team like KCG Chaos, is this their season? Is this their time to perform? Well, against SB Starbreakers, if they have any reason to perform, this game 1, if they can pull things back, will be a great indicator.
Man, I've been watching KCG Chaos through the RLCS, obviously. We casted them through RLCS Open 3, and had the very unfortunate Open 1, got down into the loser bracket on day 1, and got knocked out in day 2. Open 2, knocked down in the loser bracket in day 1, and got knocked out in day 2. Open 3, I was like, we're going to see a change here. They're going to make it in the winner bracket, and just so happen to get up against a pretty darn solid roster. You know, I'm looking at this matchup, I'm sitting there, okay, you know what, KCG Chaos, you haven't made it into the semifinals. Will we see a break of trends here? Will you guys turn the tables? That's what I want to see. 60 seconds left on the clock. Demo on the goal line stance here. Orange under pressure to the back wall, the drop down, and it looks like that one is going to get cleared on a way. A reset of pressure coming in from Belishario as they take this one on over to their own back wall. KCG Chaos gotta find something, and they gotta find it quick.
Yeah, it was 9 goals in the first half of the game here for KCG Chaos. It was a hat-trick for Takua in the first 90 seconds. Nothing since then has worked for KCG Chaos. It's the halfway point, and now they're really battling for it. Takua with a little bit of room will be challenged by Hams. Vel waiting back will have this ball corralled to the corner. Chip to win the challenge. Up goes Percival as infield. Hams can't get there. Ran out of boost. He also got bumped along the way. Will be free ball here for Krusty Crew Gaming, but at this point, they don't really care about winning the ball. They just got to get down the field one way or another. Snap! Oh dear, it's an own goal in the final moments, and SB Starbreakers, you think surely that's the goal that takes game 1.
That's definitely going to be the goal that takes game number 1. And don't call me Shirley. I got to say, 2-goal lead right now for SP Starbreakers. Jeez. Absolutely locked this one on down. The nail in the coffin, without a doubt. But I will say, watch those kickoffs. Okay, finally going to the wayside. I was a little bit nervous at the moment. Once we saw Velachirio just kind of strip that one away. Takua taking one for the end. Never mind. Denied. All right, cool. That's just going to put away game number 1. SP Starbreakers lock that one on down, lock it on in, and are going to walk away with the first round victory here in our quarterfinals matchup. And honestly, what a wild game 1 that was. 9 goals in the first 2.5 minutes. 9 goals in the first half. And that just really just pittered down to almost next to none in the next bit. Okay, well, we got maybe one more.
It's a pretty wild first half of the game, and what I'm really impressed with is Chip here, 4 for 7. We talk about all the pressure that's on Chip and how, you know, maybe this, because he's been in the playoffs before, he knows what it's like. They meant, you know, the desk mentioned how, you know, these, you know, this kind of experience helps a player. I mean, 4 goals on 7 shots, that is historic levels of scoring. Reminder, in playoffs, players generally don't perform better in playoffs than they do in the regular season. That is pretty historic for Chip, a guy who, I mean, he's been scoring a good amount of goals this season, but that is a surprising number for him. The benefit is, for SP Starbreakers, they get game 1 off of it. Now, can everybody else kind of crowd behind him and support him as they continue onward?
I look at the regular season as kind of we're going to get a feel of not only our own roster, but the other rosters, get an idea. We really just have to kind of qualify to get into the playoffs. That's the big thing for a lot of teams. And I've seen a lot of teams in a lot of different leagues and a lot of different titles of games who will actually just use the regular season for that, kind of the feeler, get a good understanding of ourselves and what we can do to bring things on out. Playoffs happen, dials get turned up, and they get turned up very swiftly. It's time for KCG to turn up the dial right here. Game number 2 underway. There's her kickoff, and already a back wall defensive play from Takua here. KCG finding themselves on defense right off the rip.
Yeah, early defense for KCG Chaos, and that means for SP Starbreakers they can get some offense going. Percival will get the clear. It was a bit of an open backfield, and Bell hasn't done a good job. Oh no! Oh, he really hasn't done a good job with this thing. A calamity of errors, and these SSL players, I promise they're all B rank and above now, just had one of these worst goals I've ever seen. This is our last season here, and if you know, ATS is trying to make a name for ourselves. It's our last season. This is not how ATS makes a name for itself with a goal like that.
He was trying to get in front of it, trying to get underneath it, and unfortunately got underneath it very well, and it just kind of popped right over his head. Beautiful shot from Sqaud from the sidewall, though it's going to even things on out just a little over 30 seconds into game number 2. So a nice little bite back, and finally another goal since the end of the first half of game number 1. KCG Chaos, they're on the board. Keep that going if you want to find yourself to tie this series on up as well.
Yeah, they got to keep the offense going. They got to keep themselves fresh. Clearly, the series is going to be one where goals are going to not be so hard to find, but important goals are going to be very difficult in a match like this. As up goes Snap, will be Hams to try to put one in. A big clear away. Chip off the back wall, looking for a second touch. Won't read it. And out goes Vel. He was looking for, I think it was supposed to be Snap on the other side. He left for boost, however. And KCG Chaos will have to try again right now. Wide rotation so far for KCG Chaos. You can just look at how far back they are really sitting here. This is a team that isn't looking to take any chances, isn't trying to overcommit too often. But at some point, you got to think maybe they got to start pushing up a little bit higher, play a little bit more squeezed in on the rotation. Sure, it means they might overcommit more, but it keeps the offense going. It keeps them fresh. And in a game where clearly there are going to be a lot of goals from SB Starbreakers, if you're KCG Chaos, you got to find any way you can to make sure that your offense is doing just as well.
This KCG Chaos roster is one who succeeds very nicely in that rotational pressure, getting in your face, cheating up, getting that Gatling gun of pressure on your goal where it feels like they're just swarming you shot after shot after shot after shot, and you just can't do anything about it. When they're getting those passes off, when it looks clean, okay, that's what I need to see. That kind of teamwork is what really sets this KCG Chaos roster apart. Unfortunately, yeah, you're down Ant, all right? It happens. You're down one of your main roster players. How do you pull it back? How do you turn things up? Good setup right there. Gonna lock one on down. Sqaud to lock it on in, and keep Velo to set it on up. 2 goals for KCG.
Well, it seems like they've already got an answer for you on that question of who's going to step up. His name's Takua. As he's got a couple goals last game, he's got a couple now this game, 2 for 3. His shooting accuracy is definitely going to go up as well, as now he'll look for the challenge on Chip. Snap will be unable to get that one away as Percival Hams chips there as well. Well to block. Will be Snap as well to keep things. KCG Chaos was looking for a strong clear there from Snap, but instead he'll just go for the dribble. Takua to follow. In goes Vel. He'll leave it. Snap, very low boost. We'll just play for the 50-50. Let Takua have it, and you know what? On his own, Takua can make things happen. But Ham's there to take it away. SB Starbreakers playing to the midfield right now. ZekVexol, you know, back and forth, much more even. A lot less frenetic than game 1 was. We're starting to see these kind of rosters relax in a little bit more. I don't think we're going to see another 10-goal game. I guess the question comes down to when these teams relax, when they start to make those adjustments, who's going to adjust better? Who's going to come out on top? Which team can make those adjustments?
Yeah, I was say, you know, 9 goals to 3 goals in the first half of the game is definitely a slowdown of the pacing going on for these teams, and much better defense as well to add on top of it too. Now it comes down to turning up the dial though and getting that aggressive play. Sqaud up into the right side corner, ball just kind of bouncing its way on down. Snap for the pickup here, looking to take it to the back wall. Swatted away, Hams for the secondary, and Sqaud just gonna keep the offense going. The presets once, gets it underneath, goes into the 1v1 and gets denied. Ball sent all the way down and into the goal. That's not what you're looking for if you're KCG.
No, and we've seen a couple times KCG Chaos do this where they send everybody past the midfield line. For a team that has rotations that seem to be so cautious, that last player back seems to be the exact opposite of that. A lot less cautious, a lot less I would say maybe focused on the game, and that's a concern for me. If you want to be a team that, you know, is going to win a high-scoring battle, the last thing you want to do is make these nets open. You want to give SB Starbreakers easy shots. You can't afford to do that if you're KCG Chaos. You cannot afford to let the net be open. You can't afford to overcommit like this, because at this level, it's going to come back to bite you, and SB Starbreakers, not the only team in the pack that's going to catch you if you overcommit. They're one of many.
You can't leave those kind of openings. I mean, when we're talking about the highest level of play, SSL up to the Pro League, you leave any sort of window, and that window's got to be the width of the ball. You're going to get these players who capitalize it and lock it on down. SB Starbreakers able to get that one, tying this game on up. 60 seconds left on the clock. Back wall play. Velo takes it, ding off the top board. It gets out of there. How do you get that chip? How do you get that save?
Well, he is the 1v1 champion for certain, and one thing that 1v1 players always seem to be so good at is defending their net on their own. He's gonna have to make another one here, and he does just that, making himself big, jumping out of net right as well. Vel in midfield will be Hams to clear. Aqua to follow, has Bell on his right, Snap on his left. Instead, he'll go upfield, and it'll be caught by Chip. Percival, snap back in. SP Starbreakers will chill on back as Hams. 30 seconds to go. This game overtime is looming. Chip blocked by Takua. Velachurio waiting. Will take this ball next. A potential long clear. Actually going to get around Percival rather easily as he wasn't prepared for that play. Chip will jump in. KCG Chaos really trying to jump in, but you can tell again those wide rotations, not trying to take any major chances. I think they're trying to make amends for that overcommit they had earlier. That is the reason why this game is tied, but now you gotta start taking some chances. It's the end of the game. You may not keep this possession forever. The ball will hit the ground in the orange corner. It's overtime for the first time tonight. No, not the first time tonight. The second time tonight. The first in this series.
So that's right. 5 minutes off the clock. Time taking its way on up here. 2-2 in the score line and no mistakes allowed. KCG Chaos need to find one in order to claim the tie into this series to even things on out. But SP Starbreakers say, nay, that ain't gonna happen. We're gonna mess with all of your predictions right now. SP Starbreakers lock it in 17, lock in game number 2, and have taken a 2-game lead in this series. They're halfway there, Sporty.
Coming in tonight, I thought Glitter was an absolute fool for thinking the series had the audacity to go to 7 games, and now SP Starbreakers are up 2-0. My prediction is wrong, and it's not even close anymore. You know what? I think there's a reason why he's an analyst and I'm just the host here. He knows what he's talking about. We're gonna get a little bit of a reset call. We're gonna have a little bit of an extended break in between games as we talk. But SP Starbreakers 2-0. I don't think anyone expected them to come out this hot. This is a team that's swinging heavy, swinging hard, and sure, the games are close. And yet, SP Starbreakers, they're coming in swinging, and they're making sure that this KCG Chaos team is yet another disappointing bracket. As things stand, they're only 2 wins away from yet again disappointing KCG fans, because this Chaos team is one that can win championships, but losing the quarterfinals, man, that would be a tough pill to swallow, especially 2 seasons in a row.
There's a lot of potential with this KCG roster. I mean, like we talked about, not making it out of quarterfinals last season, Shawnee State being the ones to put them on down. Now going here against SP Starbreakers, it's going to be a battle. It's going to be an overcome obstacle that they need to overcome, obviously. And then that's kind of how that sentence works. I'm looking at this KCG Chaos, and it's going to be a Cinderella run, all right? You are the team that I feel like there's a lot of community backing. Obviously, you got the whole KCG group going for you, rooting for you. And I'm not saying everybody's against this SP Starbreakers. Don't give me that. All right? Don't need that on Twitter later. I'm saying this KCG roster, they got a good fan base. And I think everybody's kind of in a position where they're looking at them and they want to see this outcome. They want to see them pull it on back. Do we see that 4-3? Do we see this go all the way to 7? We need to see one from KCG Chaos first. And with the way that game 1 started, I thought it was going to be there, but out of nowhere, everything just it was like a brick wall just got hit so quickly, Sporty.
Yeah, it definitely does. You said it, an early brick wall. But the nice thing about KCG Chaos, though, one of the things about this team that does make them strong, you said it, they're a momentum-based team, and yet they do have a knack for being able to recover from tough losses. We go into game number 3 now, 2-0 as it stands for Soulless Path Starbreakers. Soulless Path have never won a championship. They're one of our sponsors this season, one of 3. Of course, they're not sponsoring this division. That is sponsored by Soraxus Networks, Inc., but they do sponsor our Phoenix Cup, which had their run only last weekend. That org has never won in ATS. In fact, they're a rather new org in comparison to an org like Trusted Crew Gaming. They've never won. This is their last chance to do it as an org in ATS to win a championship. They've got 2 teams that can do it, and again, I think many consider Starbreakers the team that's a lot less likely to do it, and yet they're up 2-0 against KCG Chaos. They're looking good. They can get both teams in the semifinals. I mean, you're talking about perfect chances for Soulless Path to get themselves into the finals, give themselves a really good opportunity to finally do something that this org has not done yet.
All right, Soulless Path, you hear that? Lock on in and make it happen. And my Soulless Path fans in chat, the best thing you can do is type your fingers out along and cheer them along every step of the way. Let them know you're out here to support them, because they'll take those shots on goal very beautifully as you do. As you can see, Exhibit A right in front of you. Nice shot attempt does get denied, and that one goes all the way down to the opposite side. Wow.
Yeah, Percival completely misread that one off the back wall. He just didn't have the read. He had low boost as well, so because he's in the wrong position, he's not going to get back so easily. I think in a lot of situations, defenders there just play for the 50-50, but Chaos realized that net was open, and credit the snap. He put the shot on target. He took advantage of the situation. He don't always do that as players, but that is going to be a crucial skill to win championships like these, because so often you're not going to see the pretty goals, you're going to see the ugly ones, and yet you got to score the ugly ones because they matter just as much.
And back while played, doubled by Snap, sent on back a little bit towards that left side, and now going over towards the backboard. It's just going to coast its way right on across. Pop it on back on the pass play. Snap chilling, rotating, looking, lurking from a distance. A little bit of shadow defense coming on in from this KCG roster. All you need is one at the end of the day, Sporty, but I know they're going to feel a lot more comfortable getting 2, maybe 5, since 4 clearly wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that, about how far this series will go. I'm still looking forward to what KCG Chaos can do to take over one of these games. Just haven't seen them fully take over on the offensive side. It does feel like a lot more time has been set on the blue half of the field, and credit the Starbreakers doing a good job at not overcommitting and not having to push all 3 players up to keep offense in, as now they'll put a shot on. Everybody goes. That's a triple commit for KCG Chaos, followed by a double commit with Vel and Takua. Challenge, another double commit there as Vel jumping in as well. Snap's gonna play for time, and he's not gonna do a very good job. Chip midfield. Percival Hams won't have this read easily. He'll slow things down. Still has a chance to shoot, but it is KCG Chaos ball as we stand. Snap. Double tap will send it away, and Hams wasn't ready for that. Vel can score from here. He's just loitering upfield, but right place, right time. KCG Chaos double the lead.
That's what you're looking for. The ball's getting put in the right spot. Hams tries to get underneath it, and Velo's like, oh, all right, well, thank you. You gotta be the deepest man downfield in case of scenarios like that. All right, KCG Chaos find their second. It's a 2-goal lead for KCG. Looking to make a third off the rip. Ball's in prime position, centered to Snap. It's in, baby. 3-goal lead, KCG.
Yeah, they just keep on scoring. We needed to see them show up. This is where they're doing it, and I gotta give credit to Snap. You could not have placed that much better top right corner. He didn't need to have that accuracy, but yet he felt comfortable going for it. I think so often we see players try to go for that and miss their chances. You can't do that here, and Snap, well, I had questions about Snap, considering he's a relatively recent addition, but clearly he's had enough time to get used to this roster, enough time to get ready to these rotations, and now he's looking good. Oh, it's a missed shot. Percival had a wide open net. Takwa didn't have it. Follow up for Hams, and SP Starbreakers starting to come back.
Beautiful follow-up. It's not always about the initial, it's about the coordination, the communication, and that right there. Trust in your teammates. Ham swoops his way on in. The ball was in prime position, and a real loss for KCG to not get that out of there, okay? That one just teetered its way. It's just floated on down right in front of the goal and made its way on in thanks to the assistance of the teammates of SP Starbreakers. Now gap brought back down to 2, but we got 2 minutes left on the clock, and that's plenty of time to see 2 goals get scored for the tie, 3 to take the lead. Ball going across the 50 line, and look at this play from Chip. Well, I guess, you don't need 2 anymore. You only need 1.
Yeah, and SP Starbreakers proved to us in the first game, they love to score, and they like to score in these odd man rushes. They've had a couple of these already, and every single time it seems like Chip's in the middle of things, and for all the right reasons. That's the guy you want on that play. He's been on fire tonight, and it continues to do it here. 2 assists this game. He may not have scored, but he's done the heavy lifting for his teammates. Clearly, for SP Starbreakers, we mentioned Chip. We might have not mentioned him enough, but I really need to keep mentioning him here. Another goal for Snap. They're going blow for blow right now. It's Snap versus Chip, and now the question of is who's going to end the battle on DFH Stadium.
Snap locks it on in. 4-2 here, a minute 40 left. Okay, so we got the 2-goal lead back if we're KCG Chaos. What is the plan going from here? Sent on over off the kickoff into the left side corner of SP Starbreakers. Just kind of chilling up there by Chip. Takua swoops his way on through, and Velo taking the shot, but it's a triple man commit defense from SP Starbreakers. They will get the clear, but not for too long. Ball still chilling down over in orange territory. Stripped away by Takua. He's got the aerial. What did I say about watching this guy into the air? He will get it if you give him the opportunity. Close, the rebound, close, and it's sitting right here. They're playing with him right now, Sporty. They're playing with their food.
Yeah, it is. SP Starbreakers, all of them on very little. At a moment, we had 2 players on 0 boost. Now they go again. Velachurio fakes out the Starbreakers, and after all this time, you knew a goal was likely rather than not, and Vel makes sure of it here. A fake under Chip. I think he was looking for the scoop, but that'll work as well. SP Starbreakers just too exhausted to keep moving. Chaos are looking to take over Game 3, and as things stand, they are doing just that.
Look at that. The win, the comeback starts off with a nice hearty bowl of Cheerios, ladies and gentlemen. 60 seconds left on the clock. 3-goal lead for KCG Chaos. Pop up, though, into their territory. Setup was there, but Takua does get it on down over to the sidewall. Pop up along the side. Snap catches it, sends it to the back wall where Percival is there for the clear. Not going to last too long. KCG still on offense, still keeping this going. Double potential. Takua puts it on in. Come on.
I think one of the problems here with this game so far for the Starbreakers is that this team is a bit too predictable, and I think the problem also comes down to having low boost. When you have low boost, so often, especially on defense, you can only really commit to one play, maybe two if it's good enough. But when you're on such low boost for Starbreakers, as they seem to be so often on defense, you can really only commit for one play to happen. If that doesn't happen, well, you're completely out of position. And we saw in that last play, Starbreakers expecting the double tap, weren't ready for the follow up from Takua, and so KCG Chaos letting the boost do the talking right now as for this game. And that's the reason why they've been able to do so well. Like, they've been so dominant after the first two games were close, but not in their favor. This is a little bit more of what we expect from KCG Chaos, from these individuals. And here in Game 3, proving, at least for tonight, we are not going to have a sweep here like we did in our last series. This thing's at least going 5 games.
At 5? WhiskeyGlitter said 7, okay? Now, I'm not saying we write the script here or anything. But no, I'm pretty sure if you're right now, you're a KCG fan, you're like, okay, you know what? We'll allow them the 2. We'll lock this down in game 6. Obviously, it's going to go that distance. So it's going to be up to SP Starbreakers. Now, that looked very nice from KCG. I do talk about them being a momentum-based team. Will that momentum carry over into game number 4? They got the first one for them under their belts. Now they got to tie the series on up. And then even to start thinking about taking the lead, thinking about making semifinals.
Yeah, you said it as well, thinking about semifinals. They can't think about it just yet. Here, at KCG Chaos, they've got to give credit to them. A lot of shots this game, 11 shots, 6 goals. Their accuracy has been one of the strong points so far tonight. This team doesn't miss often. That's not the kind of accuracy you expect at this level. Usually you expect a lot of shots and not a lot of goals. We're getting a lot of shots and a lot of goals for Chaos this game specifically. Want to see more of it. Clearly, SP Starbreakers can hang with them. Clearly, the SP Starbreakers have a knack for hitting the nets. KCG Chaos have got to prove that they can do it better. And game 3, if they can continue that, they'll prove good enough that they absolutely can do it better. And specifically, Takua. I know he only has 1 goal this game, but he's been a pretty good goal scorer here so far. Snap's got a couple goals as well. But Takua specifically, I know he doesn't have the most stats on this team while he's, with all the goals and assists. What he does have, though, is he's got, that keystone kind of role. He's in the middle of the rotation. He's keeping this team honest, and he's keeping SP Starbreakers honest by being ready for the follow-up, by essentially forcing Starbreakers to consider multiple options. And again, as a defense with low boost, you really can't do that. You sort of have to commit for one and hope that that's the way that it goes.
Okay, the one thing Takua has for me, it's aura. When I watch this guy swooping through the air with the pickup, a nice, beautiful aerial dribble, I'm just like, okay, yeah, style on him. Do the things that I can't and let me watch and shout out your name as you do it. That's what I love seeing from Takua. Every time I see it, I'm like, yep, did it again. Wow, not surprised, but I loved it. Game number 4 underway. KCG, they found one, find the second, set up towards the center pitch, but all 3 members of SP Starbreakers are going to be there for the denial. Hams for the carry, clean across into the left side corner, set up off the side, picked off by Percival. Drop on down, picked up by Takua. Now as he goes for the carry across, the aerial play to the back wall. It's here for Snap. The drop down denied by Hams.
Yeah, great defense there for Starbreakers, recognizing that they're not exactly in the best position. They aren't covering the back wall that well, though. So you're seeing KCG Chaos more and more just attacking the back wall, essentially waiting, asking the question of, are you going to miss the ball? Because if this SP Starbreakers team misses the ball off the back wall, it's going to be a goal for KCG Chaos. So pay attention to the back wall right now. Chaos seemingly like to attack it right now. They recognize that it's an open, that's a vulnerability in SP Starbreakers, and until Starbreakers prove they can defend there, Chaos is not going to let that up for one bit.
Yeah, you can't leave your back wall open. You never know if somebody's going to just do that. That was close. That was very close. Chip able to get the clear as we were talking about it. I mean, I'm pretty good at willing things into existence lately, so I'm going to have to be careful about what I say exactly. My caster curse levels are on a different level as of late, and I apologize to anybody in advance. 2 minutes off the clock, though, and a nice steady pace so far that nobody has. I was worried right there for a second. Ball in front of the goal as I was about to say nobody scored yet. Never goes well.
I'll say it for you. Nobody has scored yet in this game, and right now, KCGS looking to be the first. We'll go across the goal. Chip to keep it out. And we'll follow things up, but it's Vel to jump in. He's got an open chance! He's hit the middle of the goal, all to the cursing for you. Here's ZekVexol, one in for Chaos, another lead, and this one catching everybody from the Starbreakers, and Percival and Hams running into each other in the front post. Somebody needs to cover the net there. Both of them can't be in the same spot at the same time.
Man, SP is calling it a curse. KCG, they're calling it a blessing right now. So, I mean, maybe if we want to see this series continue on. Oh, look at this play right now. Oh, Takua able to get there off the rip, off the kickoff. It ain't over yet, though. A little bit of a demo. Ball in the corner. Chip for the drop down. Center redirect. Denied by Snap. Great defense from KCG. Picked up by Velo. The aerial going clean across the pitch to that open back wall. Forces his way on in. Punch it in. That's a 2-goal lead for KCG.
Oh my goodness, the super sub has finally arrived! And not only does he dunk Chip, he takes down Percival with him. 2-0, and Bella Cheerio. Not only is that an incredible goal, that's one to build a team's confidence.
Man, wicked. Yeah, go ahead. Get the demo. Just get them off the field. Get these KCG members off the pitch. Give me more demos. I love seeing those. Velo for the solo carry and the Chip. Takua's there for the assist. That's just, yep, that momentum thing we were talking about. It's still here. It's still building. It's 3-0 KCG right now in game 4.
Yeah, my goodness, look at this. And, you know, for all Soulspath fans out there, they gotta be sweating a little bit now. Those first 2 games went well, but Starbreakers don't seem to have any sort of an edge against KCG Chaos now that this Chaos team has warmed up, has gotten, you know, their games. You know, I remember, you know, not too long ago, it was Glitter and Run both talking about warm-up games.
Clean.
Game 1 felt like a warm-up game. Chaos now are in control while they have given up a goal here to Starbreakers and are, of course, are always at risk of a potential comeback. You have to think the ball is in Starbreakers' court, and right now they've got to find a way to handle it and send it right back to Chaos.
Well, 1 is definitely the start. You got 1 on the board. It's back to that 2-goal difference. KCG leading, still in a comfortable position, though. Ball off the kickoff, heads on over to Starbreaker's side of the pitch. Snap on the secondary to the sidewall. The third! It's... What do you do? What do you do, Sporty?
Well, at this point, you might want to start crying because this is 4-1. Takua again. And I said it, he may not be the guy that's starting the offense, but he's definitely the one who's finishing it. He's always waiting for the play off the back wall. If Starbreakers don't get a touch off the back wall, it seems like Takua is the guy that's going to wait there for that shot. He's going to get the follow-up, and if you're Starbreakers at this point, you got to start defending your back wall. It's left too open. You may not have a lot of boost, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. KCG Gut is taking full advantage of where your defense is weak, and you got to make sure that, you know, you shut that down, or maybe even take a tactical timeout. We didn't see one last series, but each team has 1 per series. There's an extra minute in between games that they can take. If you're Starbreakers, if this game doesn't get any better, you might have to think about calling it now just to make sure it doesn't get worse later.
Man, Hams in the 1v1, turning into a 1v3 very quickly as the KCG army swarms on in. Takua strips it away, volleys it on down to the left side corner. The demo is there under 1, and look at that. Good clear on away by SP Starbreakers. Now chipped over to the side wall, dropping it down towards the center where Percival finds it. The redirect is there, and so is Takua. Now, right side wall. Snap finds it all day. Who's stopping that? Not a soul. Not a soul in sight. KCG keeping it rolling.
Yeah, and just a little bit of miscommunication. Ham's not. If it's one of those situations where there's 2 big plays here that could have changed this thing. If Ham's a little higher up, he gets that challenge. If Chip is a little further back, he gets back to net before that becomes a goal. But because both of them aren't doing it, that's where the net's left open. And Snap has done a pretty good job of recognizing when that net is open. And for SP Starbreakers, a team that early in this series I complimented on their rotations, you can tell really starting to feel the pressure now that low boost is definitely not helping them, and so too are these very big deficits. The benefit is it's a best of 7, so they're not on a match point against them just yet, but KCG Chaos, you feel aren't too far away, and now ZekVexol, so I asked the question. At this point, I don't think you can expect SP Starbreakers to come back. If you're in Starbreakers' position, if you are their coach, they don't have a coach, but if you were their coach, would you call a timeout now?
I would probably take the time out on this one and just ask what happened. I'm looking at a couple things for myself here on the desk for KCG, okay? We talk about Takua, mechanical skill off the walls, quite literally. The aerial plays are phenomenal, all right? Gotta keep an eye out for that guy. Gotta make sure you're keeping the ball out of his hands. Maybe even keep him demoed, keep him off the pitch, all right? Things I'm seeing from Snap, and it's really starting to light up in my head from watching it in this series. Light bulb's turning on right now, okay? I've seen Snap so many times from the 50 line or further, going for those long-range shots and getting them. I guess he can get them from right in front of the goal too, but I'm emphasizing on the part where he's on the other end of the pitch, looking for those openings, waiting for the enemy team to be out of position, to be cheating up. And what does he do? Perfect opening. There's the window. Send it on down to the opposite side and find the bonus goals for your team. KCG Chaos, they're finding little things here. I'll get something for Velo real soon, I promise. But that's where I'm at right now. Those are the two things that I think I really need to pick apart if I am SP.
Well, ZekVexol, you've been called up to SP Starbreakers. They have taken their tactical timeout as it speaks. So the first of the night here. I'm sure they're the first of a couple that we'll see. But for SP Starbreakers, that means we're going to have an extra minute in between the games. So they'll have 2 minutes to talk things out rather than just one. I think that's a smart move. You do it now, especially with how the last 2 games have been absolutely horrible. They have not had any hope of coming back in those last 2 games. You take an extra minute now, you talk things out, and you hope that that can make the adjustments that you need. Going into Game 5 with a guaranteed Game 6, at this point, you have to think everything's in favor of KCG Chaos. For SP Starbreakers, not only does this timeout slow down Chaos, it gets rid of that momentum, but also gives you some time to breathe, gives you some time to talk, and just knowing from history, teams generally don't talk strategy during timeouts. I think one thing that if you're Starbreakers, you're not going to talk strategy much. It's just get back to Game 1, forget about the rest of it, and play this like a best of 3. Forget about the last couple games, how they've gone, play like a best of 3, get that win, and get yourself on track to take the series.
Man, I think it was just last week, okay? We were doing the Phoenix Cup, and we were in the interview post-game, talking to the teams. We're like, okay, so you guys took the time out. What did you talk about? They flat out said to my face, to Glitter's face, to Chat's face, nothing. And I was like, what do you mean nothing? They're like, oh, I just kind of sat back and was playing on my phone or, just listening to music. And I just decided to determine we all just did nothing, did our own thing. I was like, really? This is what you guys are going to give me? I'm not surprised to a degree, okay? I feel like there's a little bit that needs to get said, being in the composition myself at one point, but I do feel like there is that part of me that is like, okay, in addition to that thing that needs to get said, we also need to take a moment to just take a breather. We know what we need to do. We're here for a reason. We have the skills to be here. That's why we're here in the first place, okay? And that's what SP has to be looking at, okay? They're here. They're in the quarterfinals. They got 2 up off of KCG, all right? Shut down a 6-0. 4-0 start in game number 1.
Yeah, you said it.
Crazy.
It was a wild first game, and I think the rest of the series has proven it is not going to be low scoring at all. Not with the way that these teams are performing. As timeout is over, we jump back in now to game number 5. Match point on the line, by the way. We haven't even mentioned that, but match point on the line with it being single elimination. Man, this is a huge game. So often we talk about, Game 7, its importance. Game 5 may have even more importance than that, because we're talking about either going up 3-2 with, 2 chances to win this matchup or having to win 2 games straight. That's a pretty big difference, and one you definitely want to be on the better side of.
You say match point, but it's season point, it's tournament point. Sqaud, it's ATS point, it's league point, okay? There's nothing, there's no ATS after this. The merge happens after this, okay? What do? It's like, all right, we'll just get them in that next season of ATS. Nope, not happening. Takua's like, nope, not happening. Shot on goal goes on in, opening goal to KCG, 30 seconds into game number 5.
It was not game 4. I know it felt like
fixed it. I got it.
It's been a long series, to be fair. It's tough to count. I understand.
We don't do math on Dusk.
No, we don't do math. We're not very good at it. All we do is we read papers and we just say stats. That's all we do. Anybody can do it. With how with what it is. That's a tough position to be in. Takua just blocked snap on what was going to be a 2-0 lead for Chaos. This will be a chance now for the Starbreakers, and Chip's got room. No boost left, though. Will be easy room, and lovely play from Snap. Oh, my goodness. An incredible play from Snap. And what makes this so fun as well is that first touch from him. He knows. He's been watching Chip. He knows Chip doesn't have the booster. He knows he's used everything to get up to that first touch. So he bluffs that he's going to go high. He knows that he doesn't need to worry about Chip. All he's looking at is the player on the floor. What are they going to do? And all he does is he keeps control, keeps it low, pops it over them. Such a smart play there, and really great recognition from Snap to realize that realistically it's a 1-on-1, not a 1-on-2.
Man, drop it down, bounce the ball off your own head, and pop it right on into the goal. And KCG, when they take the 60-second lead, they start to look very aggressive. I talk about that momentum. I talk about what they build, and look at this. Snap 10's another one. A little bit wide, though. Takua looking for a follow-up. Snap circles on around his teammates, goes for the center play. A couple fakes going back and forth from both of these members. Velo centers it beautifully for Takua, though. Can't get the right angle.
No, they can't, but they're still on the attack as it stands. Well, not for long here. Percival's going to go the other way. And SB Starbreakers like these quick breaks. Chip has his chance. That's open. It's in front. No one there. Snap will keep it out. Percival unable to find the net there. Unfortunate for the Starbreakers, it was right in front of the goal for them. They just didn't have someone there to take it. And now here comes Chaos. Takua, challenged by Percival. Ham's going to be slow to get up to it. Will be taken on by Snap. Infield, Chip. Only one touch. Will need a little bit of support. Percival's there for him. Infield, Snap, Vel, both upfield. It's Takua who will jump for this one. So an overcommit for KCG. Chaos will likely end their time on offense. But Snap not looking to let it be so easy. He'll send one more. Percival keeps it out, clears it away, will find Chip, and SB Starbreakers, man, not able to get the ball out on a huge mistake there, and Takwa looking to punish, up in the air, will try to drop it low, no chance, Hams gets the block, but a couple errors, a couple whiffs here for SB Starbreakers, they've not been able to escape defense.
This is the KCG Chaos roster. I look for the rotational pressure, the Gatling gun of pressure on your goal, all right? It is absolute non-stop. This ball ain't crossing the 50 line. If it does, it's for a moment. Look at this. Immediately trying to turn this back onto offense, but finally, what felt like, a minute and a half worth of KCG offense finally sent over to the opposite side. Now KCG traps down their left side corner, up to the sidewall, it's Takua, and already we're going back to the same old. Snap of the 50 line, gonna bounce it over to the center where Percival is waiting, and then he just Snap. Just, come on. Give him a moment.
And give Chip a moment. That was an incredible block. He had very little boost with that and was not really the person who was supposed to make the save there. SB Starbreakers, that's kind of been how they've been playing. They've been treading water for most of this game rather than finding ways to get ahead. 2 goals down. And yet it feels like they're playing like they're 5 goals down. That's how well Chaos have been able to hold the possession even after a timeout taken. Now Takua with space has Vel. Will be pinched off the back wall. And here's room for Starbreakers. Percival to the corner. Will be challenged by Snap. It's left for Hams. Chip is in front of the goal. Hams. Bill Hams will leave this one back. It's Chip to follow. He's got a full tank of boost. Back wall. Leaves it. Hams. He can't take it. Percival. And it's 1 goal back. Starbreakers are 1 away.
That would have been so wild and so unfortunate if SP Starbreakers were not able to capitalize on that. Percival, good rotation on a round, locks that one on in, puts SP Starbreakers on the board here in game number 5, and now it's a 1 goal difference between these two teams. Demo off the rip. Okay. What do we say about the kickoffs? We kind of just talked about it very recently, I think. Weird.
Yeah. KG Chaos, like a lot of teams, play a very over-aggressive kickoff. That's the risk when you play those kickoffs, that if it doesn't work, you're likely to give up a goal on the other way. So for Chaos, a huge loss there. Tied game, by the way, in a span of only a few seconds. Hey, man, these matches will change quickly. Rocket League as a game changes so quickly. And, you know, what we were talking about might have been an SP Starbreakers lost cause now. Is now their chance to make a free goal, to make it 3 goals straight, take this game, take match point, put themselves on track to advance to the semifinals. Takua will keep this ball moving here. KCG Chaos desperate for an answer inside the final minute. Snap, Ham sends it away. Bell won't get there. It's open, and it's Percival. Oh, he jumped in. Chip took it away. Greedy for the Starbreaker that may come back to cost them.
30 seconds left. Now, I get it. Last time we went into that overtime scenario, it didn't go well for KCG, but I don't think KCG is going to want to let this go into that overtime scenario. Ball along the 50 line sent towards the downtown. Takua doesn't have to worry about getting back in time. Okay, now he does. Now he does. All right. Hey, this first shot wasn't the real shot. It was that follow-up. That rebound you got to watch out for. SP Starbreakers, they got one more. I'm going to say it. Keep your eyes on this kickoff. We'll see if this changes very quickly.
HJK's got to win this and get the ball to the orange half of the field as soon as possible. Bell will take the kickoff back. It's going to be Hams to follow. Starbreakers go on low boost. This is room for chaos. Snap will use this one. It's Takua taken away. Val's got to keep things moving. Oh, he's almost out into his own net. It's going to stay up, but not for any longer. A late goal for the Starbreakers takes this one. 3 goals straight, and now up 3-2. 2 chances to advance to top 4.
So we go to game number 6. And if WhiskeyGlitter has anything to say about it, we're going to game 7 in about 5-6 minutes, okay? And right now, I gotta say, everything's kind of lining up for that script. Look at that, though. Percival, a nice Hattie, got that 3 goals in his pocket, the 3 goals that SP Starbreakers needed. And definitely, when you look at the last 2 games, the previous 2 games, a wake up for SP Starbreakers. I think that's really the best way I can put that.
Yeah, and you know what's even more important as well is that the other tackle timeout has been taken here. So KCG Chaos taking an extra minute to talk things out. So they're going to have a little bit of extra time. Again, for all of you who are wondering what our next series is going to be, it's going to be SP Golden, Portable Document Format Files Unleashed, aka Portable Document Formats. We got a pretty big, that's a pretty big match. And of course, the match at the end of the night, the one I think that I'm really looking forward to, 100x Night, the Creation Station. But as things stand, KCG Chaos taking that tactical timeout, taking an extra minute in between games. Just to give you a little bit of history, last season they were in the quarterfinals, had to play against PAWS Up, Shawnee State University, now PAWS Up. That went to 7 games. They couldn't pull it out, and yet they took it to 7 games. They got to do it again here. They got to take it to 7 games. But unlike last season, they got to find that clutch factor. And realistically, I got to see more from Snap as well. He's been a high goal scorer. You said it. I mentioned earlier how I was happy with what Taco was doing. I want to see Snap again get involved. He's been starting the offense. He's got to find ways to break through Starbreakers, start the offense again, push Starbreakers back. Because once Starbreakers are back, it feels like Chaos are in control of things. But unless they're able to, if they're not able to pull back the Starbreakers, that's when Chaos seems to break loose, and that's when it really is Starbreakers' performance. Because right now, while Chaos might be the better team when they get the ball in the offensive zone, in the midfield, right now it's Starbreakers who seem to be doing it better.
I want to kind of touch on something you mentioned on the desk, okay? I think it was at the end of the last game where we finally went into 2-2. We saw KCG stats, and they were very close in the shots to goals ratio. That's cool. That shows cleanness in your gameplay, but to me, that doesn't say a whole lot towards pressure and actual application of playing proactive, okay? That tells me a little bit more towards reactive gameplay. And maybe it also, I will add on the fact, I would say maybe more so reactive, but still a large chunk of you're setting things up with a team and making sure that the shots you do take are concise. What I like seeing though from teams, and like you also mentioned at the high levels, what you end up seeing is multiple, many shots and not a lot of goals. That's what I like seeing. I like seeing that because that tells me a team is applying pressure to your face, shoving it down your throat, shot after shot after shot, and puts you in a difficult position. SP Starbreakers off the rip here in game number 6. I did it again. Find their first goal.
Yeah, this went off a double commit for the Chaos side on their own half of the field. So now they got to find a way to bounce back, and Vel trying to get things started. Will be Snap to follow. Without Taco though, there's no one to get this one off the back wall. SP Starbreakers starting to realize that they can get rid of Taco, they get rid of that back wall presence, but here's a bit of an opening. Snap! Bumped him! Shot off the post! Saved away. Chip got a piece of that one. Now a follow. Snap up. Taco to go. Back wall it is. Pinched away. Taco again. It's all this pressure in front. Save. Percival gets there and gets rid of it. Starbreakers on a tense couple of moments, but that defense stands tall. The brick wall stands for now.
Keep that going. That's what I'm talking about. Keep up that shot for shot amount of pressure. Yeah, I don't keep saying pressure, but it's the best thing I really got right now. You know, 60 seconds off the clock. SP Starbreakers, will we see them get back on a defense back wall play over? Is that a rule 1 on the wall? Wow.
It surely is. Hams and Vel are saying to hold a headlock here. It's game 6, by the way, Vel. Your team is down 3-2. Hams can afford to do this. I don't know if your team can do just the same, but taking his chance on a 2v2 as it stands, it's Snap and Taka versus Percival
I think they can.
And Chip. Clearly, he trusts his teammates to play the 2v2 right now, and KCG Chaos will oblige here as Taka in field. Chip to clear it away. Snap will chase back as room to work with here. Chip's gonna be the guy to watch out for here. 1v1 with even more room, but it's a bad touch. A big clear, and Percival just gets back to it in time. Snap in field. Chip will keep it back to the corner. Snap. Still 3 minutes left in this game. Still no goal yet in the 2v2 battle. Takua will hold. He's got space and an air dribble upfield. He'll go upstairs. Resets. Trying to fake this one low. Great read from Chip, and Snap will keep the offense cycling in the pressure right now. Taco on the back post, so he backed away, and Chip called his bluff. What a smart move from Chip. That's not something that you can do easy. That's a gutsy call from him on defense, but he makes the right choice, and KCG Chaos right now need to try again. Snap playing it. Can't get any further than the orange corner.
Man, drop on down by Taku. I really like that this is still going. Now, rule 1 is still going, okay? I have faith in Takua being that mechanical skill. I have faith in Snap setting this on up. Shot right into the goal. It teetered on in, but Chip denied it. Snap back over to the sidewall, trying to make something happen, trying to get this one back on down over into KCG territory. Snap for the pickup into the air. Goes for the second touch off the ground. It's Percival for the pickup instead, taking it over to the right side corner. Please watch out for our fellow rule oneers. They do not want to be involved in this game, and I really don't wish that they are. All right, Snap goes it. Never mind. A little bit of a pinch attempt. Can't get the right velocity on that. Takua's playing a little bit passive here, though, I have to say, Sporty. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think he just mostly doesn't want to give up an overcommit.
He's waiting for his moment.
I don't think he wants to give up an overcommit to SP Starbreakers, so that's what he's waiting back for. But you said it, for a team that needs to score, you gotta find ways to take chances, and this might be it. Chips chasing back, but it's 2-on-1. Taku with a snap, and it's denied on the goal line by Percival, and Taku will, oh, he missed this one. Snap's going to hold the corner. Reminder that season on the line right now for KCG Chaos. Snap to clear, Percival to the corner. He'll have his time and his space to work. Takua wins it. He's got space, but it's Chip again. And SP Starbreakers still chasing after this one. Still 1-0. No goal scored in the 2v2 just yet. KCG Chaos getting close, but haven't had enough. That one off the post. Chip got a piece of it, and that is all he will need. We're starting to enter the final 60 seconds here, ZekVexol. KCG Chaos are going to need a goal, and you start to ask, should Velacherio, break that headlock? Should he get back in the play and make this a free-on-free battle again?
I don't think so. And honestly, part of me was kind of thinking for a period of time, Takua was trying to make sure that that didn't break. I felt like he was kind of playing a little bit of bodyguard back there, because that ball kept flying back over into that corner, never went into the left side corner. 40 seconds left here. I believe this 2v2 can still play out for KCG Chaos. I almost had to hold my breath there for a second. Can still play out for KCG Chaos. Takua to the air. Flip resets once. Over the top of Chip. Snap doesn't play on up for that. Percival gets the clear on down. Final 30 seconds now. Time is getting really, really low. Really scary. And it looks like it finally cleared its way on out. We're back to threes.
Yeah, but so late in this game, KCG Chaos need a desperate Hail Mary as time ticks away. Their season on the line. Snap will need to keep this thing up. Velacherio takes out Chip in the air. Off the spawn is Takua. Cleared aside, and it's going to be 0 seconds or nothing for KCG. Vel clears it away. A big mistake, and that is going to end the season. The Starbreakers upset KCG Chaos to advance to the semifinals.
I don't think anyone was there. I think that was just way too hard of a hit. But, I don't want to dwell, and I don't think anyone from KCG should either. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. You played your best out there. You gave us, honestly, a phenomenal series to witness here on the desk. You had a great run, but you won't be making it out of quarterfinals. SP, though, are moving on to the semifinals. Look at that. To go head-to-head against PAWS up. Well, you guys just witnessed knock on down Dino Sqaud in the quarterfinals matchup 4-0. So, Sporty.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting series, to say the very least. But, there's another SP team in this back. They're going to be up next as well. Solace Path Golden taking on portable document format files Unleashed. We're going to have a match coming up pretty soon. SP Golden. Can SP have two teams in the semifinals? I mean, a lot of the desk predicted Golden to do well. We're going to get an answer for that very soon. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, SP Golden, portable document format, our next quarterfinals, and our next big best of 7. well, it may not have been a Game 7, but a long series regardless. So, WhiskeyGlitter, good job on your prediction. WhiskeyRun, of course, next to us as well. Welcome back to the Season 6 Soraxus Networks Inc. Pinnacle Cup Championship. Our first series was a sweep. Our second one went to Game 6. And, of all of us, we all got to take the L on this one. None of us predicted SP Starbreakers to make it. And yet, here they are. Unfortunately for Chaos, it's 2 straight seasons where they just don't get out of the quarterfinals. But for Solus Path, an org that's never won in the Ascent Tournament Series, boy, what a good feeling it is to have, because I don't think anyone... Starbreakers are not the team that was more favored to make it to the semifinals, and yet here they are. And now, coming up next, SB Golden PDF portable document format next. That's going to be a big series as well. But before we, of course, go into that, let's talk about this SB Starbreakers team. I think we were all surprised.
Yeah, completely caught me off guard. I did have it going in for the long run. I knew that this was going to be a very competitive game, but roster changes sometimes just can disrupt that chemistry. And that's kind of, I think, what went on here, right? We called the WinCon Mr. Highlight, Takua, to be that impact player, and he was. Several hat tricks, several times that he was involved. But on the other side of it, WhiskeyRun, this was a right place, right time. It was just a fully functioning Starbreakers.
Yeah, we talked about how good Starbreakers were going to be with Chip playing on that game. And really the fact that KCG Chaos was playing without Ant, their huge #1 guy, that really was what sealed the deal for me to watch them sort of crumble. I think you said it, changing the lineup, break up a little bit of flow, and they just really could not recover throughout that entire one. I think we all picked that game wrong, and Whiskey, your bracket is busted, my friend, all the way to the championship.
I know. Tough one.
Well, all of us here, all of us cry about the fact that our brackets are now completely defunct. That's how, weird this final bracket can be. Let's talk about another series that could potentially break our hearts. SP Golden Portable Document Format Files Unleashed. That's a mouthful, but what isn't a mouthful is the fact that this next series is going to be great. SP Golden, a pretty heavy favorite, albeit not a returning team. Portable Document Format has been here before. They were here last season. Season 5, they were in the Pinnacle Cup as well. I believe they even made playoffs. They made it close to playoffs that time around. Last season, though, not great for them. I think they went 0-6. They actually didn't make playoffs at all. They went 0-6. This season, a whole lot better for this roster. Made a couple changes. The offseason have come back stronger. It's Sammy, Slasher, Elasted, a really good team. But this SP Golden team, one thing that benefits this team, they have championships already. This team won a few seasons ago, back in Season 4 in the Phoenix Cup. They have since then jumped up quickly to the Pinnacle Cup, and now looking to win essentially a second championship for SP Solus Path. Not only would it be great for them to have obviously a team that wins a championship, win a championship here, how fun it would be to have 2 teams in the semifinals. I don't know if anyone at any Solus Path team making it this far, and yet Starbreakers are here, and SP Golden, I think you would agree, are favored to make it. But WhiskeyRun, this is another tough match to predict. I may say a lot about SB Golden, and I think a lot of us predict SB Golden to be the better team. Both these teams, I think, are unproven in playoffs. Both of them have never made this playoff bracket in the Pinnacle Cup. So for both of them, it's going to be a good amount of nerves coming in this match, and that's something that they kind of have to get used to, and get used to quickly.
Yeah, I would say this is the cleanest consistency versus volatility matchup of the night. SP Golden has a positive record, positive differential, but they win with structure. PDF or Portable D, these guys dead even record, but they have some elite playmakers and can absolutely spike a series. The guys we got to watch out for, JDS, Slasher. Slasher's got 19 assists, #1 in the league, 6th overall in ATS rating. He is one of the guys that could absolutely turn this around.
You mentioned Slasher. That's a great name to mention as well. I think I might have to mention Elasted. I don't think stats-wise he's been the greatest this season, but one thing that has helped is that he's been a pretty clutch player at times. This team's been around for a while. They've been around for a few seasons. Elasted's been a pretty consistent factor for this team in playoffs and whether or not they win or lose. So I'm interested in how Elasted plays, but what I'm also interested in is what you guys think is going to happen here. Our brackets are already busted. There's no coming back from this, but maybe we can get at least a pity victory here. WhiskeyRun. You know what? I'm not going to start with you anymore because you started the last 2 times. I'm going to start right now because it's my time to make predictions here. My bracket's a mess. It's gone. We're not coming back from this, but I do have to agree with the prediction I made earlier. I've got SP Golden winning this, and I've got Portable Document Format winning this, and I think it's going to go Game 7. We didn't see Game 7 last time. I think we're going to see it here. I think this series is the best chance of doing it all night. And I want to see an upset. I think Portable Document Format are a team that's good enough. They've got a little bit of experience. They're not new to playoffs in general. I like this team's chances, but I know, WhiskeyGlitter, you disagree with me on that.
Yeah. I'm thinking Golden is going to come out on top here, and because it's going to be a who sets the pace early type situation in this best of 7, right? My prediction here 4-2 to Golden, and I'm saying that if Golden takes control of the first 2 games, that this series can quickly start to tilt in their favor. They're disciplined enough to get the job done. They're great to play on that momentum swing. But really, if portable document format finds some of those early games, is able to do that, chaos that talks against WhiskeyRun's structured format of Golden, then it could get a little bit closer. That's why I'm thinking, 4-2 to Golden.
All right, Run, do you have anything that you want to add to that as well? Are you agreeing with the host?
For sure.
Or are you agreeing with your friend over here, the other analyst? Both of
No,
us have
the
been equally
host,
as wrong
my
tonight.
friend. No, portable document format, portable D, man. 4-1 victories, what I have them carrying this thing forward. To me, they look like that better team. I like structure generally. I like the way that you see that play out, but the it factor for PDF here, I think that they can pull it off, right? SP Golden certainly has a reputation for like consistent rotations, discipline, winning more possession battles, but this is this PDF team. They can convert on opportunities. They can convert on pressure, and better than I think SP Golden can. So this is great names, make great highlights, and I cannot wait to see what this best of 7 brings.
Well, the one benefit of the split desk on predictions is that at least not all of us are going to be wrong anymore. We're going to head off to the casters here. Off base, CherryJ, take it away.
Yeah, gonna be an amazing series here. We got portable document format Unleash versus SP Golden Souls Path. Still one of the better teams here in the Ascent Tournament Series. Almost everywhere we see them make at least a deep run in the playoffs. Cherry, this is definitely going to be a very, very exciting series.
Yeah, we're closing out the quarterfinals. This is the second to last one we got tonight, and we'll see which team comes out on top. We've heard from our desk. They're thinking this one's going to be close. We're thinking, who knows? But as we hit the pitch, we start off strong as SP Golden already delivers a nice touch, but it will go on over, taking possession. It's PDFU who's going to be on a nice start, to say the least. And as they are just going to start rearing their engines, we'll see who's going to be the first ones to find success as Araufbeastrl. I want to get some opinions from you, right? Who do you think is going to win this game?
Yeah, I've been a little bit of a fan of Soulless Path here. I do think that Soulless Path, again, could get a better chance here to try and get to a grand finals, maybe get a victory here. They've had so many close opportunities in the other divisions. It's just not been their time quite yet, but it may be now in the Pinnacle Cup here. Xavier looking for the shot here. That's going to be a little off target. It's a great miss. Actually, touch blasted. Gets the touch in time. And PDFU still staying in this series, still staying in this game 1 strong. You got to be careful. You are SP Golden, though. I said I do think they're going to win this one, but again, PDFU still one of the better teams here.
Taking the shot will be instantly blocked down as the 50-50 wins, rings out. It's Slasher trying to push, but it goes over. Sam's next one on the touch, trying to make something happen, but it is still just going to be SP Golden keeping the possession in their path as a reset on the boost goes back over. Sammy's the next one on the touch as they send it back over, opposite side corner. And PDFU gonna have to once more mount on that offense.
And just look at the way SP Golden continued trying to just here. JDS looking for this one forward. Got a last to go, but PDFU still staying close. Slasher does have it to the midfield. Sammy, he's going to look for a shot, but Verge does deny, and SP Golden still staying in this one. That's back downfield. That had to get cut, though, and SP Golden still trying to find a way around everybody here. Slasher, though, is downfield. Xavier, last man back. He's beat, but JDS, they're in time, and SP Golden still stay alive here. It's still tied at 0 apiece. It's been absolutely wonderful so far.
So far, neither team is able to pull away with a mile. It's just inches being gathered as we are still going to be seeing the pass from Slasher goes down. Can Elasted make something happen? The second touch comes in. The physicality works wonders as Sammy will find their first 2 minutes 40, and the first goal goes on in.
You get your popcorn ready, folks. This is going to be a banger of a series. Look at the bump here that they got. SP Golden just not ready for it, but it's still a long way to go. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. SB Golden, still a great opportunity here. Sammy nearly out the kickoff, trying to find his way through. Slasher has it to the last hit, but that's cut away. SB Golden still staying in this one. Xavier to the midfield, that's downfield. JDS having to come again to try and find something. PDFU still the defense so strong. The last is the last man back. Slasher does get there in time. JDS still trying to find something to prove for SB Golden, but PDFU still being a little bit of the better team right now.
Finding that first goal, certainly looking to leverage that into a win. 2 minutes remain. Can they succeed? An empty net. Last one on the defense will be able to work wonders. This does go back on up. Slasher, nice block once more. Gets the reset off. Looks to try and send it center. As Xavier's the next one to try and make some kind of play to develop themselves to a 1-1 scoreline. Won't happen just yet. Sets it back over towards center court. Slasher tries to make something happen. Goes back to Elastic as a nice bump from the SP Golden. Keeps it stable on low ground. PDFU back up for the offense. Slasher sending it back over to Elastic, but it's Verse who's going to be able to drive it all the way back on through. As Xavier sends a nice touch, doesn't get the reset, still looks good for PDFU. As everyone is highly inputted, this second touch brings it in as the second goal found for Sammy, as they're 1 away from that hat trick and already looking 1 away from really just cementing themselves as a victor in game 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistake there from Soul's Path, just trying to find a way to get out in their own half. It's been a little while. The amount of pressure that PDFU has been able to apply to SB Golden has forced them in situations they know they can get out of. And again, another opportunity. Sammy trying to get the hat trick there. He's going to get denied. Elastic though to Sammy. Sammy, he can't get the touch again. And now SB Golden have to really play from behind yet to score. They don't want to get shut out here. Sammy trying to do just that. Xavier does get the cut in time. Elastic having to leave this one back. Bears is on this one. Has it off the ceiling. Has a flip reset off the ceiling. He can't get the touch. That's not going to work there. Elastic does get it cleared out. Keeps it out. Got the bump nearly on JDS, who has the flip reset. It could be awkward, but again, PDFU just not willing to budge.
The opportunity wasted as PDFU, 20 seconds remaining, gonna try and send this ball all the way down court. Slasher picks up the 100 boost as they keep this alive. 15 seconds. Nice touch, goes back over to Slasher, hits it high, goes over to the backboard, looking to reset all the way on through. And Xavier, open net instantly flourishing. PDFU on the defense, keeping themselves on the front foot as a 2-0 lead. Ball will fall down, spiked onto the ground. That's game 1 going over. PDFU putting themselves really high up on the power rankings.
And that's one thing you've got to be a little bit careful if you are SP Golden. You had a couple of shot opportunities. Keep in mind, 7 shots on target, none finding the mark for SP Golden. PDFU able to keep nearly every single one of them out. You've got to look for the opportunities. You saw the physical play from PDFU. It worked every time they needed it. The miscalculations, the slight miscommunication, the slight just misrotation from SP Golden, they're going to punish you every single time. And PDFU just able to do that to get this 2-0 win.
Absolutely looking good in game 1 as ISP Golden, we were told this game would be close and we might even see that best of 7 go the distance. It seems, however, with the way this has been going, PDFU is certainly going to be a team to be looking out for. As in our first series of the night, we did not see anything like this. Araufbeastrl, every single game went to be a neck-and-neck score, very, very close together. This time, however, that 2-goal differential already looking really, really strong for a tone to be set coming into this quarterfinals matchup. It's certainly going to be Soul's Path who's found their flow. Can they keep it? That'll be the questions. We hit the pitch once more. Let's see if Soul's Path can make that comeback.
Yeah, gonna be interesting how they want to adjust here. It was PDFU who was able to find the breakaway, but that 2-0 lead shutout proven to be the dagger in game 1. Xavier trying to get things started for SP Golden. They've been needing that a little bit this series. Varys, he's going to be beating Sammy, looking to try and keep the magic going. Elastic does have this one central. This might be open. Varys, he's there. He's got the goal. SP Golden not just going to take the lead in game 2, going to get their first goal of the series in itself. A little bit of an overcommit there from PDFU, going to prove absolutely critical to SB Golden.
Yeah, an overcommit to say the least. Everyone pushed up, looking to try and find that opening goal very, very early. Will not be the case. Bears saw him on a hot streak earlier. Goes back over. Slasher next one on the touch. Elastic stays high. Gets the second. Won't be able to make it. This overcommitment happens once more. All three players super highly inputted. But it won't make any real difference this time, as they all are just going to be waiting to try and make something happen. Elastic hits it again. Goes to try and make something happen. Back over. JDS maybe redirects it a little bit too high as it extends over. Refresh on the boost. Hits the backboard, hits the corner, looking to try and drive this one in for that second goal of the game. Won't be able to make it happen just yet.
Sasha again looking to find a way for it. Oh, he got the demo. Almost thought that he was going to be taken off the field there, the angle of that one. But fortunately, PDFU still staying in this one strong. They are down, so keep in mind, they need to find a way through Bears. He's going to be bumped off. Sammy back downfield, but it's very, very deep into SP Golden territory. They're able to recover quickly. This one almost going the other way on the counterattack. Xavier having to be cautious, does get it around one. Elastic all over this one though, trying to find a teammate here, but he's only going to find JDS. Gets past Xavier. That shot's on target, but cleared away by Elastic.
It was on over. Sammy's the next one to try and make something happen. Hits it back, bumps it down. Slasher needs to play the defense perfectly. Picture perfect defense comes out as they drop it over to the corner. Keep possession. Slasher hits it over the first. Gets the reset from Xavier. Goes back on over. Won't be able to make anything happen just yet, as it is still going to be Slasher halting the ball, looking to play it awkward. Goes down, back over. Unable to connect the goal, as it's over to Elastic, who's going to be trying to make something happen, but as Veers takes it over, the 50-51 out by Slasher once more, as Sammy's next one to try and collaborate on this play, but it will just be JDS sending it out of commission, out of possibilities, as Veers back up, and Adam sends it right on forward, but back to center court it goes, and JDS next one on the touch.
And just look at SB Golden. They're not giving them any room whatsoever. PDFU having a fight for their lives to try and find one. Here's Slasher. He has it up. He has the fake. Sammy can't get there and time it out. Lassen has to cut in just to save this one forward. And that one almost finding his way through Slasher. Just trying to keep it on the blue half. It's a great pitch from JDS. Everybody, though, covering it from PDFU on the orange half. Slasher having to let this one go. It's a shot that's denied. Elastic nearly getting that one. Elastic again to keep it out. I don't know how, but this is still gonna stay a 1-0 game as we approach the last minute and a half of game 2.
So far today, we really haven't seen a whole lot of big goal differences being created, and it seems as if this game will be the same case. Minute 30. Let's see whether or not PDFU will be able to maintain the lead that has once been gathered. Send this into overtime. Send this out of regulation. Zavers back on over. Sasha next one on the touch. Goes for the 50. Won't actually have any contesting to do, as PDFU once more just going to try and send it back, but it will be a little bit awry. Lasted. Dropping it out. Xavier next one picks it up instantaneously, looking to dribble this all the way down court. Won't matter as Slasher sends it to the corner. Minute remaining. Nice touch, but it will be blocked down as Slasher once more has a nice opportunity.
And JDS a little had to leave it for Veers. Veers with the reset, trying to find it through. It might just barrel his way through, but Slasher, the demo just in time, Elastic. A little bit of a dangerous touch. Sammy does clear it away. And now, PDFU gonna have to fight if they want to get back into this one. Elastic trying to find it forward. Veers is there for the clear. Trying to find the center. Sammy to Elastic to Slasher. He got it around one. Trying to get the other. It's close, but everybody back in time. A little bit off target. Could have been the equalizer they very so needed. That's gonna be a goal the other way. Bears gonna secure this game, possibly the final nail in the coffin for PDFU.
Yep, can't be allowing this. We saw the touch go through. They had a phenomenal way of playing low ground with the ball, and it just worked so well. But unfortunately, that last touch just hits the side, hits the metal. and that just kind of sealed the deal as it allowed the SB Golden to find their counterattack. And now that they've found that counterattack, they're certainly going to be looking to just bring this game on back, as it's now 1-1. PDFU gonna have to really put their heads together if they want to be able to score some kind of comeback, but as of now, it's seeming like we're going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful touch there from Bears, now with the hat trick, actually. So Bears having an absolutely career game 2 right now. JDS looking to extend the lead one more time, but that's gonna fall. SP Golden gonna even the series.
Even in the series very nicely, as I wasn't honestly expecting this. I thought after the 2-0 lead, we were going to just see a bit of a clean sweep, but they instantly bounce back, take a 3-0 lead, and find their game. SB Golden looking good. Looking like they're going to be a team to really contend with, as was Vare scoring that hat trick, especially looking deadly while doing so. We saw Sammy scoring the 2 goals for PDFU in the last game. This time, it's going to be Vare's. It's a 2-man show by the looks of it, as we've seen 5 goals so far scored between 2 players.
And that's kind of the big thing too. You see the defense of PDFU. It is there. It's exactly the same that we saw in game 1. But this time, SP Golden forcing the awkward shots, forcing the weird, I guess you can say, defensive rotations out of PDFU. They weren't exactly expecting it. It just worked in their favor. SP Golden able to get a very comfortable 3-0 win in game 2, but game 3 gonna be a little bit different. Both these teams taking blows to each other with back-to-back shutouts. Now somebody's got to break the tension. Somebody's got to find a way to get back into this one. We will find out here. Game 3 ready to go underway.
Yeah, super excited to see who will be the team to break out the lead once more, as there's that opportunity now. We're sending that best of 7 down to a best of 5. Gets a little bit slimmed down. First, SB Golden already off to a strong start, as it's Xavier opening up, sends it to the backboard. Gets another redirection, but Sammy's going to be the one to take possession as it stays alive in blue territory. SB Golden gonna have to play this nicely if they want to be able to deliver it out. Boost steal looks good, as it's again SB Golden taking these chances, looking nicely while doing so. Xavier just gonna play the physicality once more, goes for it. Sammy on the touch, loses out on it, as it does send aggressive statements to say the least. Goes over to the opposite corner. Slasher trying to play the defense well, and they actually are going to send it centered a little bit, so that's a bit of a tragic touch for Slasher as they try and go for the prediction. Will work out itself, but not too well. As they go in for the second touch, the follow-up not necessarily there, as now PDFU just going to pass the ball around once more. Slasher takes it up super high. Wherever this lands, though, it won't really be able to find too much impact.
And this one's still going very evenly here. You kind of saw a little bit earlier. Lasted having to stretch thin there just to get there in time for the save. Lasted, again, keeping it out. Got around theirs. You've got to be a little bit careful, though. You've still got an entire team of SP Golden players to get this around. Slasher to the midfield. Look for Sammy's. That's a shot on target. Xavier does keep it out. Theirs trying to keep this one going. SP Golden looking for some momentum. It's a great fake from Xavier, but well read. Lasted there in time, and it's going to be PDFU still staying close to this one. It's a great pass from Xavier. He tried to bring it around, but Bears had to pull off. The save was there, and now this game still tied at 0. JDS having to fake his way through. It's still awkward. Slasher having to get this away, and it is still a 0-0 game.
Slasher playing last man, works out very well for them, as now the ball will go sent on. Oh, barely. Slasher trying to make a awkward angle work there. Magic Lasted brings it back to the corner. Xavier, next one on the touch, tries to send it high, tries to send it for that secondary touch, going to be able to get it. There it goes. JDS sends it in. 2 minutes 41 seconds, and they bring this game back to a lead for the first time. It's SP Golden in this series that's looking to take this series in their favor.
Yeah, they tried to send the house to try and defend that one. You saw Lasted, no boost, had to get the pre-jump there just to keep it close, but SP going a little bit better there in that scenario. That's downfield, but not on target. PDFU having to thank their lucky stars that wasn't the lead again getting extended this time around. Elasted trying to find the 50 to get this one away. Sammy does get a demo on one. PDFU trying to get back into control. It's a great touch from Elasted, but he's bumped off. The ball is actually still rolling to the blue half, but finally gets cleared away. Now JDS to chase this one down. Sammy got the beat, but there's ready to cut in. SP Golden not giving up. They want more. They might just get more. Slasher keeping that one out.
SP Golden, 2 minutes to play the defense. 2 minutes to try and get that 2-0 lead. See what they can accomplish. This JDS, we've seen them as the third player in the series to be able to score a goal. See if they can make it a second one going their way. As they send a shot, will be a little bit off target. As now dribbling it down, sending it in. Slasher finding success as they just nail one on in. As Ver's trying to play physically, trying to go for the drawbacks and send the ball awry. Will not work, will not succeed. Goes on over as they find their victory.
Now, so well played there from Slasher, just trying to find a way through. He was going to see what Ver's had to do. Ver's just not trying to go for it. He just had to wait, but even waiting, not the best thing you want to do. Slasher to the backboard here, look for the waterfall. JDS does read it actually perfectly. Ver's, he's up, got it around Sammy. Now the pressure from PDFU coming in. They've got the equalizer they needed. It's a great play from Slasher, but not enough. And PDFU trying to get back to it. It's a great cut from SP Golden. Slasher having to keep this away. This one down again. Ver's trying to put this central. It's not enough though. It's still gonna be tied at one apiece here. Slasher with a flick. That's close. That's gonna be a lasser. That's gonna be the lead for PDFU.
They bring it back despite losing out the first goal of the game. SP Golden will be unable to keep that lead alive. Elasted drops it onto net. Starts to bring this back. SP Golden, they took a 3-0 lead in the last game. That lead does seem to be dismantled as 45 seconds to try and get that comeback, send it into overtime. See whether or not that is going to be possible. Bears tries to get out on the 50-50, will be baited out of it. As now JDS once more just trying to make something happen, but it goes on over. SP Golden needing to play the defense, and Xavier will actually have a nice play to stall out time, bail out any aggression. As 20 seconds goes into play. How will they make something happen? Araufbeastrl, it's certainly seeming as if PDFU has just taken their second game of the night.
And this one a little bit closer. Oh, that one almost the nail in the coffin there, but the time's still up. It's not over. It is now. That's a 50 down to PDFU. Gonna take game 3 and gonna take the lead in the series right back, snatching it out of SP Golden's hands.
We're really going back and forth tonight as this game definitely seems to become maybe the closest one we'll get all night, as neither team is being able to pull away an insurmountable lead. It's just a back and forth barrage of attacks going towards each other, and ideally we will be seeing that continue. Ideally we will be going the distance. Who knows whether or not either team will be able to pull out a relatively strong upcoming, but as of now it's definitely seeming as if this PDFU roster is coming into a massive lead, as that was a very good game from them.
Yeah, very interesting to see how both of these teams want to adjust here. That one a little bit closer than the first two. The first two being more closer to blowouts than game 3 was, but the defense really strong from both halves. But I do want to see SP Golden trying to look for ways to find the opportunities, find their way through. We've seen them being able to do it before, but you've got to find the physicality. It's worked for PDFU, and SP Golden could take a page out of their book if they want to find a way to take PDFU down.
We're just gonna have to wait and see, as right now I'm getting, oh yeah, wow, we are getting into game. Cool. SP Golden, can they make that comeback? Will we be seeing 2-2? We were kind of discussing as our first series of the day that a 4-2 might be coming out, This time it seemed a little bit more likely, and it seems like it is going to possibly just be coming on through as the demo comes out onto Sammy, shutting him down for at least the time being. JDS tries sending it closer, goes on in, but it only reaches the penalty zone. Nothing real more. Verse trying to get something done, a little bit too high on the touch, as that does give SP Golden no ways to make an entrance to really be noteworthy.
Yeah, SP Golden just trying to find their way through Xavier here. He had to leave it. He didn't have the angle. Lasted narrowly able to get this one away. Now it's going to be PDFU with control. Everybody, I don't think they know what's happening. Nobody really going for it now. This one finally rolling forward. Xavier taking this was a great 54, but Sasha just couldn't really get there in time. He had to be patient. Sasha now for the 50, but it's still in the midfield, still dangerous. Sammy having chased this one down. I think he got clipped a little bit there, so couldn't exactly find the angle he wanted. Slasher again just trying to do damage control. This is going the other way though. Slasher, he has the flick, but not enough height. Sammy, he's not going to find his way through either. PDFU still trying to find their way through. Slasher finally does find the angle, and finally at last PDFU break through and take the lead.
Individually, we've been seeing PDFU on a little bit of a worse game, I guess, than what we've looked at from SP Golden. However, when it comes to that team play, that's where I believe PDFU has really been able to thrive significantly. Oh, there is going to be a goal, though. They send one in off the kickoff. That's SP Golden driving a nice shot after the kickoff. Xavier taking that end lag and just taking full advantage as everyone else stuck in center field. They'll be the one to understand the predicament and come out on top. As now at 1-1, SP Golden completely neutralizes the lead just gained. But that might not be for long, as Slasher is just going to be able to cake at an almost empty net and find a shot. Obviously, we do see JP and Xavier both looking to try and block, but neither really in a good position to have a lot of options to try and make that block happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say more so for a PDFU. You can't really have that happening with that kickoff goal, but again, PDFU coming out, striking, going for the fences there, able to find the lead again. Can't exactly say that now. PDFU showing some games off the kickoff, showing some defensive games there. That one saved away by Slasher, and Sammy having to find his way through. It's a great flick. Bears, he's there in time, and the counterattack could come in. Elasted does find a way to get this one away, though, so PDFU not exactly in too much trouble here. Bears going to keep this one central. The pass to Xavier, that's a shot, but well denied in advance by Sammy. And now, SP Gold now to keep the momentum up. They've got to find a way to get this equalized yet again. Elasted for the pinch to get this away. Xavier, he's ready for it. That's a shot on target. Slasher keeps it away, but JDS back into it. That's kept away by Elasted as well, and SP Golden continuing to get denied on the goal line.
And they're continuously playing this repetition on the defense well as PDFU. Can they stay alive? Nice touch from Sammy as the goalkeeper works their magic again. They drive it in potentially, but no. It'll get blocked off once more. Sammy sets it to the center. Goes back a ride to the corner. 80 boost on the hands of Slasher. Gets stolen as it goes over. Verse going to try and make something happen. 60 boost in hand. Going to get knocked off target, and as the ball gets redirected over to the opposite corner, it's already sent on back. Not for long, as we will be seeing it staying towards midfield. Sammy, however, going to try and keep it inputted highly into enemy territory. Minute 40, 100 seconds. Can they get something done? SP Golden seems like the answer may perhaps be a strong yes, as everyone starting to play a little bit more haphazardly towards their defensive line instead, looking to play aggressively.
Yeah, this PDFU still having to play defense here. They've been playing defense almost all series long. Last one, oh, he nearly got bumped off. Still there in time though, but Verse trying to find the equalizer. Sammy with no boost does deny now. Goes the other way, a little under a minute and a half here for game 4. It's still PDFU in the driver's seat. Sammy trying to find Elasted, does make the connection, but had to fake his way through. Trying to get the 50 on Urs as well, but that's still awkward. It is Sammy that's there. Slasher for the follow-up. He put it to the backward. Elasted now his turn, but he can't make the landing. Now PDFU have to scramble back. Xavier with the flip reset, still carrying it. The Slasher does come in. PDFU playing this long game, looking to try and break down SP Golden each and every way they can. We talk about the offense of SP Golden. We talk about the defense, but the defense of PDFU is what's keeping them in this game for now. Xavier gonna find his way through, and now the series tied at, actually, excuse me, game 4 tied at 2.
Yeah, everyone tried playing towards the highs instead of looking towards the lows, and that just kind of gave that idea over. Xavier able to just kind of make everything happen with the help of Urs. It's generally a little bit of tunnel vision that you got to worry about earlier on. Xavier going to send it up high, looking to find the equalizer in this matchup before regulation does come out. Doesn't seem to be the case, doesn't seem to be too possible. Never mind, we're going the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2-2, all but guaranteed.
Well, we've got to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to curse SP Golden or PDFU quite yet. Still 9 seconds left. We've seen it happen before. We could get OT, but PDFU gonna have to send it the distance here, and they may just do that. Elastic for the pass to Sammy. That shot's on target, but denied. Slasher looking to keep this one up. It may just drop. Xavier gonna let it. And now going to game 5 with an even series on the line. How about that, Cherry?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a series to remember in the quarterfinals. This has been potentially the longest one already. I believe that it is tied for it as of now, is 2-2. Definitely going to be a difficult one to come back from if you are PDFU. They were up 2-0, or not 2-0, 2-1 at a certain point, and what, it was like 20 seconds remaining, and that 2-1 just got completely destroyed as it was SP Golden making the comeback, coming back 3-2. And it really did just look a lot better from them in general. I think overall PDFU, their defense has been a little bit more towards the lackluster end. Meanwhile, SP Golden has been really good in terms of how they're spreading around the map. In general, they look very good when it comes to their individualistic goals. We don't really see a whole lot of physicality when it comes to making their goals happen from them. It's more so just a nice pass gets seen, and PDFU isn't really able to deal with it. So those are kind of the things that I'd like to see changed perhaps from them. But overall, it's just a little bit difficult. I think realistically, as of now, in terms of the form, PDFU is looking a little bit better.
You just gotta be a little bit cautious there if you are PDFU. It's so awkward to see both of these teams. They would take it back and forth. You know, both these teams have the ability to take each other down. They've done it dominantly, they've done it in a close game, and now it's still just as foggy of a series as it's ever going to be, as we're going to go to game 5 knowing we're going to have a guaranteed game 6. Somebody will force match point from game 5 here. JDS going to be that one for SP Golden to do just that.
And I would like to recorrect myself. I said I thought PDFU had better form. I'm taking that back. I think SP Golden is in better form right now. But that's just me. So we'll see what they do find, as already PDFU having a decent stance. Sends it high. Won't be able to make anything happen with that, as SP Golden instantly relinquishes that lead once gained. Puts it over to the enemy side. As we see Xavier, next one on the touch, looks to send it down. Won't be able to happen. Gets redirected. Backed off. The 50-50 works nicely for PDFU as they hit another one. And just keep that ball going aggressive into SP Golden territory. As Xavier is going to hit the corner. The second touch faked as Verse brings it back centered. JDS going to keep it in a decent area for their squad to work with. As Sammy now going to win out to find the demo. It just stays in the air. Slasher looking to try and make something happen low. Drops it center. Verse is the first one to read it, as they are going to try and make something happen close range. Won't be able to just yet, as JDS is going to be able to contribute nicely. But as they hit each other in the cars, it is just going to be rough for SB Golden to really make any big, outstanding plays to continue with that win they just picked up.
It's still a little bit close between these two teams here. No, like, actually, yet to score so far. Bears trying to find that on target. It's still close. It's still dangerous. Slasher. Oh, this Elasted having to keep JDS out of the net just in time. Elasted now having to let this float. Bears is there to collect it. Trying to get this central to himself. Elasted for the clear, but only as far as Xavier, who now got this back close on target. Sammy having to scoop it out just to get this one away. Having to get it over to Slasher. Gonna take it himself instead. Slasher having to be a little bit more patient on the front lines here. Xavier trying to get around Elasted. Does get the read. JDS, he has to be careful with that shot. Narrowly denied. And now PDFU still trying to find their way through. And still a long way to go here, folks. We are only halfway through game 5. This game gonna decide who goes to match point, who's gonna take a lead in the series up to late. And Bears trying to bring it forward. Bears still looking for his way through. Elasted does find the clear again. JDS. Oh, this is awkward. Sammy. Actually, Slasher gonna get a touch on this one. This one gonna go as far as the corner.
SB Golden keeping themselves at a tied game. How much longer can this game stay in equilibrium? Seems like the answer may perhaps be relatively shortly. There's Elasted pulling off their first. Gonna be able to drop it in after a relatively weak touch. Keeps it in air. Xavier, that's one that you can't be allowing, right? You gotta make sure it's gonna be going either to the corner or it's going far. And unfortunately, that one did not go far and it did not go to the corner. So there was the opportunity, as nobody else from SB Golden was ready to make a touch like that. And unfortunately, PDFU had Elasted in a good spot to try and make something happen.
That's the thing. It's just been so back and forth here between these two teams. It's just, you don't know what's gonna happen. It's very, very weird seeing the way these two teams compete. Oh, that's an own goal. Slasher gonna get credit for this one, and not what you want to see from Bears there on the goal line. XP Golden having to be a little bit cautious. Is actually Xavier accidentally with the own goal. Excuse me, but again, SB Golden, you can't be getting too eager there.
Yeah, it seems as if SB Golden is really cracking under pressure after that first goal went out of their way. So now it is going to be that 2-0 lead. We've seen SB Golden coming back from these types of games before. It's never been a 2-0 lead so far tonight, but we will just kind of wait and see whether or not they are going to be able to reconstruct themselves in game 5. As Xavier hits it to the corner. It's another weak touch. Xavier, I mean, if we're being honest, they've been kind of the reason the last 2 goals have been conceded. So I would like to see a little bit more from them today, as it's been looking rough, right? They did relatively good in game number 2 as one of the main stake players, as well as, I believe, who was the second one? JDS. But in game number 5, it is certainly seeming as if they are starting to fall off in terms of their prowess. So I'd like to get some kind of difference maker from this individual for sure, but overall, Verse has been kind of consistent, which I do look towards as a player that maybe can score 1 in 10 seconds, but finding that second, I think Araufbeastrl, that's just going to be too much to ask for.
Yeah, this one gonna force match point here. Bears looking for a last-ditch effort. JDS, he's beat Slasher. That's gonna be the end here, folks. This is gonna be game 6 match point. Here's another one for the road. Elasted gonna find one here, and it's gonna be all PDFU in this series. One more to go if they want to advance to the semifinals. That's all you need here, folks. Game 6, the golden game here for PDFU.
Yeah, coming in a 3-0 lead, certainly nothing to scoff at, even if that last one may have been a little bit just as like a consolation goal. Who really cares? Still looked very, very good. So I do gotta really give this team a lot of preps. I don't know. SP Gold, I thought they were going to take this. I'm not even going to lie. I thought that this team looked very good in terms of how well they played the map as of their last game. This time, however, was a very different story. They didn't take advantage of the weaknesses that PDFU showed. And I think that when you just allow this like over-aggression to go unpunished, that's going to be something that will certainly bite you later on. So SP Golden, I want to see some kind of comeback possibly. If not, we are just going to be going home after this last game. But maybe we will see one more come out as
Gonna have a timeout called here from SP Golden here as they want to try and get things figured out here. So a very, very interesting and actually very well needed timeout. The way this series has been back and forth, PDFU finding a way to start things early here. It's been back and forth, so don't blame SP Golden. But going into Neo Tokyo, you want to be able to go into game 6 knowing what you're up against. You've got to force game 7 if you want to keep on going through. And SP Golden really needing this timeout.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I would imagine that taking that timeout should be able to kind of reconstruct the thoughts a little bit, maybe get them in a little bit of a better headspace. If not, then this could just give their opponents a way to bring themselves back, find out what the missing piece of the puzzle was that did allow some of these goals to be conceded in earlier games. I mean, they've already dropped 2 games total, so it has been at least a little bit of a issue in that regard. So hopefully this will be kind of a learning experience for both teams to be able to improve. That's always the ideal. But Araufbeastrl, it is just going to seem like we're going to get back on into this game. We got 5 seconds left on the timeout. Not sure if we go in directly after or we spend a little bit of time just to get them settled, but we will just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, it looks like we're also going to have a substitution. Aces going to be coming in here for Xavier for SP Golden. So an interesting card here to play from Solace Path. They need this win very badly. They need to win 2 in a row to take the series, and that may not be what they want to see here at PDFU. Could be the one to take the early lead.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to say the least. The double commit to both teams on the kickoff, and then PDFU was just the ones that kind of took advantage of that, sent the 3rd player, got in aggressive, took the game, took it in 5 seconds. We see that first goal. There's the second double commit from both teams. It'll go the way of SP Golden in terms of how favorable that looks, and Verse might be able to take advantage. Looking good. Can they do it? Not just yet. And now it's only one player in the defense. Sammy's going to be able to keep these boosts in their favor, make sure they suffocate their enemies when it comes to how they're going to be able to get that speed done. Slasher making something happen, possibly. Elasted goes for the touch. It's a whole... It's a lot of physicality from both teams this game, by the looks of it. As they send it back, Elasted maybe trying to make something happen. The repossession does get seen. Goes for the pass. Goes to try and make something happen. Won't have anyone for the second follow-up. As now Slasher going to try and make something again. Brings over to the side. 49 boost. Able to get the reset. Aces tries to get something as they come in as the substitute player. And it will just stay aggressive once more as Slasher goes for another touch. Goes back. Ace is able to hit it towards center.
And still, SP Golden having to find a way to fight through here. They're still down. We're already a minute here into game 6 here. And SP Golden just not able to find anything whatsoever to try and force anything through. You've got to bring it now. This is the opportunity. This is exactly what you came here to play for. It's the playoff chance, and you've got to make it to the semifinals or bust. Slasher trying to find his way through. That's gonna be cleared away, but it's still awkward. It's still SP Golden having to be careful on the back line. Bears does get it away, but it's still another opportunity for PDFU. Aces trying to look for the double tap here. He's got to leave it. JDS for the shot. That's on target. And JDS gonna find the equalizer they needed for SP Golden.
Yeah, it looks really good. Aces. I'm loving the substitution already. They have a nice hit. Hits it center. Goes to try and make something happen. And it's just going to be SP Golden finding that. Amazing work. It seems like we might just be seeing game 7 off the timeout. Off the substitution. Looking good overall. Back to the corner it goes. Back to Aces. JDS going to try and make something happen as they send it to opposite corner. Blasted. Going to try and make this next touch happen in their possession as they go for a bit of a touch. Oh, everyone's swarming back to the defense. Will be Sammy trying to deliver something. Unfortunately, not just yet. Second touch. Oh, man. Threading the needle, looking good. Goes to the corner, finds success. As that was a super nice touch off of JDS, bringing it right to him. Unfortunately, JDS just trying to keep possession, trying to play fast, but that will lead to a bit of a dismantlement.
a little bit more interesting there from PDFU, able to find the way to get the lead back. And Aces for the Musty trying to find his way through. Aces, he may have almost beaten everybody on defense. Bears there now looking for Aces. Again, Aces finds his way through, and it is SP Golden back into this series, looking to try and continue putting the effort they need to force game 7, to force double match point, and now they have at least part of what they needed. They have the equalizer, but they're going to need to find the lead if they want to increase their chances here.
I do remember there was a previous game where they were up 2-1, and PDFU was unfortunately unable to keep that alive in their favor. See whether or not they can make anything happen this time. As at equal goals, it is definitely going to be looking rough to say the least. Slasher sends it center. That's a bit of a mistake, but all right, no capitalization just yet. As JDS tries to make something, 50-50, stays centered, doesn't go either team's way. As Aces seems to be the next one on the touch. Oh, that could be rough, but Bears is able to clear it, thankfully, as it is going to be all the way to Sammy, who keeps Boost alive for themselves. Aces trying to make the follow-up, won't be able to make anything happen.
And again, SP Golden just looking to find any golden opportunity here to try and get the lead here. That one centered away. Elasted does find the clear. Bears back on it though. SP Golden still trying to find something here. Sammy, he couldn't find the touch, but Slasher does get it cleared away. Now Slasher, he's gonna get the demo on the Aces. The double demo that might open things up. Bears though, they're in time. He's gonna get to this one quickly. Elasted, no boost. And now PDFU a little bit more on the back line, having a backtrack there. That one's downfield. Aces got the clear though. Bears having to take over now for SP Golden. Aces had to leave it. Slasher trying to find the 50 to the midfield. JDS is up. JDS got to get it to Aces. He's going to take it himself instead. It's a great pitch downfield, but all it's going to do is waste time, give a little bit more of an opportunity for PDFU if they want to end the series now. Slasher for the pop. He's going to get absolutely blasted back, but Sammy narrowly getting this one central. Lasted trying to look for the double there off the side, while Aces able to bump Sammy off, and again the pressure just back and forth now. Elastic trying to find his way through. It's still up. Aces with the clear.
It's certainly looking as if we might be seeing game 7 come on out. And oh, shot. Oh, you see it. It went into the net, but it barely just gets bumped on out. 15 seconds. SP Golden needing to take this to an extended game, but another nice touch to the corner leaves them with nothing. Seems like we're going out of regulation. Seems like we're going to overtime, as it's last touch territory, and it's gonna fall down. SP Golden, can they keep this series alive?
Yeah, you can see a little bit of deja vu from the Raleigh Major, having us see NRG in the overtime 2-2 on game 6 against Twisted Minds. Now it's going to be PDFU versus SP Golden in overtime. And it's going to be JDS to force game 7 of a little bit of the kickoff here. My goodness, everybody trying to get to that one from PDFU. Nobody gets a handle it on it. And Champions Field in our Skylines in our hindsight.
Watching the pre-show earlier, Sporty FC said to us that this would be the game closest to a game 7. If any happened, it would be this one, and we have gotten there. As now there's one more opportunity for these two teams to be able to go up to the semifinals in such a close fashion. It certainly seems as if both these teams deserve to go up, but unfortunately only one will go in such a tough, crucial game like this one. This single elimination bracket really does get so punishing, as we see SP Golden making the comeback from down 2-0, I believe. They've completely overtaken the PDFU roster. We saw Sam with the goal, Slasher with the goal. We're still yet to really see Elasted being able to put too much forth, as it has been a real Shaq and Kobe experience for Slasher and Sammy, putting up a goal each and an assist each. But on the other side, I mean, we've seen SB Golden coming alive, to say the least. The timeout that they took, the substitutions that they've made, certainly is putting this team at the forefront of the ATS.
But no more waiting up to this point. No more, I guess you could say, a last-ditch effort. This is the last time we will be seeing these two teams playing against each other. It is Game 7 on Champions Field. SP Golden looking to make the true bounce back. Elastic has it back downfield. It might be open aces. He can't get there in time. 9 seconds into Game 7. It is already a banger. Elastic gonna get PDFU the lead.
In the last game, we saw the first goal in 5. This time, it's in 9. Both teams firing on all cylinders, but PDFU, their kickoff once more looks phenomenal. As we see him go forward again, the double commit comes out. Gonna be up to JDS, trying to make something happen. Goes on over. Sends it high. Back to center court. Vare's shot comes through. Will be unable to really make anything happen just yet. The waves, unfortunately, still dissipating. As his demo comes out, no follow-up. Vares sends it back center. Looks to try and drive it even further as it will hit the backboard. Follow-up is going to be there. There's the goal. There's aces coming in. The substitute player finds their victory as we still have only been 30 seconds into this game, and we're already seeing everyone firing on all cylinders, scoring, demolishing, destroying everyone individually.
You've got to be careful here for the way that both of these two teams are playing. They've been absolutely electric all night. And JDS from his own corner trying to find his way through. Sammy does win the 50 out, but it's Vares. The pass back to JDS. Aces for the pre-jump, trying to keep this up. He had the boost, but he had to leave it. JDS, so Vares can't get there. Elastic may have the counterattack. He's got to be quick. But Vares just a little bit quicker there. Aces want to keep things up for SP Golden. JDS, he has this one forward, got the 50 in the bump, but it's Sammy with perfect control. Vares having to stay close on this one, winning the 50 out, but that's not what he wanted. It's control now for PDFU. That's a shot. Aces can't reach it. He was stretched a little bit thin on the defense, and Slasher gonna give PDFU the lead back.
It's really, really nice coming in from PDFU as they are able to secure that second goal, keeping the lead alive. But we know SP Golden, despite playing down, they're able to keep this monstrosity of a performance alive, and well done. Can they keep that same potential in this game? That will be the question, as already the opportunity seems to be here. Vares looking to try and go for something, but it will just be the demo to come on a line. Securing it to the center, goes past corner. It's already Vares for the demo to be seen. Goes for a second, able to find it. Really taking down any options of a goal to be eliminated. Sammy with a nice touch gets it past JDS, sends it high, looks to try and make something happen. Aces fleeting the scene, but it is still just going to be another demo found. Elastic picking up the ball, goes over, goes in, barely scuffed out. Oh man, that one was way too close for comfort if you're on PDFU as they send it away. Vares takes it up once more, looking to try and drive it in, but the physicality will halt it in its tracks. Goes back over, Aces sends it to the corner. Second touch seen, hits the corner barely, a little bit too short, as Sammy now going to be the next one for the touch. Hits down right here from the demo. It goes back over. PDFU, that lead, it's starting to be attacked, but unfortunately, no dice just yet. As Ace's next one on the touch goes back up. Elastic saving this team once more.
Ace is just trying to find a way to get it around. It's been a little bit more of a nutty game from him, but it's just not enough so far for SP Golden. PDFU staying alive. Great reset from Sammy to keep this one forward. Don't know how he got it around, but now it's going to be Aces take control. Elastic did win the 50 out. Vares having to be careful on the back wall. Slasher trying to get to this one. Has it off the ceiling. Has the ceiling reset. That's on target, but Aces got the clear. Vares having to be careful. Sammy to the side while Vares got the beat instead. Vares back downfield, but lasted there in time. JDS trying to keep it up for SP Golden. It's so awkward. Slasher, he popped it off the goal line there. It's not the best touch in the world. It's a reset for Aces, but not the position he wanted to land in. That's a shot on target. JDS threaded the needle, and now we're going to be continuing to Game 7 tied. both of these teams looking to make it to the semifinals in the most absolute nail-biting scenario we could have ever drawn up.
And who knows how this game will end up. I know I sure don't. Nice touch comes out. Sammy looking to try and end it here and now. Aces drops it back, goes to the corner. But it is still going to be Slasher hitting it in. Elasted brings it. Great work comes in from Elasted. Phenomenally done, keeping this team alive. The miracles unending. Is attempting to try and block. You see JDS trying to match them in air. Won't work. Won't be too fast on the tempo. And it goes over. PDFU keeps this lead alive as now SPU Golden once more having to play catch up as a minute 30 remains. They're really going to have to try and pull out all the stops as we're reaching the final portion of this game. And it's certainly seeming as if JDS is going to be really important to doing something. They've been the real playmaker on the defense so far, as well as Varus, who's been super good when it comes to facilitating these engagements. Ace is coming in as this new player. They're the ones that I'm looking to score. They're the ones that I'm looking to be able to equalize this once more, and I just want to see him do it here and now.
JDS trying to find the clear last, and he looks for the shot. Varus had to get there, diving in just in time to get away. Aces downfield, the counterattack's on. JDS has to wait the last and full boost. Allows it to go the touch around, but Varus able to cut in time, but time starting to waste away. This could be PDFU's time here. JDS trying to find it through, trying to get ST back into this one, but so is Path continuing to not find the effort they need. Elasted trying to find that one third, but it's gonna be JDS for control. Aces and JDS both up. They're gonna be dusted here. Slasher, one more chance. Varus cuts it away. Elasted now trying to put the nail in the coffin for SP Golden, but that one's still cleared away. Sammy, he may have it open net here. Varus gets it away. Time starting to run away for them. Less than 5 seconds remaining. And it's Slasher trying to get this away. Time, officially out. It's not down yet. PDFU still trying to find their way through. They're going to do it. They're going to take it in Game 7.
Game 7 came out. PDFU, the ones to end it all. 3-2, securing their victory, going on to the semifinals to play the winner of the next series we got on up. You got to give credit where credit is due. Portable document format files unleashed, taking their victory, sending themselves up to the semifinals.
Yeah, it's definitely a well played series from both teams here. An absolute thriller. Hope you guys got your popcorn ready for that one, but keep your popcorn safe for this next one. We have another one that's going to be very interesting here. We have the Creation Station versus 100 X35 Night next up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go on break. See you guys in a little bit here.
Got the glint in your eye, don't hold back. I wanna see you try. Might get my heart racing, but I'm not breaking. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Don't hold back. I wanna see you try. Go ahead and beat me. Been around the block a time or two. Ain't no damn thing that I can do. And you got me thinking you might just be the one. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Don't hold back. I wanna see you try. Go ahead and beat me. and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Go ahead and beat me. Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Come over here. I see it in your eyes, I feel it in the air. I know you're going through it, you know I've been there. But life is like a highway, it ain't always fair. It's how you persevere, chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Look at you now. You finally did it, finally made your mama proud. Yeah, they doubted, but the fire never drowned. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend.
Welcome back. The quarterfinals are almost complete here at the ATS Season 6 Soraxus Networks Inc. Pinnacle Cup Championship. Again, joining me here with WhiskeyGlitter, sure. WhiskeyGlitter and I don't know, WhiskeyRun. Anyways, it's WhiskeyGlitter and WhiskeyRun.
You'll get there, my friend. We got this.
It's only been 4 matches and I'm already struggling here, but we're back and we're ready for the last quarterfinals of the night. We're done 3/4 of our matches and 1 more to go. 1 more team will get their chance in semifinals tomorrow. Our next match, a big one, a rematch of last season's grand finals. The Creation Station taking on 100X Knight. But before we get into that, let's talk about what we just saw here. What a series. Game 7 here in the quarterfinals. And what argument formats came out on top. Clutch at the end of it. 2/3 of the desk are right. 1/3 is wrong. But again, credit where it's due. SP Golden, their first time in playoffs, really made sure that if they were going to go out, they were going to go out making sure that they at least had a statement.
Listen, I had a couple of heart picks, and I said this going into it, and Golden definitely was one of them. They brought it a lot closer. They got some good stuff to work on going into whatever leagues they're going into forward. We were there. We were close. We were all the way to the end of it, and if it's a 0-0 moment, right? If Golden comes out on top, then I absolutely win the night, So unfortunate for Golden, they couldn't quite get it done, and you guys were, of course, ball knowers, and it's going to be documents to take the win.
That's right. Portable D, big win, 7 games, momentum swing, and in the end, execution when it mattered most. They showed up when they need to. And I know SP Golden, they had early control. They fought their way back. But Portable D owned the decisive moments when that pressure peaked and came out on top. So vindication as the team comes out on top and moves forward in this bracket to earn that semifinal spot.
Man, only 1 spot remains here, and what a match we have. As I was mentioned, a rematch of last season's grand final. Just to take you through here, Creation Station weren't known as Creation Station last season. They came in as Justice for Solo. 100X Knight, of course, having already came off of a championship from the season prior, season 4. Coming into season 5, were the team to beat the top competitor. We talked a lot about the, Shawnee State side as well. They lost on the next night in the semifinals. Creation Station had a relatively easier bracket to go through. Again, they made it to the grand finals, but it was a 4-1 decisive victory. Knight took them down and made it look relatively easy. I'm sure that's burning in the minds of the Creation Station coming into this season. And Knight, coming into this season, again, a top team, again, had now 2-time champions in the last 2 seasons, struggled in the regular season. 4-2 to the regular season, the weakest they have ever performed in the regular season since season 4, and I think it's even weaker than that by game differential. This team in 100X Knight, they're not a regular season team. They're a playoffs team. As for the Creation Station, 5-1 through the regular season in a group that included KCG Chaos and the team that just won portable document format. So they've been in not an arguably, but a much tougher group overall. A lot of people have understood taking this thing because of their history in playoffs, but at some point you have to, at some point I asked the question for Knight is this the season where the competition finally catches up tonight, where they finally get caught and, their top competition, their top performance gets the better of them?
It's a good question, right? It's the last quarterfinal of the night, and as you're kind of alluding to here, this one feels like the most volatile one, right? Neither of these teams really kind of win in the same way. One thing that we've been highlighting all night is that stark difference between those chaos-causing agents and, on the other side, that more structured approach. It's going to be very similar feel here as well. I've got 100 Knights taking this one, but I think this one could go the distance as well. Like, I know I've had a bunch of heart picks that took us all the way on my bracket, but this one honestly feels like it could be the one that actually gets there. Whoever blinks first is going to lose this.
And you know what? This is one where I've got Creation Station going all the way. So we're going to split our picks here on the other side of the bracket as well. And this is, you said it, the clearest contrast matchup in the bracket. Elite scoring firepower, my friend, taking down a team that wants to slow everything down. Creation Station comes in at that top seed, but they are insane. You got Peaky, 27 goals. He's the league leader in goals coming into this thing. Top 5 ATS rating, top 2 demo ratio. He scores and creates chaos. This is the guy that I think is going to be leading Creation Station to a win tonight over that team that beat them in the finals last season.
Yeah, and you both are split. You both are talking, and we've done this so far. Let's do it again here. Both of you have different teams. For both of you to be right, you gotta tell me who's going to be the one to step up. Tell me now, who is stepping up? Who is stepping up for this team, for each team? Because both of you have a different team winning. Who is that team that is going to, perform? That's going to win this?
Well, originally for myself, I'm thinking 100's night, right? Specifically because they've got a lot going on with their players as far as who can be those high impact, high caliber players, right? So let's see, who do I have written down as being the big factor here? Periscope, definitely kind of that anchor position, sometimes responsible for surviving the pressure, resetting the game, and it's not necessarily always indicated by some of those stats that are being brought up, which is of course what WhiskeyRun really leans into, right? I'm looking for that momentum based adrenaline surge here that can only come from playoffs, right? We get into some more of it. Jared the counterpuncher, and then of course that Manny who has just been honestly insane. I don't know. It's on both sides of it. I'm thinking that 100 Nights is going to take this just for sheer player capacity alone.
No one player is going to stand out on this roster, is what you're saying. Well, WhiskeyRun, who do you have winning this thing? WhiskeyGlitter can't follow directions. He mentioned all 3 players when I told him to mention just one. Who do you have being the stand-up player for? It's all right. Who do you have being that stand-up player for the Creation Station?
Okay, so I talked about it in the setup, at least initially, right? Piki is that guy for sure for Creation Station. We talked maybe about Mini, but it sounds like he might not play because he was the guy you talk about midfield control. But if Piki gets that space early and he's actually playing in the game, he is going to be this difference maker. And I know Creation Stations want to just carry momentum forward. Glitter, you mentioned that for sure, that momentum is the name of the game in this series. And that's the thing that Creation Station can do. They can turn, demos into immediate scoring chances. If Piki gets space early, he can just snowball this thing into a very decisive win. And that's the way it feels like right now. If Creation Station can win game 1 convincingly, I think this thing could tilt very quickly.
I love what you're saying as well in a matchup like this. And you mentioned Piki. I think he was our regular season MVP for last season. So it's not like he's unused to being under the pressure and having to perform. And speaking of, actually, Piki is going to be here tonight along with Hotshot and Keeters. 100x Night with their starting roster, Jared, Manialar, and Perry. So their whole roster is here. Both teams have their rosters set up. And I think right now the battle is, and you guys mentioned that kind of clash of playstyles. It really is a clash of playstyles. You got a high-powered offense versus a structured defense. You've got elite individuals, mechanics versus the sort of slower, more conventional rotational style out of Creation Station. 100x Night, Creation Station, a real battle. Both of you are obviously split on your predictions. Now we got to get into the real nitty-gritty. How many games do you think it's going to take for this series to end? We'll start with WhiskeyGlitter, because if I remember, you have this series going to 7.
I did, but unfortunately that was kind of based on a little bit with Mini being in there that I thought it would be a little bit closer. So originally on my bracket, I'm sitting at that 4-3. I think 100 Night takes it, and it definitely goes the distance here. But again, as Run alluded to here, this is really gonna kind of be in that feels fast immediately scenario. If 100 Nights take that early advantage, if they're not chasing in game 1, playing the long series, then honestly, this one could be over a little bit quicker to me.
All right, how many games do you think it's going to take, though, in this series? Do you think it's going to not be a 4-3?
I think without part of that star power of Mini, I think this actually goes a 4-2.
Ooh, all right then. Well, just a little bit shorter than another 6-game series. Well, Ron, what do you think is going to happen here? Of course, we mentioned, losing Mini. That's a crucial player for this Creation Station team. What do you think is going to be the outcome of this series? Of course, you have, I think, you said you had Creation Station winning this thing. Do you think the loss of Mini is going to make a huge difference for the roster, or do you still have them winning? And of course, by how many?
Absolutely. I mean, I had these guys picked at 4-0. We go back and watch the tape. A dominant win over 100x Knight. I thought they were going to slam them to the ground, adapt to that play style, use what they learned from the previous grand final to just be unstoppable in this series. Now, you said the problem is losing Mini completely changes that equation. So I still think Creation Station wins this. I'm not going to back off that prediction, but I'll definitely give 100x Knight a few extra games here, because here's the thing. If this thing turns into a shootout, no question Creation Station wins it. But without Mini, if this turns into a grind, 100x Knight has a real shot at that upset.
I love what you're saying as well. And I mean, it's technically an upset, but history is so far favored 100x Knight in these situations. They're not a team that loses in playoffs. I mentioned that in their round of 12. They're not a team that loses in playoffs. So that's what I'm, looking into for 100x Knight, as a team, is that they are playoff ready. Earlier tonight, I mentioned that I thought WhiskeyGlitter was a bit delusional. Clearly, he was proven right in that second series, how long that match was taking. Tonight, now, in this match, I think, Run, I think you're a bit delusional, because I have Knight winning this thing, and I have it being 4-2.
I'm going with Mini. I already said they're going to go.
That is fair. You now think it's a little closer.
Yes,
you do think it's a little bit closer. So Mini's going to be the difference maker, you say. I don't think my prediction changes at all with Mini or without Mini. The last time these two teams played, of course, was in the grand finals of last season. That was a 4-1 for 100x Knight. This is a team that they do beat. This is a team that they do like to play against. And this is a team that they've consistently called out. Although I have to say, for both these teams, definitely feeling a little bit of that revenge, I think I would say. For Creation Station, it's, of course, the loss in the finals last season. For Knight, actually, it was, it's that PAWS up team that right now is the number 1 seed. They were number 1 seed, I think they were number 1 seed the season before. Knight took them down, but it was a close series. Of course, Knight wants to obviously prove to them that they're the better team, even with PAWS up, in theory, having a better roster. I think many people would agree that with Pigeon, they're a better roster. But for Creation Station, of course, they have a lot to prove in that they need to get that win to sort of change the finals. Of course, last finals can't change, that result can't change, but they can at least get some revenge. Does revenge, do you think, play a factor in this? Is this something that this Creation Station team is thinking about, or is that so many months past that it doesn't matter anymore?
No, always, right? This is competitive esports. Those grudges don't go away. So, yeah, you're playing for a spot towards the finals. You're trying to get into the semis, and you got to get past game 1. But when it comes down to it, there is definitely some ego involved in this, especially since it's been a little bit farther back that sort of response had been going through. So, yeah, 100%. There's pride on the line for this brawl for it all. And honestly, who's going to have the better fundamentals and who's going to have those better mid-series adaptations definitely is going to be the one that walks away with it here. Who's going to be tilted will definitely be a factor.
Yeah, of course, and you mentioned it as well, and it seems like we are about ready to get things underway. So we've been talking, we've been yapping a lot. Let's stop talking and let's go to more talking here as well. Araufbeastrl joining myself. We've got the last match of the last quarterfinals.
Being absolutely interesting, this one, the last match of the evening, always the banger one of a tournament here. It's going to be definitely one of my favorite ones. Sporty, how are you feeling about this one?
Well, I'm feeling great. I mean, when I saw the bracket, I was like, there's no way our last match of the night is a rematch of last season's grand finals. And yet, here we are. Well, you've already heard my predictions. You've heard the predictions from the analysts. What's your prediction for this series? What do you think is going to be the difference maker, and how long do you think it's going to take?
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, but again, I do see 100x35 not going to be taking this one, though. I love the Creation Station. I love the way that they play, but I think this may be exactly, if I believe it was 100x35 Knight who took it in the grand finals last time. I think they're going to do it again, but definitely going to be a fun series. I could see this one going to 6 or 7.
Well, it was 4-1 before for 100x Knight. They are a team that's won 2 straight championships and 2 straight seasons. Can they go 3 for 3? Can they make it a triple run, something that no team has ever done before? Well, we can't say for certain, but it all starts tonight. Their roster's on the orange. It is the Creation Station on the blue, and while we get this series underway, while we start game 1, a little bit of a name check for all of you, because Creation Station has a history of having a little bit of fun with their team names. Hotshot is Hotshot. E9K, that is Peaky. And Tubby, that is Keeters. So for Creation Station, have a little bit of fun with their names. This team's coming into it with a more relaxed attitude, as they generally seem to be a pretty relaxed team overall. But a little fun for you before the series started. Both these teams actually wanted to be on the blue side tonight. It actually took a coin flip to decide who would be blue and who would be orange. As you can see, Creation Station won that coin flip. So both these teams, I don't know if that's telling you just how seriously Knight's taking it, but they want to be on the blue side. Both these teams are taking this seriously, and already Keter's on the board. Creation Station are off to a strong start. 100x Knights, well, if you know anything about this team, are going to need a little bit of time to warm up, but Creation Station's going to make the most of the options they have.
It's been absolutely wonderful seeing them so far. It's been a little bit, like I say, more interesting about these teams, just trying to find their footing so far. And Perry, he's going to look to get to this one, and that one's going to be the equalizer here, and it is going to be 130x Knight going to be able to get back into this one. It's going to be a good one here, Sporty. I'm feeling it here.
I will say one of the benefits of 100x Knights, and the reason why their offense is so good, is because this team is all confidence. Like, I've been able to interview this team a ton. Every single time I interview this team, this is just like a pure confidence roster. These players all trust each other, and really more importantly, all trust themselves to do things. I think at this level, you see a good amount of players who maybe are a little bit more, I don't want to say, you know, worried, because I don't think any player at this rank level is really all that worried, but you don't see players who have that full faith in themselves. They maybe don't trust themselves as much. These players do. These are high ranked players. These are players that have done some incredible things in the RLCS, and 100x Knights, this is a full confidence based team. That's something that a lot of teams, while they might say they have, don't have easily. As Hutch's gonna get a goal here. Knight's gonna maybe find a little bit more confidence right now. Creation Station finding a lot of room, and Hotshot, the captain, jumps in, beats Manny Alar, and takes the lead back for Creation Station.
Yeah, but you've still got a long way to go here, Sporty. It's only a minute 7 into game 1, so both these teams, yeah, as I said before, they're getting used to each other, so it's still going to be interesting the way that they want to be able to try and play this game. The Creation Station definitely taking an early lead. They really do need this 100x35 Knight, one of the better teams in this bracket, so they could flip the script just right from up under their feet here. Hotshot, we're going to keep this one forward. Jared does find the clear, and this Creation Station looking to continue to cause chaos.
I will say, I find it impressive that none of the analysts, none of us on the pre-show actually predicted them to win this tournament. To tell you just how close this bracket is, and yet, if I'm not wrong, I think all of us had them going to the finals. So, all of us, I think, except one, had them going to the finals here. So, to tell you just how good this team is, that even though nobody picks them to win, that a lot of us predict them to make it to the finals, to make that run. And you know, if I'm portable document formats, you would maybe want to count your blessings, because you're definitely not going to be a favorite against the 100x Knight if they're able to make it this far. As things stand, though, it is Creation Station who are off to a good start, and Keter's looking to keep things going. Cleared back in by Perscope. Hotshot to send it away. Peaky, already airborne. The MVP of last season will be denied by Jared. Up goes Manny Alar. Jared is there as well. He'll follow. Back wall, leaving it. Manny Alar, it's off the bar and out. It was a perfectly set up play. Manny Alar just couldn't find the accuracy, and that play going wide. Creation Station can breathe a sigh of relief because they did not have a view on that shot.
And Jared looking to get this one. Oh, that's gonna just be in. Didn't even need to touch the crossbar there. My goodness. Jared, an absolute banger from the midfield. Nobody from the Creation Station ready for it. A little more unfortunate in this game. Now tied at 2. Let's see what develops from this. I do think it's gonna be a little bit more interesting getting into this one, but again, that one a little bit close. A great clear away. Creation Station wanting that goal earlier back. It's going to be Jared look for the flip reset, but he gets denied.
Will be a clear way for Keter's. Creation Station staying in the way, and I said before, I think we mentioned before, I mean, we mentioned this a million times on the desk, is just how, you know, rotationally based this team is, how they are sort of a structure in themselves. 100x Knights, one of the more chaotic teams in this bracket. You never really know what to expect of this team. They oftentimes win, and yet they're chaotic. And I think you would agree with me, this Araufbeastrl. This is not a team that really has a rotation maybe in an orthodox style. It feels like it's just kind of free players who kind of just go around, do whatever they want, and find success. Of course, a little more complicated than that, but it's a team that itself is structured in a way that allows for a lot more freedom. Creation Station, a lot more rigidity, and you're seeing again a difference. It was, you know, Glitter and Ronu both mentioned that this felt like a matchup of pure opposites in terms of playstyle. It's the chaos of Knight, it's the structure of Creation Station, and really, I think you're getting the best of both worlds seeing this matchup.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Creation Station series so far in my casting career, and every single time it's been so close. It always goes the distance. They find a way to stay structured, as you say, rotations. Mostly what's going to matter here at the highest level of Rocket League. Hotshot going to try and take this one over. It is Peaky trying to get to this one, but Again, not really much you can do. Jared on the defense there. Peeky again, trying to get this one central. That's cleared away by Jared. It's 100x35 Knights still trying to find their way through, just trying to get back into this one, but cleared away for the angle here, not quite close enough. And again, you've got to be careful. That's going to be in from Hotshot. I don't think anybody expected the creation section to be able to find this one through, but Hotshot managing to thread the needle just enough.
Yeah, it was just not great communication there for Sqaud. Sqaud wanted to take that out himself, but it's a horrible bounce. He doesn't get it, and there's no one behind him. Hunter X Knight are all so trusting in Sqaud to get that play. And to be fair, they have good reason to. That's not exactly a difficult play for a player of Sqaud's caliber. He just doesn't play it right, and Hotshot and Creation Stations, because of that structure, are going to jump on those mistakes. Hunter X Knight, if they make mistakes, Creation Station, again, they have that rotation. It's one of the benefits of having a rotation like Creation Stations. You're going to catch mistakes a lot more often than Hunter X Knight does.
And you got to be a little bit careful here. 100x Knights still trying to find their way through. They still have a little bit of momentum. Periscope keeping this one forward, but it is Keers to get this away. And now Peeky trying to find it away. Does have it around on, trying to look for the bump, but not able to get it through all the traffic here. But it may not matter. The ball continuing to drop. That's going to be game one here, folks. Creation Station going to take it.
Yeah, good start for Creation Station here, looking to, change the storyline from last season. Well, as things stand, as things play out, it was a good game one for them. And I think 100x Knight, though, you can't really think too much about that game. 100x Knight are a team that do historically sometimes start a bit slow. So if you're 100x Knight or you're a 100x Knight fan, you shouldn't be too concerned just yet. You are going to be more concerned if in game two they still don't show up, because then you have to start asking about if this team's here or not.
And possibly a little bit of a card change from Jared as well to try and get things a little bit started here. 100x Knight, it's still a great game one for them, but we need a better game two from them if they want to be able to compete here. As you said, that's going to be what the absolute breakout story is from 100x Knight. If they can't stop the Creation Station, I don't think anybody really can. The Creation Station is just a little bit hot right now.
And you know what's one person I'm surprised that we didn't mention at all on the desk is Jared of 100x Knights. He not only has he, of course, won the last two seasons, but he's been the MVP in those last two seasons as well in the playoffs. He's been the playoffs MVP for 100x Knight. If there's anyone who's made for playoffs, it's Jared, and he was very quiet that game, and surprisingly so quiet, because I think in playoffs, Jared's that kind of guy that this team can kind of rely on. Of course, I think anyone in this team can pop off, but Jared specifically, I'm surprised with how quiet he was that game. Really didn't get involved in offense. For a high-scoring offense, you need Jared. Jared's got to show up a little bit more in the game, too. If there's anyone I call out on night, it's got to be Jared, because he's had so many MVP-level performances in previous seasons in playoffs. Of course, this season he's had some pretty solid performances. I got to see more from Jared.
And it's already the Creation Station looking to find the breakout here. Oh my goodness, that one close, but Hotshot Knight would have got a handle on this one. Oh, and you still got to be careful with the Creation Station. We talk about the rotations being so solid, but it's the offense as well. They can find the pressure. We've seen probably I guess I could say most peak goals from them. There were times I've seen them actually going for pre-jump plays off the ceiling, and that's just how fluid they are as a team. But you've got to be careful if you are 100x Knight. If you start to see that, you're probably going to be in danger. You're probably already on fire there, and it's very hard to stop if you're playing against the Creation Station. And the pressure is in favor of 100x Knight, though. They may find their way through. It's going to be Jared to punch it through. So 100x Knight is going to start this one off exactly as they want.
Yeah, it is, and I love this from Sqaud. Just keeps it close. Creation Station never able to touch him here, and oh, gotta love that play from 100x Knight and from the captain. Finds Jared, and Jared with a goal. So I mentioned him, he needs to show up. And you can tell, I mean, he's a different player in the regular season. Only 7 goals this season, so he's been rather quiet for 100x Knight. And for a roster that, again, is so well known for scoring, he's been rather quiet. In fact, this whole team this season has had some issues with their offense. That high-flying play hasn't really worked as well this season, as you're seeing teams start to adapt more and more to it. I mean, that's what happens when you do it in 2 seasons. Teams start to recognize what you're doing, start to make adaptations. And you're seeing that here. For 100x Knight, gonna have to dig deep to find that playstyle again. But if it is, it's playoffs. Teams usually get more defensive in playoffs, and that's where teams like 100x Knight really do thrive. Jared looking for another, will be stopped by Peeky. Hot shot. Oh, it's Zaketers, and this is wide open. Splits the defense in half. Creation Station are back in it.
You gotta be a little bit careful if you are 100x Knight. Just look at the opening here, Sporty. Aeroscope and Manny a little bit more overcommitted. They had to rush back, but even still, that's not enough. That's what the Creation Station want out of 100x Night. That's the mistakes they're looking for, and that's what's going to cost them here.
The kickoff, Hotshot will find Keeters, and Creation Station are more than happy to search for another goal, but Knight looking to deny them that chance. It's for Sqaud to Jared, and it's Knight again, right off the kickoff, reminding Creation Station just what team won last season.
It's just so beautiful from Periscope, though, just trying to get back into this one, take the lead again. So it's going to be a little bit more of what they want to see here, but we've got to keep the pressure up. If you are 100x Knight, you know they can do it. We all know they can do it. But they've got to prove why they are in the quarterfinals right now, why in the past they've already beaten the Creation Station. That one downfield, but just a little bit shy. Hotshot, have to be careful. Manny does get this one dropped down. And Keeters back downfield. Jared is, though, there. Jared still trying to find his way through. He just absolutely dunked on the defense there. Keeters not able to barrel his way out of this one.
No, and Jared knew exactly what he was going for. See, that first touch was a bit heavier than he wanted it to be, but that's the improvisation that this Knight side is so good at. Even if their first touch isn't great, they can still make something out of it. And now 3-1 up, a little bit more like what we expect of this 135 roster and what they can do. Manular plays the challenge, will still keep the ball close, but Onyx Knight now got to play a bit more on the defensive side. A bit of an overcommit here. You saw Manular and Perscope in the same spot, but that away is Manny. Will find Perscope, and Onyx Knight will dribble it to the midfield here. Perscope leaves it. Manular wins that challenge. Creation Station will wait back, but it is Onyx Knight possession. Keeters, oh, I love that touch, but won't get very far with it here. Perscope again, dribble to the back wall. Jared trying to take a piece of it. Manular will have to play a little bit of defense. It will go the other way. Creation Station with a chance to find one back, but that chance immediately taken away. Jared denies the infield pass. In goes Peaky. Perscope to save, and Jared will make sure no follow-up shots happen.
Yeah, just the way that the defense from... Oh, you haven't actually seen the defense much from 100x Knight. They've just been on offense for that long. It's a little bit rare to see Creation Station having to be forced back on the blue half for so long here, and now Keeters trying to find a way to keep this game under control. Periscope is going to get the demo here. Manny putting this to the corner, looking to get the pass, try to get around Hotshot. He was able to cover it. It may just be another opportunity here, but Hotshot for the clear, trying to get it forward, does get around Manny. Now, Keeters, oh, both players not able to get the touch. That's downfield. Hotshot has to be careful on low boost, and he does get it away, but it can be dangerous here.
Yeah, it can be here, and right now, 100x Knight more than happy to just take their chances, take their space, and more importantly, take time right now. There's only a minute left in this game, and they are well aware of this. They're not even really looking to score. Manular's not going to push up either. They're really asking the question of Creation Station, can you score on us? We'll let you play offense. It's just, can you make anything happen? Essentially, Onyx Knight trusts in their defense, trusts in that ability to waste time, that they don't need to score anymore. They're not really trying to score anymore. Oh, what a shot, though. Maybe I'll take my words back. They're still trying to score a little bit. Manular with an incredible angle makes it 4-1, and now Onyx Knight, they're adding even more to the lead. And again, they don't need to score this. They're just playing for control, playing for pace of play, playing for themselves, and more importantly, playing to let the clock do the rest of the work.
Yeah, I was asked this question a little bit earlier this week. What matters more when you're trying to win? Would you rather try to just hold them, or would you rather keep extending the lead? And it's 100x Knight answering that question, knowing they need to extend the lead. Even if it's a little bit overkill, that's what matters. The win is more important than just being able to hold your opponent, try and get it as quick as possible. Now, 30 seconds left. It is Creation Station having to be on the back pedal here, trying to figure things out. Periscope trying to find it downfield. Hotshot does have a little bit of free reign here. Jared with the pre-jump there to get this one away, and now the Creation Station having to be cautious. 135 Knight trying to find their way through, just trying to extend the lead even more than they already have, but might not matter anyway. They are going to take game 2. Absolutely magnificent fashion. Last ditch effort here. Jared gonna try and keep this up, trying to get one more on the board. Periscope there, got the reset. That's squared away. Nobody's there on that side of the field, and that is gonna be 100x Knight.
Yeah, and look who's the MVP. It's Jared. Of course, I said it. He's got to show up. Well, boy, did he. 3 goals this game, a hat trick. He only had 1 last game, and the offense was struggling. But this game, even with not that many more shots, Jared showing up, and Knights, they need this. They need Jared to show up. Without him, this team's going to have some issues with the offense, but you see the difference he makes. If Jared shows up, that 100x Knight offense is absolutely playing just fine. And Creation Station, they got to do all they can. They got to throw everything they can at Jared, because if Jared shows up, they're in hot water, because Jared is the key to this Knight offense.
And the biggest thing here, you've got to be careful if you are 100x Knight. We talk about how good they are, but the Creation Station, they're going to need to find their stride. Peaky not really getting as involved there. Only 2 shots to his name here. Not much other he was able to bring. So you've got to get everybody activated on the side of the Creation Station if you want a chance to take down 100x Knight, especially if you want to force Game 7 against them.
Mind you, that tactical timeouts are in play here, so in theory, you know, for either of these teams, they could call one at any point. Well, of course, none called here, but you start to wonder for Creation Station if they do have to use one, especially if they lose this game, or for either of these teams, if they lose this game, that they call one. I think Creation Station is more likely to use one than 100x Knight, just due to the way that team works, but I think for Creation Station, if they lose this, you might think about calling one here. So this is a very important game for these teams. It's series lead, and more importantly, I think for Creation Station, it's to see if they need that tactical timeout or not, just to reset things for the next half of the series.
And look for Creation Station also to try to find a way to get back into this one. We are in DFH Stadium now, so a little bit more pressure as the series is now tied up here. That one downfield, Manny having to go up just to get this one cleared away. Now Hotshot just trying to get the Creation Station back to the one. It's going to be Peaky for the shot, but denied by Jared. Jared definitely starting to get involved not only on offense, but on defense. That's downfield. Jared barely getting that one, but it's going to be cleared away at the Creation Station. Narrowly lucky, counting their lucky stars here as they continue to get pressed on the defense.
Yeah, defense right now seems to be the name of the game, and 100x Knight just laying it all in. And even with all this offense, they still don't have a shot yet registered. Knight choosing to take their time, choosing to sort of wait for the moments, not so much force those moments on the Creation Station. Playing a patient game as Creation Station will look to go the other way. Big clear for Peaky. That's straight back in for Jared. Up goes for Sqaud. Redirect is high. Hotshot can't get back to it. Up he goes. Jared drop down, not able to get there. And here goes Hotshot one-on-one with Manular. Reset for Hotshot. Plays it above. Drop down, and he missed it. Peaky with a great chance, but he just won't connect. And 100x Knight get away with one.
Yeah, Creation Station, you've got to be able to convert on that. I don't think anybody had the boost, though, to be able to go for it, so not a loss for the Creation Station, but Hotshot, again, trying to find it. Periscope does have it forward. It's going to be close here. It was a great clear from Peters, but now Peaky trying to find his way through. That's to the corner. Could be an opportunity here. Will be a shot. It will be Peters for the goal. It's going to be the lead for the Creation Station.
Yeah, love it for Creation Station. A team that definitely needs some sort of confidence boost. Any way you can get it, you'll get it here in Creation Station. Taking goal 1. Keeter is, I think, a pretty relatively unknown name for this roster in terms of the fact that he doesn't usually play with his normal username to begin with. So, he's deciding to show up as well. But for Creation Station, he's been a consistent part of this team. He was part of this team in playoffs last season. He's been, again, on this team for quite a long time. I think one of the things about the Creation Station team is that there's really no one player that stands out, that steps up above everyone else, because this is a team at the end of the day, and I think they really do play well for it. As a couple demos as well. Peaky getting in the face of Sqaud. Probably not to Sqaud's liking, as no shot there. Creation Station will have to wait back. Sqaud wins the play, now on the dribble. As a play, gets by one, will look to leave things for Manular. Off the corner, Hotshot sends it back for Sqaud. Waiting, dunked out by Hotshot, and 100x Knight choosing to wait, choosing to play a little bit more cautiously, but they've got to find a goal here. Half the game is gone, only half to go, and again, that offense struggling right now. Still no shots for 100x Knight this game, and we're already more than halfway through.
Here's this baby, yeah, that's a little bit off the crossbar. Keeter's almost looking to extend the lead. Hotshot keeping the pressure up. The Creation Station, you've got to be loving it the way that they're playing. They are bringing the heat. Exactly what you need to do. 100x Knight, they, I don't think, expected it to be this close, this awkward for them here. Peaky back downfield, trying to get it to Keeters, but that's cleared away. Jared now from the wall, got the air dribble almost around Peaky. Peaky does get a touch around it, but it's going to be Periscope. Get it close, hot shot having to come in. It's a great attempt there from Periscope to keep it close. Manny, oh, he's not going to win the 50, but he does get it out to Jared. That one floating close. Peaky having to get there in time just for the clear. That shot, that's on target. Maybe Jared, it's still close. Periscope finally punches it through, and now we're tied at 1.
Yeah, and 100x Knight needed a couple chances there with all 3 players in front of the open goal, but Periscope fooling the defense. But they touched that, honestly, no one was expecting there. They're expecting the play to go around the corner. That's why Peaky pushed up so high, but he predicted wrong, and 100x Knight had all 3 players waiting for that one. Tie game with 1 goal each. And 100x Knight offense has had their struggles, but maybe they can step up. Jared to Periscope. In goes Manilar, but up is Peaky. Keeters to follow. Jared wins this one, and Hotshot's got to play a bit more cautiously. He'll clear it out. Jared actually a bit of help, but this is still 100x Knight ball. So long as they keep the ball, things are going to look pretty good for 100x Knight because their offense can definitely do the rest. Is Periscope, Jared, Keeters keeps it away. Manilar is up inside the final minute now. 100x Knight looking for their chance. Peaky saves that one, but for Grayson Station, boy, their defense being made to do a lot of work this game, and yeah, I mean, how much longer can they hold? 100x Knight, if they're able to find consistent offense, you think at some point they're going to find that goal. Grayson Station's got to attack first.
Oh, that one would have been absolutely disgusting if that was not saved. Jared, we're going to try and do it all himself, but you've got to be able to find somebody. You've got to look for the passes here. You've got to find a way to get something going. The last 30 seconds of Game 3 starting to wind down here. Manny trying to get downfield. It's going to be Keeters cut this one. Peaky down a hot shot, but Jared cut it off before it even got close. Jared again to the midfield. It could be awkward here. It's an air dribble bump here. It's a good bump, but hot shot there in time. The pressure's still in though. Hot shot has to get it away. Peaky downfield, overtime looming. That's going to go the other way. Keeters got to put it down. Periscope trying to keep things going. Jared, he's going to look for the shot, but that is down, and we have overtime.
Yeah, it was wide as well. Gotta love the bump, though, on the back wall as well. 100x Knights not afraid to get the bumps. I think they've been pretty frustrated this game because their offense just has not been able to play well. Those demos aren't going to help them either. You can tell they're really deciding to take the battle to Creation Station in a physical game. And 100x Knights, I think this kind of favors them. This is a team that likes their demos, likes their chaos. This is definitely a kind of situation I think they like, especially they like having room. This is a team that will go for a lot of solo efforts. For Creation Station, they're going to do the demo sort of to annoy them. They're trying to get in the heads of 100x Knight. It's up to their strategy to get in the head of 100x Knight. Not easy, but it's doable, and we've seen them in the past. Definitely, in games that they struggle, start to get a bit emotional, if you will. It really just comes down to, does 100x Knight break first, or does Creation Station finally see the demo play catch up to them? Shot save, hot shot denying the double tap, and now a follow-up, and Peaky is there. Here goes Periscope. Oh, it's halfway across the goal line. Keeters saves it for the Creation Station.
Yeah, we talk about the offense of 100x Knight, but we don't talk about the defense there. It's been absolutely on fire from the Creation Station. Peaky on the counterattack. He's going to get it for the Creation Station. They take the lead in the series here on DFH Stadium. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, 3v1, and Creation Station will love that every single time they get 100x Knight. Made a mistake, and Creation Station, true to their nature tonight, have done a great job at capitalizing on top of those. So, a big mistake, another win for the Creation Station, up 2-1 in the series. And 100x Knight right now, not really looking like the 100x Knight team that has won in seasons past. For a team that, again, just doesn't lose in playoffs, hasn't lost in the playoffs in the last 2 seasons. Now you have to think they're under a bit more than they were after game 1.
And a lot of it, you've got to give credit to the defense of the Creation Station. You saw how many shots they put on from 100x Knight. It was just absolutely lighting up the backboard there. There were angles I probably thought were going to be a goal from 100x Knight that somehow, someway, the Creation Station were able to make the dive in, able to scoop out of the net. And they got 6 saves in total. That's definitely not something to sneeze at.
No, it's definitely not. And again, credit to it, you're going to have to play that kind of defense against 100x Knight. They're just that good on offense. You're going to have to make saves. You're going to have to make tough saves. But let's talk about that save from Keeters in overtime as well. Halfway into the goal, somehow he figures it out, and it actually makes a difference here. So Keeters looked great on the defense in that overtime. Sure, that one save kind of did it, but That's the kind of saves you need to make here for Creation Station. It's not easy, but no one ever said it would be easy. They know it's not easy. They played this team last season and couldn't get the win. This season, they came in, defense is ready, and even without Mini, who they really wanted to play with tonight, this team still is, right now, at least as it stands, nearing the precipice of taking down the two-time champions, finally eliminating Hunter X Knight from a playoff bracket, something that just nobody seems to have been able to figure out so far.
Yeah, that one actually almost going the other way. Manny, oh, he's going to look for the shot. That's just going to be an open. Manny, with only 8 seconds off the kickoff, he's going to find magic here. He's going to help 100X Knight take the lead. Just a little bit more on the unfortunate end of the Creation Station.
Yeah, a demo respawn didn't really favor them either in that position. So much room for 100X Knight, and this is not a team you want to give space to because they're going to use that. This is a team that loves to have the individuality, loves to have room. In Creation Station, you can't let them have that one. Unfortunately, they didn't really have a choice, but that's one thing they've done pretty well in these couple of games, that they've been able to really slow down and cut out the area that 100X Knight have to attack. If you give 100X Knight space, they're going to score, but if you can cut it out, now you make them think. Now you have to make them really use that teamwork and roll. This is a team that has it. That is not their strong suit. This is not something that is not this team's strength. Their strength is not teamwork. Their strength is, of course, skill and mechanics. And they're gonna have to find a goal. Here they will. It's an open net for Sqaud. 100X Knight make it 2-0 Creation Station. So far in the 2 goals they've given up, they have not listened. They have given room to 100X Knight. And look at how space Sqaud has. There's no chance he doesn't make something out of that.
And give it credit to the placement as well. That's just a perfect place to put it, just where you can't reach it. You got to stretch the defense out. That's just what Sqaud did. And now a 2-0 lead to try and get to this one. This may be a double. That would almost a goal from Jared as he tries to get involved. The only player from 100X Knight actually so far in Game 4 without a goal. Oh my goodness. Creation Station actually almost coming up with a goal of their own. Luckily scooped out Hotshot, having a race all the way back to start from square one. Excuse me, I can't even speak up to this point, but series still one of the more exciting ones that we've had tonight here. Hotshot going to get this one downfield for Sqaud on this one. Had the reset, had to wait to use it, but it's back downfield now. 100X Knight having to be careful as they approach defense.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we've had a couple. We've had a ton of incredibly entertaining series tonight. So the benefit is these teams have prepared, they are ready, and they are the best of the Pinnacle Cup. And well, they're proving that these matches are not exactly easily won. I think Pinnacle Cup oftentimes is kind of a division that often sees itself have very one-sided matches in its final bracket. Tonight we've seen a 4-0 sweep, but we've seen a Game 6 and a Game 7 as well. This series is already guaranteed at least 5 games, but honestly, with the way that things are going, Game 7 does not seem to be too unlikely. 100X Knights with the lead in Game 4 to look to tie this series up. That's a bit of a giveaway, though. Shot goes wide. Keeters nearly finding the target. Hot shot. He'll let this one go to Manny Alar. Bumped along the way, but 100X Knight will keep it. Jared, reset. We'll play this one low. Actually didn't have that extra flip. Keeters will challenge. We'll let this ball trickle out. Creation Station down 2 goals. Still very much a position that they can come back from, but they've not exactly been a team that's been able to score a lot. And with the way that 100X Knight is playing, they're not exactly looking to let them score a lot either.
And you just gotta be careful. Oh, Keeters, he's gonna be done. It was almost a goal there. Hotshot does get there just in time. He's deleted as well. And now the physicality proving for 100X Knight being a little bit more of the catalyst in some of their plays here, but you've got to be careful now. Hotshot actually, he's deleted as well, so can't really get as much offense if you're not on the field. That's what 100X Knight's trying to say here. Man, he has the shot. That's on target. It can't be scooped out. And now 3-0 here for 100X Knight. Absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, my goodness, that is absolutely perfect for 100X Knight. 3-0. Simply put, you could not have asked for it any better for them. And again, their offense showing up, and now Jared looking for a goal. He has still not been able to score yet this game, as Manuel Lar is going to almost add another one. Hotshot's waiting, and Creation Station at this point, now he's just got to get a goal, any goal, just to get yourself a little bit of momentum. It's been back and forth, and by the truest of margins, by the truest of meanings of back and forth. If you're Creation Station at this point, forget about trying to come back. Just get yourself a goal. Tell yourself that you're not out of this just yet.
Yeah, just gotta find a way to at least say, hey, we were able to find a goal here, but Jared, oh, he may just get his first goal. He's not gonna be shut out in Game 4. Jared, he's in this one.
Yeah, and he's making it look good too. 4-0. 93 seconds left in this game. It's not over, but Creation Station, it's gonna take a miracle for them to come back from this deficit. We'll just have to wait and see what they can do, what they can prove as Heaters playing a ground pinch. Oh, it's unbelievable from Keeters. A ground pinch through the night defense. It fooled everyone. It fooled me. It fooled all of you watching. And it definitely fooled 100x Knights. 1 goal back, and that is a great effort for Keeters. And an even better Creation Station on the board. It may not make a difference for the overall scoreline, but for Creation Station, that's a confidence booster.
Yeah, definitely an amazing goal there. I didn't expect the ground pitch either. I don't think 100x Knight ready for that one. Everybody back, but nobody was able to find it. And now Jared actually probably looking a little bit more for blood. Not really happy with that one. And Peaky able to get this one away. Hot and Co trying to find their way through. It's going to be Keeters for another shot. Jared does deny. Oh, that steal. Manny somehow from his own half finds a way to get this downfield, and now is 5-1 in favor of 100x Knight.
Just how they drew it up, you know, Manny just in the right spot, receives it and just sends it all the way over. It soars past Creation Station, who were pushed up very high. They were looking just to get any goal they could, realizing that there wasn't that much time left on the clock. That'll almost certainly shut down any hopes of a comeback this game for Creation Station, but still they look for a goal. But hey, it's back and forth again. We've seen games where Creation Station's defense has taken charge. We've seen games where Knight's offense has taken charges. Hotshot adds another one. There's still time left, technically, for Creation Station. They're going to need to go all in on offense right off the kickoff, but there's still time left for them. But at this point, no matter if they can get another goal or not, 100x Knights seem like they're going to take this thing, tie the series up, force at least game 6, and, you know, force these teams to really consider what kind of adjustments you need to make. We're coming into the final half of the series. What kind of changes do you need to make to, you know, adapt to your opponents and take over the last half of the match?
Yeah, it's already the Creation Station heat up. This is a little bit too little. Well, I gotta say too little, too late here. Peaky, oh, he's trying to find his way through. Hot shot, a little bit too far up. Keeter does find the shot on target, but that one denied. Now, want 100x Knight to be able to take advantage here, to find a way to get around the defense of the Creation Station, to prove that those couple goals were a little bit more of a fluke here, but time is running away anyway, so this is going to be in favor of 100x Knight. I think we are going to be guaranteed a game 6 up to this point. It is going to go the distance here, folks. What an amazing game 4.
Yeah, and what a way to end it as well. A little extra 400x Knight, but that ends game 4, tied series, and boy, what a crucial moment this is going to be between games 4 and game 5. Teams are going to start to make adjustments. They're going to start to make changes, because what has worked for these teams is not necessarily going to work for the rest of the series. I expect that we're likely going to see some changes, some adjustments, and we'll see what these teams do, but I'm excited because, man, Game 5 is going to be huge. Match point, series point on the line, and reminder, it's win or go out, so man, it doesn't get more important, and it doesn't get more impressive, and more of a big deal than this. We're talking about semifinals, playoffs, history behind these teams, all leading up to this series and really this game.
Now, you would think also they're not going to call the timeout quite yet. I wouldn't expect them to. The way this series has been back and forth, you want to be able to try and extend it as long as possible without having to give a little bit more hope to the other team that you have to be able to take the timeout to adjust, try and change your strategy. And now the Creation Station looking to get back into this one with a little bit of a better start than they did in game 4. They're still one of the better teams in this bracket. They're proving that they can keep up with 100x Knight, but 100x Knight continuing to strike back, continuing to look like they could be the one to also strike back when it matters.
Yeah, it is. Manny Alar has been playing great this series, by the way. I've really liked what I've seen from Manny Alar. Jared, who was the guy I called out, hasn't exactly been able to step up necessarily every time, but Manny Alar has, Periscope has. I like the work that these two have been doing on offense. Feels like they've got a really good duo going for them. We'll just have to see if that duo stays hot for that next part of the series and for match point, because this game determines you either get match point or you got to win 2 in a row and go to game 7 again, which, hey, I'm all for game 7, but you know these teams won't be for it.
Yeah, definitely. We already had one game 7 today. Why not be able to make another one here. We love getting as much Rocket League as we can out of these series, and as he said before, the Pinnacle Cup not exactly known for going the distance the way it has, so definitely would be an absolute treat seeing the best of the best being able to push it the distance. Man, he can't find his way through. The Gracious Station continuing to stay alive, but you've got to be careful. The pressure continuing to build from 100x Knight here.
Yeah, and they're not going to be at all changing anything from last game, at least. Just stay in the face, keep the pressure high, and you can see every time they're going for a play out to the back wall, they're starting to also look for those bumps as well. But a double tap! Caters does it again, dropping the hammer and dropping the first.
He didn't just drop the hammer, he dropped the entire building on that one. Oh, absolute laser to the ground. I'm surprised it wasn't faster. But even still, 67, a very, very fast goal there indeed. And it's now the Creation Station looking to make the comeback, looking to get the momentum. Keter, he caught that one again as well. But Jared looking to try and get 100x Knight back into this one. Keter, again, he's been all over the ball so far here in Game 5. He's been the catalyst. And only the first minute here, Manny having to be careful. Got it around Hotshot. Jared now going to take over, has to get it around Keter. Keter didn't win this one out. Manny, he has the shot. That's denied by Hotshot, and the Gracious Station still keeping their 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Sqaud jumping at the same time as Manuel are, by the way, so that's why that offense couldn't continue even with so many people jumping in. For 100x Knight, though, really doesn't feel like they're at all adjusting anyway, and they honestly don't really have to with the way that things are standing. They've had the majority of the pressure this game. They haven't been able to make, a ton of shots out of it, but they've been able to hold the pressure. They've been able to hold this positioning. You feel like it's only a matter of time. And well, that time is now. Sqaud goes in. Not only does he take out that last defender, but he gets a little extra on that touch as well to make sure it goes in. 100x Knight are back.
You want to talk about creativity? That's creativity right there. If you're looking for the bump, okay, we need to get the bump at the same time. You want to be able to secure it as well. Peaky, he may have an open net. He will. The Creation Station off the kickoff. Not going to matter. They're going to get it back.
Yeah, they will. It's always a good feeling when you can get one like this off the kickoff, because it tells you that you're still battling, you're still here. Kind of feels you get away with something as well, because these kickoffs can be so unorthodox, but they all count the same, so Creation Station aren't going to complain, that's for certain. 2-1 up in what is the most important game so far of this series. 100x Knights, once again, getting that call that they need to answer, and they'll need to answer soon, and they'll need to answer to what Keter so far has been able to prove. His hot shot down to the side wall will be for Sqaud. Reset, has been going for that all night, won't have it there. Hot shot on Peaky, both jump, it's open, and Manular. Oh, it's for Sqaud who got the last touch, but it's Manny who catches them. Creation Station with a gift, and 100x Knights will say thank you very much in their own special way.
I don't even know how he got that one. You saw the look on that one. It was just a little bit of a tiny bit on his hitbox there. Just able to get in, but it's not going to matter. It's 100x Knight going to be able to come in, able to get the series tied now up to this point. Now able to get the game tied. Man, he looks for the double. It's a little bit off target. Sqaud couldn't get out either, but Keter's still keeping this one close. 1-50 at the hot shot. That's going to be a goal nearly. This time saved by Jared. Sqaud trying to keep it going. He doesn't get the shot that he wanted though, and hot shot. It would have come in. Demo started to come in as well. The physicality from the Creation Station. We've not really seen much of it in the series so far, and now looks like it's starting to work a little bit. The physicality for both teams now starting to come out.
Yeah, it is, and with, nearing into the final minutes of this game, the final 2 minutes to be precise. Double tap off the crossbar. This is when the pressure starts to get really high. This is when you would think one of these teams would start to make a mistake. We'll have to see. Oh, there it is. Well, there's the mistake. It comes from 100x Knight. Two players running into each other, and Hotshot left with the opportunity, and he does not waste it.
Yeah, Manny getting bounced around. Not really exactly what anybody wanted there, but you've just got to be careful if you're 100x Knight. You just can't be giving up opportunities like that. You've got to be able to communicate if you want a chance to win this series. That's why the Creation Station are so good here. They can make the rotations work. The chaos, not always a great thing, especially on defense for 100x Knight, and that proved just how chaotic it can be. Now the Creation Station looking to extend the lead. Sqaud is on this one though. This one close, but downfield many LR. Gonna have it to Jared. It's gonna be cut by Hotshot. The Creation Station Still, I'm gonna play careful defense here, trying to find it for Sqaud, but no boost in the tank for anyway. This is a breakaway downfield that might be open. It will be open. It's another goal for the creation station. Peaky, he's gonna get this one.
Yeah, and he makes it too. It's 4-2, 90 seconds, and Analysts Knights now must go all in for offense. So far, both their goals have come from Sqaud. Can Jared and Manuelar find a way to add? Can Jared add? He's had no goals and no assists this game. For a guy who's been the playoffs MVP for the last 2 seasons, he has been awfully quiet so far tonight. Jared, bump, Sqaud, everybody jumps in. It's a triple commit for the creation station as Manuelar. Sqaud, it's a big opening. Oh, what a save. Pinky got there, and here goes Keters. He'll keep it out. And Analysts Knights baffled that that doesn't find the goal.
Yeah, Manny looking already to try and get this one close. He's beat by Peaky. Peaky's still trying to keep things up, but Jared does find the angle. Peters to the midfield. Sqaud trying to put this up. Jared for the bridge up. Sqaud trying to put this through. It's going to be close. It's not going to be in, though. And this one's going to be a breakaway downfield. Peters, he nearly got there in time needed. Only the one pad. And the lead going to extend it again. This time, 5-2. It's gone from a close game to a blowout so far with only 42 seconds left.
The Analysts Knight, they know that they have to go all in. They don't have a lot of time left. They didn't have a lot of chances. Their offense has definitely again faltered here, and not the number of shots. They've had 9 shots this game. They have more shots than the creation station does, and yet only 2 goals. It tells you just of the quality of those opportunities, and really that the fact that their shooting has not exactly been stellar. Not everybody's been able to find the nets, and again, for Jared, it's another relatively weak game for him offensively. Creation Station's gonna get another one here from Keters. Make it 6-2. They're just adding it on, rubbing salt in the wounds for Analysts Knight. But I mean, it's already a foregone conclusion here that Creation Station's going to win this game. Go up 3-2, give themselves a chance to finally take down their nemesis. For Analysts Knight, offensively, they haven't shown up. Now you're talking about, you know, crunch time, game 6, game 7, if they can even get there. Something's got to change, and I think the first thing that's got to change is they've got to take one of those tactical timeouts and just talk things out, because, man, this game has been their roughest go so far. 7-2, Creation Station just rocking through and walking by, and Analysts Knight can do nothing but watch. They got to call a timeout after this game, or at the very least, take this minute and just reset everything, because this has been ugly.
Yeah, that's a good thing with them scoring a little bit here. It gives a little bit more time to Analysts Knight to instead use the last remaining seconds of this game to extend the possible timeout they might want to take here. Give them a little bit more time to think about how you need to adjust here. Manny gonna let this one drop, but it's Hacha who still wants this one. He wants 8-2 here. Keeps it up. Sqaud does find the angle. No boost though, so that is gonna drop down in Creation Station. 7-2 win. Very, very comfortable for them to push match point, but it's gonna be interesting here. Analysts Knight needing this next game just to force game 7.
Yeah, it is. They need every win now and then some for a team that's been so dominant on offense. We just have not seen it from them tonight, and Creation Station have been able to take over from there. No timeout call though for Analysts Knight, at least not yet. We'll see if they call one, but if they don't, they're gonna need to really talk things through here, because their offense, let's not beat around the bush here, Araufbeastrl. It's been very unlike Analysts Knight. It's been weak, it's been uninspirational, and it's been slow, and Creation Station loves all of that because it means that their job has just been made even easier.
Yeah, I think a better way to phrase it, it's been unpredictable for Analysts Knight. We've seen moments of absolute imagination coming from them, absolutely insane goals from them, but at the same time, we've seen it lackluster. We've seen them just trying to find a desperate shot just to put it on target, and Creation Station just there to take every single cherry-picked goal out, just able to clear it out. And to be honest, Analysts Knight, they need the creativity back. They can't just have it every other game. They've got to have it in every single game they compete in. And again, I don't think they're going to have a timeout here, so they're going to have game 6 pretty much as sudden as possible. Jared is officially back. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this one. Game 6, last chance here for Analysts Knight to try and force their way through. Game 7 on the line if they can take it.
Analysts Knight, 2-time champions. This roster just doesn't lose in playoffs, and yet here they are, match point against them. The Creation Station may be their ultimate downfall. All they need is one more win, and And right now, they're setting themselves up for the perfect chance to do it. 100x Knight on the defense early. Sqaud will find Jared. Now he'll clear it away. Sqaud. Awkward bounce. It will be Peaky taken out. Manialora's got room. Shot! And blocked away. Hotshot got to it. And here he goes back to the other side of the field. Demo on one. Hotshot moves. It's Manialora to cut it out. And it's Skeeters who will keep things going. Creation Station on offense early. And I think the one thing they want right now, they want that first goal. They want that first score line to really make sure they stick it into 100x Knight's face, that they are the better team. They're here to battle, and they're here to take that early lead and really demoralize Knight as much as they can, because if you can demoralize them even further, well, I don't know if they have anything left to give.
And that's the biggest thing too. If you are 100x Knight, you've got to be cautious. Oh, Peaky, he's gonna through two people here, two players. He finds a way through the creation station. Gonna get the lead of this. Look at this one. Got around one, got the 50 on Sqaud, and somehow Peaky just able to absolutely peak on 100x Knight.
Yeah, my goodness, big play there for last season's regular season MVP. But they'll need a little bit more than that. And Hotshot almost got it. He almost dusted Sqaud to that play. 100x Knight's offense, if it's not going to show up, they've got to have the defensive side show up. They've got to win the midfield. Essentially, if their offense is going to show up, they've got to rely on holding the possession. Right now, though, it's not been that way. 2 goals for Peaky, and Creation Station is not leaving the orange half.
Yeah, maybe a timeout would have been useful here, because it's absolutely falling apart here in the first half of Game 6. The Creation Station not looking to slow down. We've seen them. It's consistency that matters at the top rank here, and it's consistency from the Creation Station that we're seeing here in this series that's helping them get up here. Jared trying to find his way through. He almost got through everybody there, but Sqaud couldn't find the final angle. Manny to Sqaud, but Hotshot does clear it away, and now this one cleared away. You've got to be careful that if you're 100x Knight, you can't let the Creation Station find anything here. Sqaud trying to get this one forward. It's going to be cleared away, though. So close. It could be Manny, but he's only able to get as much as a demo.
Jared will hold, and that's a big dunk. Heaters will remove any hopes from offense there for 100x Knight. And in fact, he almost makes it 3-0. That shot only a few millimeters away from the targets. They'll try again with Peaky. You know what? He's been the hot hand. They keep feeding him, and it keeps working. A hat trick for Peaky, and 100x Knight is starting to find that situation dire.
And there's still a lot of time for them if they want to make the comeback here. It's still 2:52 on the clock, but 100x Knight, you need to bring it here. You can't give Creation Station the amount of space. We talk about how they are able, well, they just strive on the rotations, but they strive on the space too. They know how to take advantage, and that one, Sqaud trying to find his way through. This is downfield. Hotshot. Actually, Peaky can try and get this one. Hotshot, he had the angle, but Jared there in time, and Peaky gonna have to leave it for Keeters. Manny back downfield, but it is Peaky to get to this one instead. Manny having to keep this just in the midfield just to give them a chance here. 100x Knight, not what you want to see here, especially now that we're past the halfway point. Hotshot, he's gonna be bumped off this time. Jared trying to find his way through, but Keeters to cut, and this might be another one here. Peaky a little bit off the mark though.
This is where 100x Knights need to start finding that desperation. There's not so much time left. These 2 minutes are going to go by very quickly for them. You got to be desperate. You got to go all in. You got to take chances, and you got to be willing to just throw everything at that net. Who cares about giving up another goal? You've got to find offense. Only 3 shots this game compared to the 7 of Creation Station. In fact, so far this game, Peaky's got more shots than the entirety of the 100x Knight roster. If you're 100x Knight, not only do you got to be desperate, you got to throw everything you have at that net. You've got to take chances, and you've got to just essentially have no turning back, because this is it. You lose, your season is over, and you will not be able to create history in ATS. As Sqaud to the back wall, cleared away by Peaky. He'll have his way with it. He'll have the net. He'll have 4-0, and 100x Knight have their hopes left them already. Have the season ended right there.
Yeah, you've just got to be a little bit careful for your 100x Knight. You don't want to push up that far forward. Man, the rotations from Creation Station just coming in is just brutal so far. 100x Knight, we've seen them play better. We've seen them be able to dominate, but you've got to get the team plays involved. That's another one. Oh my goodness, from the ceiling. And now we're starting to see the Creation Station getting comfortable with that pre-jump from Keeters off the ceiling. My goodness.
And clearly a lot being said right now by Creation Station. Pretty confident team, all things considered, as Onyx Knight. Oh, we've already lost one player on that roster as things continue, but all things continue onward here. I don't think Creation Station's gonna all mind taking another goal and make it 6-0. This game has completely fallen apart at this point as Creation Station leaving it to a 6-0 scoreline. Only player left for Onyx Knight now is Manny Alar. Both Perscope and Jared have left, so that's going to guarantee it. This season, we are going to see a new champion for the Ascend Tournament Series Pinnacle Cup. A new champion for the Pinnacle Cup, sponsored by Soraxus Networks, Inc. Creation Station are going to celebrate this victory with over a minute to go. They've guaranteed Onyx Knights will not be champions anymore. Their 2 tournaments win streak, it's cut. It's completely demolished. And Creation Station, not only is this going to feel good for them, feel good for their teams, but more importantly, this is a revenge story for them. And not only did they make it complete, they look like the better team this series. They definitely took advantage of an Onyx Knight roster that just could not get things started.
And no way to no way to do it better than actually without one of their star players, one of their star starters here. And Minnie definitely has to be happy about this one. I know I would if I was a fan of the Creation Station. The time continuing to wind down, but yeah, this one without a doubt is gonna fall to the Creation Station. Gotta love it.
Yeah, you said it as well. So that's gonna end this game. We'll let things run out in just the last few seconds, just as a formality. But that's going to end it here. Creation Station 4-2 over on Onyx Knights. Oh, they'll add another one just to make it even worse for them, as if they needed another goal at this point. Credit to Manny Alar being a good sport, sticking around for the rest of this, but this is going to be a difficult situation to be in for him. His team just could not get things started. They could not seem to find momentum in Creation Station. You said it, without Minnie, without who I think Minnie considered their star player, get the win, take down the defending champions. And again, this season we're guaranteed a new winner by season's end. Onyx Knights will not win any longer, and that means our top 4 is confirmed. It will be as soon as this match ends. Pause up, SP Starbreakers, Putable Document formats, and now the Creation Station. 4 teams remain here off beast, and I think in many ways we had a couple of matches that went as expected and a couple surprises, and this definitely was on the side of surprises.
Yeah, definitely. We'll say it was a little bit more of a surprise. I think everybody was wanting 100x Knight to take this one. I think we got right about the part of this going to Game 7 or even Game 6, which it did go to Game 6. So kudos to the desk on that one. But again, I don't think anybody expected such dominance coming from the Creation Station, even without their entire starting roster.
Yeah, I know. That's the crazy part of this about Creation Station, is that they are interchangeable. This is a roster where they've proven it before, and we keep always talking about Mini specifically, but realistically, what I gotta say here is Creation Station, one thing that benefits them is that this is a team of interchangeable players. You can switch out just about anybody on this team, and you're still gonna have a full functioning roster that can win championships. Of course, it sucks for them because they wanted to have Mini here tonight because he fits really well with Hotshot, but they had to deal with Hotshot, Hotshots, Peaky, and Keeters, and with Keeters almost certainly being the player that was supposed to that it replaced Mini. Credit to him, dude was put in a position to fail. Having to fill in the shoes that Minnie set, but he excelled. I gotta say, if I could name an MVP for this series, it's gotta be Keeters. He looked absolutely phenomenal and was really the player to kind of carry this team over the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, without a doubt, the amount of clips also I think we've seen from Keeters that at least would solidify probably one of the uprunners for the MVP candidate of the ATS Pinnacle Cup for playoffs at least. So ought to give kudos to Keeters. He didn't exactly, I don't think, see himself playing. I don't think he saw himself playing tonight. And to be honest, it's a good thing he did. We got an absolute show from them. The Creation Station, what a beautiful win from them.
Yeah, what a beautiful, beautiful run from them. And really, what a beautiful performance as well. We'll take a look at our bracket here just to let you know all what is happening tomorrow. Reminder that we are going to continue this bracket, complete this bracket tomorrow, as we're going to get WhiskeyGlitter, WhiskeyRun back into the grouping as well. But again, what a night it has been. A 4-2. The champions have been dethroned here, WhiskeyGlitter and WhiskeyRun. And, with the night being over, our long night of action is done. gotta say it, as I said it before, a couple surprises, a couple matches that we expected. Let's just get a quick little review here over the night. So we'll start with WhiskeyRun. Any matches here that you think we need to talk back to, kind of review just a little bit more to kind of end off the night, end off what has been a quarterfinals that has been thrilling and, impressive to the very least. This is the top division after all.
Okay, we called this, said it was going to be 4-2 Creation Station victory, and they pulled it off. And they looked, even though 100X Knight had some great moments in that match, all the stuff we talked about in that pre-show came true. Creation Station showed up, even without having Mini available. Wild victory, and honestly, almost felt like the grand final for this entire series, and we got treated to it in the quarterfinals.
Oh, we'll now move on to WhiskeyGlitter. You got a match that you want to talk about tonight, kind of a little recap as well. Is there any series here that you think we should be pointing out specifically?
You know what? Honestly, like all the way around, outside of the first one, was just kind of a back and forth banger. And so specifically for me, it goes back to that KCG Chaos game, right? Everybody expecting them to get the win, and then it just kind of becoming the upset. Now, we got two absolutely bangers that we were treated to three really towards the end of it. This was just a great series leading into the semis. I cannot wait to see what they bring to tomorrow's production.
Yeah, and you said it as well. We'll take a look at our bracket here to let you know about what's happening in the semifinals. And tomorrow we'll start with our bracket. And we're going to start actually with semifinals number 2. So Creation Station, they're going to be back on stream for the first match tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, taking on portable document format. After that, it'll be PAWS Up, SP Starbreakers at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And of course, the grand finals, you can't miss that, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. You want to see the champion, the last champion of ATS Season 6? That will be when you'll want to catch the action as well. 4 teams remain, 4 teams battle, and single elimination continues here. But boy, what a night it has been, and what an evening it will be tomorrow. Again, thank you to our sponsors in Soraxus Networks Inc. And of course to Royalty Series, who of course will be running the show in Season 7. Signups, of course, open in their server. I'm tired. I think all of us are a little bit tired. It's been a long night. So let's get some closing thoughts here. We'll go down the line. We'll start with WhiskeyGlitter, then we'll go to WhiskeyRun. Any closing thoughts? Anything you want to say before we kind of end off the night? And then come back tomorrow all refreshed and ready to crown a champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow, it is for all the glory. It's for all the ego. And, probably this first match that we're getting into, probably going to be the most competitive. But if we want a true Cinderella story, if we want a rags to riches, PAWS Up versus Starbreakers has that potential. It already had upset in there. And, in this playoff magic, I know I'm going heart pick again, but this is going to be one of the games that I want to pay attention to, because they've shown they've got the grit. Can they do it against the absolute best? I can't call it tomorrow on either one of these at the moment. Gonna maybe even have to rewatch and kind of, get a little bit of the info, kind of some of those individual efforts. But the one that I'm really most excited for is going to be that potential Cinderella story in that Starbreakers PAWS Up game.
Oh, WhiskeyRun, you have anything that you want to add to that as well? Any comments for? Any comments, I guess, for what has been a day 1 and a quarterfinals that is?
My friend, one great stat, right? Let's go with the great stat: 75%. That is my success rate for picks in the bracket so far. Yeah, 3 out of 4, and that whole lower bracket. That was some great games here to finish off the second half of the night. Creation Station, Portable D had a couple of great games, and it set ourselves up for a fantastic semifinal. Yeah, Glitter talked about the upper bracket semi there, that the upper final, and PAWS Up looks like the clear favorite there. Maybe a little bit of Cinderella story, but a pair of teams that were both sort of the underdogs making it into the semifinals, I think, is going to set us up for a fantastic match. And so you said it, both of these semifinals are going to be great, and we're going to find out who is the champion tomorrow at the end of the day.
Yeah, we will be. But for all of us here from the Sun Tournament Series, thank you all so much for joining us on our penultimate day of operations. And of course, the first day of the Pinnacle Cup Championship here, brought to you by Soraxus Networks Inc. Thank you all so much for joining us. Again, I'm Sqaud, WhiskeyGlitter, WhiskeyRun, of course, to our casters as well, ZekVexol, Araufbeastrl, CherryJ, to Nick NCS, our production, as well as the rest of the team behind me here. Big shoutouts to Kyle G, who's been making all the great stuff happen as well, and of course the rest of our team. And to all of you who have been watching, Thank you so much for joining us for ATS Season 6, Soraxus Networks Inc. Pinnacle Cup Championship. Today was day 1. Tomorrow we'll see you day 2. Of course, 8 p.m. Eastern, our first match. 7:30 will be when we are live. For now, have a good night. Get some rest, because you won't want to miss it when we're back tomorrow with the semifinals and a championship to crown. We'll see you then.
They talk, saying you should be the one to stop. They say you're wrong. Don't you let them get into your thoughts. They're gonna tell you